Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The combination of sunny day, chlorophyll, growth, and weatherball created an incredibly powerful synergy. Once connected, its destructive force was undeniably terrifying. Pallet's training of his victory bell was impressive. Its mastery of sweet scent to control the battlefield, combined with the above synergy of moves and abilities, left most opponents with no option but defeat. Unfortunately for Pallet, neither he nor his victory bell could have anticipated the blinding speed of Sato's shiny Beautifly. Even under sunny day, where victory bell's speed doubled, it still couldn't keep up with a Beautifly whose base speed stat was merely 65. Victory Bell, with a base speed stat of 70, should have easily outrun it when chlorophyll activated. I protest. This is cheating. How could a Beautifly possibly be faster than Victory Bell? Victory Bell has a higher base speed stat, and with chlorophyll boosting it, there's no way that Beautifly could be faster. Pallet bellowed in outrage. Earlier, he had been confident in making Sato his stepping stone to a 10th straight victory. But now, humiliated and unable to accept that Sato's shiny Beautifly outsped his victory bell, Pallet erupted in anger. Boo! The audience jeered at Pallet's unsportsmanlike behavior, mocking his inability to take a loss gracefully. Pallet's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Trainer 2569, your opponent has accused you of cheating. Do you consent to an investigation? Rest assured, we'll only review the battle footage in slow motion. No harm will come to your Pokemon, the referee asked Sato. As an official referee of the Battle Dome, he had seen countless battles, including ones involving Beautifly. Yet, Sato's shiny Beautifly displayed an extraordinary level of speed and power, unlike anything in his memory. I have no objections. Feel free to check. However, Sato said, turning coldly toward Pallet, if it turns out I didn't cheat, you'd better prepare a good fucking explanation. Baselessly accusing a registered league trainer in front of everyone is a serious offense. An intimidating aura radiated from Sato as he spoke, making Pallet tremble. False accusations of cheating, especially in a league-sanctioned venue like the Battle Dome, could ruin a trainer's reputation permanently. Sato's sharp reaction made it clear he wasn't going to let this slide. If I'm wrong, I'll give you a satisfactory apology, Pallet stammered, sweat dripping as he faced Sato's imposing presence. He realized too late that he had picked a fight with someone far beyond his league. Since Trainer 2569 has no objections, we'll review the footage in slow motion, the referee said, wiping sweat from his forehead. He no longer doubted Sato or his Pokemon. Trainers like Sato, those with battlefield experience and hardened resolve, often carried one or two monstrously strong Pokemon, a testament to their survival in harsher environments. The large screen displayed a slow-motion replay of the battle. The audience watched as shiny Beautifly's explosive burst of speed stunned even the most seasoned trainers. Expert analysts confirmed that there had been no foul play. If anything, it seemed like Sato's training had allowed the shiny Beautifly to develop techniques that harnessed its speed in unprecedented ways. Boo! The jeering at Pallet intensified after the verdict cleared Sato and Beautifly of any wrongdoing. Humiliated, Pallet's face turned crimson, and he stumbled away in shame after his remaining Skarmory and Magmar were also defeated by Beautifly alone. Pallet's once promising reputation in the Battle Dome was shattered, his arrogance earning him a swift downfall. In stark contrast, Sato's victory catapulted him into the spotlight. Shiny Beautifly's incredible performance and Pallet's baseless accusations made Sato, Trainer 2569, a household name among Battle Dome participants. The battles continued as challengers lined up to take on Sato. Over the course of 12 matches, Beautifly secured several wins using its overwhelming speed. However, as its tactics became known, opponents began adapting. One trainer countered Beautifly's speed with a magneton that used Thunder Wave, effectively neutralizing it. Though Beautifly managed to defeat Magneton, it fell to the next Pokemon, a Pidgeot. Sato then unleashed his other Pokemon, showcasing their abilities. His shiny Pelipper dominated under Drizzle. Growlithe employed agile fire-based guerrilla tactics, and his Golbat used Haze for precision strikes. Meanwhile, Bellisum's Teeter Dance and rapid-fire Energy Ball barrage left spectators in awe. However, it was Sato's Swampert that stole the show. Another single punch. Swampert has done it again. My goodness, Trainer 2569 Swampert is unstoppable. The announcer cried out as Swampert sent yet another opponent crashing into the arena wall with a single blow. Swampert! 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 The crowd roared in unison, chanting Swampert's name as it ended 3 consecutive battles with overwhelming strength, cementing Sato's place as a rising star in the Battle Dome. Sato left the Battle Dome at 4:12 a.m. the next day. This was after achieving an impressive 13-win streak, only stopping because of sheer exhaustion. Overnight, he had become famous. The power of fans is formidable. As Sato stepped off the battlefield, many enthusiastic spectators rushed down from the stands, holding notebooks and colorful pens, asking for his autograph. Some even demanded he remove his mask for a photo. Naturally, Sato refused to take off his mask. After finding a plausible excuse to escape, he quickly changed into a different jacket in a secluded spot. He then had Ditto transform his mask into an ordinary face, blending in with the crowd and casually walking away from the Battle Dome. This Battle Dome experience earned Sato not only a legion of fans under the alias Trainer 2569, but also a significant sum of money through strategically betting on his own victories during the matches. Truthfully, after leaving the underground black market in Saffron City, Sato's wallet had taken a heavy hit. He spent over 32 million poke dollars acquiring ingredients for the food required by Swampert and his shiny Pelipper, leaving him with less than 5 million poke dollars. However, it was money well spent. If managed carefully, the purchased ingredients could sustain Swampert and shiny Pelipper for 6 months. That said, Sato was slightly nervous about Swampert's appetite. After its evolution, it became an even more voracious eater, and there was no guarantee its consumption wouldn't increase as it leveled up. In terms of proportion, only 20% of the purchased ingredients were for shiny Pelipper, while the remaining 80% were for Swampert. Initially, Sato worried that Swampert might bankrupt him with its eating habits. However, he no longer felt that way. While Swampert eats a lot, it also performs exceptionally well in battles. Thanks to Swampert and his other Pokemon's outstanding performances in the Battle Dome, Sato had already recouped his investment through winnings. Starting with a 3 million poke dollar bet on himself, Sato managed to turn it into 46 million poke dollars after 13 matches. Had his dominance not skewed the odds in the later matches, leading to severely unbalanced payouts, he could have earned even more. Gambling indeed yields quick returns, and the thrill of winning can be addictive. It's no wonder the Battle Dome attracts so many spectators daily. Much like soccer fans, these people are both enthusiasts and fervent gamblers. For trainers, raising Pokemon, earning wealth through battles, and reinvesting in their Pokemon form a virtuous cycle. Unfortunately, not many trainers can achieve this ideal cycle. Sato, however, had reached that point. After battling 13 high-level trainers in the Battle Dome, Sato gained a solid understanding of their skill levels. While he might not yet be the absolute best, he was undoubtedly beyond the reach of ordinary elite trainers. He was fully capable of earning resources to train his Pokemon through these gambling matches, improving my strength and earning money at the same time. This place is just like the Battle Tower, an amazing opportunity. Of course, only if you're strong enough, Sato thought as he glanced back at the still bustling Battle Dome. He also noted the disappointed faces of some spectators and trainers leaving the venue, reflecting on how the Battle Dome capitalized on trainer battles to attract audiences and profited through ticket sales and betting fees. Victorious trainers and winning bettors got a share of the spoils, forming a complete chain of interests. In this chain, the league ensured safety and order, profiting from service fees. Trainers provided the entertainment, earning performance fees. Spectators willingly paid for the show and gambled for a thrill, often ending up on the losing side. Everyone got what they wanted in a well-rounded transaction. However, the defeated trainers and losing bettors bore the brunt of the costs, gaining nothing while losing their investments. The rule in the Battle Dome was clear. Winners take all, and losers walk away empty-handed. Beyond monetary rewards, Sato also gained a substantial amount of battle points from his 13-match winning streak. According to Battle Dome rules, each elite-level match awards 100 points. After a 10-win streak, the points earned per match double. Sato's streak earned him 1,600 points. Combined with 1,000 points from palace compensation, he had 2,600 battle points in total. These points could be exchanged for various Pokemon-related items or converted into Poke Dollars. Currently, each battle point was worth 1,020 Poke Dollars. This meant a victorious trainer could earn at least 100,000 Poke Dollars per match. Of course, no trainer would waste their points converting them into money, especially at the official rate. Battle points were highly valuable and transferable, with prices far exceeding the official exchange rate. Wealthy trainers often purchased points at a premium to acquire rare Pokemon items. Sato had his eyes on one such item, a damp rock listed in the Battle Dome's exchange catalog. This stone could extend the duration of rain effects in battles. If a shiny Pelipper held it, the rain created by its drizzle ability would last significantly longer. The downside? The damp rock required 50,000 battle points to exchange, meaning it would take at least a month for Sato to earn enough at his current pace. Still, Sato wasn't discouraged. Having a clear goal was motivating. The damp rock was far more valuable and rare than items that boosted specific move types. Aside from the Battle Dome catalog, Sato hadn't seen it available elsewhere. For his future rain team, the damp rock was a crucial item, with more always being better. The Battle Dome catalog limited trainers to 2 damp rocks per person, a restriction that highlighted the league's vast resources. With these 2 damp rocks, Sato's future rain team would gain significant weather control. Even if shiny Pelipper were knocked out, other Pokemon could use Rain Dance to sustain prolonged rain. After leaving the Battle Dome, Sato took a taxi to a nearby 5-star hotel. With nearly 50 million Poke Dollars newly secured in winnings, Sato decided to spend the next 3 days in Saffron City, soaking up its bustling energy. After all, it might be a long time before he'd have the chance to visit again. The 5-star Saffron Grand Hotel, located in the heart of the city, was as majestic and luxurious as one might imagine. If he hadn't known it was a hotel, Sato might have mistaken it for a massive museum. The property spanned an area as large as a football field. In Saffron City's bright nightscape, the hotel stood out as the most dazzling star. Those who could afford to stay at such a grand establishment were undoubtedly wealthy or influential. Even at this late hour, many successful-looking individuals in formal attire strode in and out, often with elegantly dressed companions by their sides. Sato, dressed in his red and blue elite trainer uniform, looking like a 15 to 16-year-old boy, was an unusual sight among the crowd. Yet, his extraordinary presence made him stand out rather than seem out of place. Even amidst this opulence, no one dared to bother him. The hostesses stationed at the entrance, clearly adept at their jobs, greeted him warmly. One of them led him inside and helped him check in. Sato spent 100,000 Poke Dollars to secure a single room for 3 nights. Though pricey, the moment he stepped into his room, he realized it was worth every Poke Dollar. The room was spacious, at least 200 square meters, and tastefully decorated, exuding elegance and style. This was a room designed specifically for trainers. In addition to the standard living room, bedroom, and bathroom, there was a training area that occupied nearly half the room's space, equipped with all the essential training facilities. After a hearty late-night meal with his Pokemon, Sato fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until nearly 2 p.m. the next day that he finally woke up. Lying in bed, Sato contemplated his plans for the day. intense Pokemon training, and preparing Pokemon food. After enjoying a lavish lunch, he began a long overdue training session with his Pokemon. Since leaving LaRue City in haste, it had been a while since his Pokemon had undergone their routine stamina and skill training. The first session was 3 hours of stamina training. As usual, all the Pokemon donned weighted vests to enhance the workout's effectiveness. The training facilities were indeed top-notch. There was even an indoor flight path for flying-type Pokemon. This path, a circular glass tunnel attached to the ceiling, was 3 meters in diameter, spacious enough for large flying Pokemon to maneuver. The tunnel's winding and complex design, full of sharp turns, stretched over 500 to 600 meters. Navigating it without hitting the sturdy, specialized glass walls required exceptional flying skills. Golbat, Shiny Pelipper, and Shiny Beautifly were currently flying through the tunnel. To ensure a fair training session, Sato had temporarily removed the Supreme Sky splitting stone from Shiny Beautifly's body to prevent any advantage. Initially, the 3 Pokemon maintained a cooperative demeanor. However, after a few laps, things turned competitive, evolving into a fierce flying race. Interestingly, Shiny Pelipper, whose speed stat was the lowest, was leading. Its extensive experience in the wild, evading predators and rivals, had honed its flying techniques to perfection. In such a challenging environment, Shiny Pelipper's steady and efficient flight gave it a clear advantage over Golbat and Shiny Beautifly. Beautifly, on the other hand, struggled due to its relatively short time training and its inexperience. Its prideful nature prevented it from slowing down, resulting in frequent collisions with the glass walls. However, as a prodigy among bug types, Shiny Beautifly quickly adapted. After mimicking Golbat and Pelipper's techniques for about 10 laps, it began to refine its own flying style. Initially, Shiny Beautifly's flight was elegant but inefficient compared to Golbat and Shiny Pelipper. Over time, it discarded unnecessary flourishes, becoming more agile and effective. After dozens of laps, Shiny Beautifly was no longer lagging behind. It tailed Golbat closely, constantly attempting to overtake it. Golbat, proud and unwilling to concede, acted as a formidable barrier. As Sato's earliest companion, it refused to be overshadowed by newer teammates. Despite being surpassed in power by Swampert, it resolved to maintain its relevance within the team. Shiny Beautifly, like Swampert before, was an exceptional new addition, thriving under Sato's guidance. Its rapid progress made it clear it would surpass Golbat in the future. Golbat harbored some jealousy toward these rising stars, but instead of resenting Sato, it channeled that energy into harder training. It was determined to keep pace with its trainer and avoid being left behind. Sato recognized and appreciated Golbat's dedication, often giving it extra training sessions at night. Its reconnaissance skills also made it an invaluable member of the team, frequently participating in battles and missions. Recently, Golbat began sensing peculiar changes within its body. It had a strong feeling that once these changes were complete, its power would surge, giving it a chance to reclaim its position as the strongest member of the team. Until then, Golbat was determined not to become a burden. Even if it was no longer the strongest, it refused to be the weakest. Nidoran and Growlithe were engaged in their usual endurance training. Both Pokemon were vigorously running on treadmills, their youthful energy evident as they sweated together. As for Swampert, it was undergoing a comprehensive, full-body workout. Naturally, the perfect exercise for this was swimming. The training facility featured a dedicated pool for water-type Pokemon, measuring about 30 square meters, spacious enough for Swampert to swim freely back and forth despite its massive frame. Unlike the rest of the team, Swampert possessed immense strength. Sato had equipped it with the heaviest weighted vest available. Combined with the weights strapped to its arms and legs, the total load reached a staggering 5 tons, filled with the densest lead blocks. Thankfully, the floors of this 5-star hotel were robust enough to handle the weight. Yet, Swampert swam effortlessly in the pool as if unburdened, moving with incredible speed. It alternated between freestyle, breaststroke, and butterfly stroke, showcasing a variety of swimming techniques. Now turning to Bellissum, she was practicing a newly learned dance move, quiver dance. Her eyes were closed, and though her movements were slightly awkward, her focus was unwavering. During their time training in LaRue City, Bellissum had already mastered the simpler teeter dance. In yesterday's battle, Bellissum used her teeter dance to near-disastrous effect. Many audience members with weaker resolve found themselves dizzy and disoriented from her swaying dance moves, succumbing to confusion. Fortunately, quick-thinking staff released grass-type Pokemon skilled in aromatherapy to remedy the situation, preventing the crowd from descending into chaos or engaging in brawls. If spectators seated far from the battlefield were affected, one could imagine the terror experienced by Bellissum's opponent. The rival trainer's Pokemon, intensely focused on Bellissum, soon fell victim to confusion despite their solid willpower. Just as Victory Bell had turned Sweet Scent into a reflexive ability, Bellissum had fully ingrained teeter dance in her muscle memory, enabling her to almost use it passively during battles. In essence, Bellissum had transformed teeter dance from an active skill into a passive one. However, teeter dance had one significant drawback. It affected everyone, friend or foe, who laid eyes on the dance. Unless accustomed to it or exceptionally strong-willed, most would quickly become dizzy and confused. Thus, Sato gave Bellissum's teeter dance an apt nickname, Dance of Chaos. Thanks to the formidable control and disruption power of her teeter dance, paired with her mastery of grass-type moves, Bellissum achieved a stunning 7-win streak. Her teeter dance and rapid-fire energy ball attacks overwhelmed opponents, leaving them defenseless. Had it not been for the significant stamina required to maintain teeter dance and the late hour preventing her from recovering energy through photosynthesis, her winning streak might have continued. Even so, both spectators and trainers in the Battle Dome took note of Bellissum, ranking her as one of Sato's most formidable Pokemon, second only to Swampert. Yesterday's battles pushed Bellissum past level 38 and into level 39. This milestone unlocked her ability to learn Quiver Dance, an exceptional bug-type status move. The power of Quiver Dance was undeniable. It boosted special attack, special defense, and speed simultaneously, offering tremendous strategic advantage. With Quiver Dance, Bellissum's capabilities soared. Once she mastered the move, she would no longer be just the team's healer, but also a formidable special attacker capable of sweeping teams. However, mastering Quiver Dance was far more challenging than Teeter Dance. This move required mimicking the elegant and mysterious flight patterns of butterfly-like Pokemon. For Pokemon like Beautifly, learning Quiver Dance was instinctive. For Bellissum, a Pokemon far removed from the butterfly aesthetic, the difficulty was exponentially greater. Thankfully, Sato's team included an exceptional Beautifly. The two, often inseparable as the team's beauty icons and both female, frequently spent time together. Through her interactions with Beautifly, Bellissum had developed a deep understanding of its flight patterns. Following Sato's guidance, Bellissum closed her eyes and visualized Beautifly's movements, mentally immersing herself in the idea of being a butterfly. Initially, her attempts were unsuccessful, but with help from Galbit's basic hypnosis and Beautifly's encouragement, she began to imagine herself as a butterfly dancing among flowers. Slowly, her movements began to align with the imagery in her mind. Using this method, Bellissum was gradually mastering Quiver Dance. Though her current movements were still awkward, a trace of butterfly-like elegance had begun to emerge. That said, Quiver Dance placed significant strain on her body. As a temporary enhancement, boosting 3 stats at once, it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After practicing Quiver Dance for about 10 minutes, Bellissum was drenched in sweat and had to stop to recover by eating a few gem-quality poke blocks. Sato estimated that Bellissum would need 1 to 2 months to fully master Quiver Dance. Transforming it into a passive skill like Teeter Dance would take much longer. The main challenge lay in Bellissum's inherent nature. Not being a butterfly Pokemon made mastering Quiver Dance significantly harder. However, Sato was confident that all of Bellisam's efforts would pay off. Once she fully mastered Quiver Dance, she would be one step closer to achieving the 4-dance unity strategy. The plan included Swords Dance, Petal Dance, Quiver Dance, and Teeter Dance. Bellisam had already mastered Teeter Dance and was working on Quiver Dance. Learning Petal Dance posed no challenge for her, but Swords Dance was a different story. Swords Dance was a god-tier move for high-attack, high-speed Pokémon, but acquiring the TM for it was an immense challenge. Even the Battle Dome's exchange list didn't include it. Sato suspected that the Swords Dance TM was a tightly guarded, non-tradable asset, accessible only to trusted high-ranking members of organizations like Team Rocket or the League. Despite the obstacles, Sato remained committed to his vision of Bellisam as a dual-wielding dancing goddess. After completing their physical training, Sato and his Pokémon had dinner together. Following a rest period of over an hour, they prepared for their evening skill training. Since such training wasn't suitable to conduct in their room, Sato led his team to a large Pokémon training facility. This facility, built adjacent to the Battle Dome, was exclusively accessible to trainers participating in battles there. Sato rented a 300-square-meter training area within the facility for 3 hours at the cost of 30,000 Poke Dollars, giving his Pokémon a spacious and varied environment to practice their skills freely, with the exception of moves like Earthquake. Golbat was working on mastering Haze, a move it had inherited through bloodline traits at level 40. As an Ice-type move, Golbat currently lacked full mastery over it. Even so, it performed admirably with Haze during last night's battle. As the name suggests, Haze creates a black mist. Unlike ordinary fog, this mist dispels any temporary boosts in the opponent's stats, accuracy, or evasion. Additionally, it obstructs visibility for both Pokémon and trainers, creating a darkened battlefield for a short time. During this period, the black mist shrouds the area in near darkness. Unless a Pokémon can disperse it using wind-based moves or has an alternative method to perceive its surroundings, their vision is heavily impaired. However, for Golbat, this dark environment is ideal. As a species, Golbat can fly almost silently, making them excellent at stealth. Furthermore, Golbat relies on supersonic waves as its primary sense rather than sight, allowing it to navigate and locate opponents with precision, even in complete darkness. By combining its silent flight with its echolocation, Golbat becomes an exceptional assassin within the mist. It can silently approach and strike or confuse opponents with its supersonic attack. Sato considered Haze to be the cornerstone of Golbat's future battle strategy. With it, Golbat could effectively simulate a nighttime battlefield, even during daylight hours. It's well known that a Golbat's combat prowess is significantly stronger at night. In darkness, they are akin to terrifying vampires, silently approaching their prey and draining them of their strength. Moreover, Haze is a nightmare for Pokémon relying on stat-boosting strategies to sweep through opponents. Unless they possess abilities like Clear Body or Hypercutter, they're left utterly vulnerable. In the future, with Golbat at his side, Sato wouldn't need to worry about opponents creating a boss-level Pokémon using Baton Pass. A single Haze could wipe out any advantages painstakingly built by his adversaries. Currently, Golbat was training on a standard ice field measuring 30 by 20 meters. The area it could cover with a single Haze was roughly 10 square meters, only a small section of a standard battlefield. Thanks to the abundant ice-type energy on the field, Golbat, despite shivering from the cold, was making significant progress. With practice, the area of effect of its Haze gradually expanded. The shiny Pelipper was also training on the ice field, working on its Ice Beam. Opening its large beak, it unleashed an icy blue beam onto a pristine white wall, causing half the wall to frost over. However, the wall appeared to have built-in heating panels, quickly melting the frost into water that drained into the floor's outlets. Thanks to its water typing and the restorative effects of gemstone-grade poke blocks, Pelipper was making excellent progress. The increasing area of frost on the heated wall showed steady improvement in its mastery of Ice Beam. Swampert was focusing on Icy Wind, a move it had nearly mastered. However, its version of Icy Wind lacked sufficient chill and wind strength. This was understandable since Swampert wasn't an Ice-type Pokemon, nor did it possess wings like flying types. While categorized as an Ice-type move, Icy Wind is closely tied to Flying-type energy, combining Ice energy with an aerial component. Its advanced form, Blizzard, is essentially a stronger version of Icy Wind. If Swampert fully mastered Icy Wind, learning Blizzard would be a natural progression. To perfect its technique, Swampert needed to enhance its control over both Ice and Flying-type energies. Sato was impressed by the facility's advanced training equipment, which surpassed many of his own envisioned designs. The heated wall Polyper used for Ice Beam practice and the glass tunnel Swampert was in for Icy Wind training were prime examples of innovative tools. Inside the glass tunnel, Swampert faced a large electric fan coupled with a powerful air conditioner releasing icy cold air. Frost-covered, the tunnel simulated the conditions of a snowy, freezing windstorm. In this environment, Swampert could feel the intense presence of ice and flying-type energies within the cold wind. It concentrated on merging these energies to unleash Icy Wind against the opposing current, significantly accelerating its progress. Despite its water typing and decent resistance to cold, Swampert couldn't endure the harsh conditions for long. Every 15 minutes or so, it would leave the tunnel, chilled to the bone, to rest in a nearby artificially heated onsen alongside Golbat. After completing their physical training, Sato and his Pokemon had dinner together. Following a rest period of over an hour, they prepared for their evening skill training. Since such training wasn't suitable to conduct in their room, Sato led his team to a large Pokemon training facility. This facility, built adjacent to the Battle Dome, was exclusively accessible to trainers participating in battles there. Sato rented a 300-square-meter training area within the facility for 3 hours at the cost of 30,000 Poke Dollars, giving his Pokemon a spacious and varied environment to practice their skills freely, with the exception of moves like Earthquake. Golbat was working on mastering Haze, a move it had inherited through bloodline traits at level 40. As an Ice-type move, Golbat currently lacked full mastery over it. Even so, it performed admirably with Haze during last night's battle. As the name suggests, Haze creates a black mist. Unlike ordinary fog, this mist dispels any temporary boosts in the opponent's stats, accuracy, or evasion. Additionally, it obstructs visibility for both Pokemon and trainers, creating a darkened battlefield for a short time. During this period, the black mist shrouds the area in near darkness. Unless a Pokemon can disperse it using wind-based moves or has an alternative method to perceive its surroundings, their vision is heavily impaired. However, for Golbat, this dark environment is ideal. As a species, Golbat can fly almost silently, making them excellent at stealth. Furthermore, Golbat relies on supersonic waves as its primary sense rather than sight, allowing it to navigate and locate opponents with precision, even in complete darkness. By combining its silent flight with its echolocation, Golbat becomes an exceptional assassin within a mist. It can silently approach and strike or confuse opponents with its supersonic attack. Sato considered Haze to be the cornerstone of Golbat's future battle strategy. With it, Golbat could effectively simulate a nighttime battlefield, even during daylight hours. It's well known that a Golbat's combat prowess is significantly stronger at night. In darkness, they are akin to terrifying vampires, silently approaching their prey and draining them of their strength. Moreover, Haze is a nightmare for Pokemon relying on stat-boosting strategies to sweep through opponents. Unless they possess abilities like Clear Body or Hypercutter, they're left utterly vulnerable. In the future, with Golbat at his side, Sato wouldn't need to worry about opponents creating a boss-level Pokemon using Baton Pass. A single Haze could wipe out any advantages painstakingly built by his adversaries. Currently, Golbat was training on a standard ice field measuring 30 by 20 meters. The area it could cover with a single Haze was roughly 10 square meters, only a small section of a standard battlefield. Thanks to the abundant ice-type energy on the field, Galbot, despite shivering from the cold, was making significant progress. With practice, the area of effect of its haze gradually expanded. The shiny polyper was also training on the ice field, working on its ice beam. Opening its large beak, it unleashed an icy blue beam onto a pristine white wall, causing half the wall to frost over. However, the wall appeared to have built-in heating panels, quickly melting the frost into water that drained into the floor's outlets. Thanks to its water typing and the restorative effects of gemstone gray poke blocks, Polyper was making excellent progress. The increasing area of frost on the heated wall showed steady improvement in its mastery of Ice Beam. Swampert was focusing on Icy Wind, a move it had nearly mastered. However, its version of Icy Wind lacked sufficient chill and wind strength. This was understandable since Swampert wasn't an Ice-type Pokemon, nor did it possess wings like flying types. While categorized as an Ice-type move, Icy Wind is closely tied to flying-type energy, combining ice energy with an aerial component. Its advanced form, Blizzard, is essentially a stronger version of Icy Wind. If Swampert fully mastered Icy Wind, learning Blizzard would be a natural progression. To perfect its technique, Swampert needed to enhance its control over both ice and flying-type energies. Sato was impressed by the facility's advanced training equipment, which surpassed many of his own envisioned designs. The heated wall Polyper used for ice beam practice and the glass tunnel Swampert was in for icy wind training were prime examples of innovative tools. Inside the glass tunnel, Swampert faced a large electric fan coupled with a powerful air conditioner releasing icy cold air. Frost-covered, the tunnel simulated the conditions of a snowy, freezing windstorm. In this environment, Swampert could feel the intense presence of ice and flying-type energies within the cold wind. It concentrated on merging these energies to unleash icy wind against the opposing current, significantly accelerating its progress. Despite its water typing and decent resistance to cold, Swampert couldn't endure the harsh conditions for long. Every 15 minutes or so, it would leave the tunnel, chilled to the bone, to rest in a nearby artificially heated onsen alongside Galbot. Nidoran was currently inside a room charged with high-voltage electricity. The room was approximately 100 square meters, and suspended on the walls to the north, south, east, and west were 4 magneton. These 4 magneton were connected by visible golden electrical currents, forming a current loop that encased Nidoran within it. At the same time, they used the move electric terrain, causing the concentration of electric-type energy in the room to skyrocket to a terrifying level. In this meticulously crafted electric terrain, Nidoran was practicing the move Thunderbolt. While Nidoran could already perform Thunderbolt, the power it generated was equivalent to a weak Thundershock. This was because Nidoran lacked control over electric-type energy, unable to concentrate enough to unleash a full-power Thunderbolt. Now, surrounded by the massive electric-type energy in this room, Nidoran could clearly sense the energy's presence. This was a stark contrast to before, when it took ages just to grasp even a faint amount of electric energy. Thin golden currents began flowing along Nidoran's single horn, and under its control, a thumb-thick stream of golden electricity shot from its horn, striking a lightning rod-like machine placed in front of it. The machine remained unaffected by the attack. Instead, a voltage meter on its surface began to register activity. After absorbing the electricity from Nidoran, the meter's numbers quickly climbed, finally stopping at 8,912 volts. Yes, this was currently the maximum voltage of Nidoran's Thunderbolt. It hadn't even reached 10,000 volts, which made it clear that Nidoran had a long way to go before achieving the true power of Thunderbolt. Of course, part of the reason for Nidoran's low power output was its unevolved state. Its base special attack stat was naturally low, and its hustle ability didn't enhance special moves like Thunderbolt. Thus, this performance was normal. Once Nidoran evolved into Nidoking, it would undergo a transformative rebirth. If Sato managed to procure a life orb for it, a Nidoking with the sheer force ability could unleash devastating power with moves that have secondary effects. At that point, the hierarchy within Sato's team might need to be reevaluated. For now, it was essential to lay a solid foundation while Nidoran was still young, preparing it for its eventual evolution into Nidoking. Additionally, Sato had yet to find an exceptional moonstone for Nidoran's evolution. Having learned that high-quality evolutionary stones could enhance a Pokemon's potential, Sato was determined to use a top-tier moonstone to boost Nidoran's capabilities. The thought of obtaining a Nidoking with golden-tier potential and a sheer force ability made Sato's excitement palpable. Sato was aware of a lead on such a moonstone. If his guess was correct, the cave that Ash and his companions had entered in the anime, guided by a Clefairy from Mount Moon, housed a massive moonstone. Sato vividly remembered the scene. A giant moonstone that had been bathed in moonlight for countless years, guarded and worshipped by a tribe of Clefairy. He was confident that this enormous moonstone was extraordinary, at least of top-tier quality. If Nidorino could evolve using that moonstone, it would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. Thus, visiting Mount Moon was an integral part of Sato's return to Kanto. As for the Life Orb, a treasure of such rarity, Sato currently had no leads. He speculated that items of this caliber were likely hoarded rather than sold, as owners would fear letting their possession be known. He suspected that obtaining a Life Orb would require a significant stroke of luck or a rare opportunity. That said, he did know of someone who definitely possessed a Life Orb: Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. Giovanni was a ground-type Pokemon expert, with Nidoking and Nidoqueen as his signature Pokemon. Given Giovanni's expertise and status, it was likely that his Nidoking and Nidoqueen had the sheer force ability. And knowing Giovanni's penchant for maximizing his Pokemon's power, they were undoubtedly equipped with Life Orbs. It wasn't clear whether Giovanni had spare Life Orbs among his collection, but Sato believed this could be an opportunity. Giovanni was known for his generosity toward capable subordinates and had a knack for inspiring loyalty. These traits made him an exemplary leader of a dark organization, attracting many who would willingly serve him. For now, this was all wishful thinking for Sato. To even meet Giovanni, he needed to prove himself as a potential recruit worth investing in. Thus, in the upcoming rookie tournament jointly hosted by the Team Rocket bases in Pewter City, Cerulean City, and Viridian City, Sato planned to seize this golden opportunity to make a lasting impression. After all, the Viridian City Team Rocket base was involved, and Giovanni, being the Viridian gym leader, might take an interest in the event. If Sato could stand out in the tournament, there was a chance he could catch Giovanni's eye. Being recognized by Giovanni would mean guaranteed support and mentorship, with the possibility of a direct meeting. Sato understood that aligning himself with Giovanni would significantly increase his safety within Team Rocket and smoothen his path to advancement. However, he also knew the tournament wouldn't be easy. The promise of Giovanni's attention was sure to attract a host of other talented rookies. Everyone in Team Rocket understood that earning Giovanni's favor meant skipping years of hard work and rising quickly through the ranks. Sato anticipated that the tournament would be rife with hidden powerhouses, with their instructors all trying to make sure that it was their promising recruits that secured the championship. Breaking through this competition would be no small feat. Therefore, he needed to focus on improving his strength during this time to prepare for the fierce battles ahead. Sato did not immediately have his shiny Beautifly practice the moves Shadow Ball and Electroweb after learning them through a TM. Instead, he first focused on helping her master the Grass-type move she inherited through her bloodline, with the assistance of Bellossom. Currently, shiny Beautifly knew the Grass-type moves Absorb, Mega Drain, and Giga Drain. From their names alone, it was clear these moves were interconnected, a progression of absorption techniques, with Giga Drain being the ultimate evolution of this sequence. At this moment, Bellossom was using grassy terrain on a patch of lawn. Within a 10-meter radius, the Grass-type energy became dense and vibrant. Everything within this area seemed refreshed, and the grass began to grow wildly. Hovering above the lush terrain, shiny Beautifly's eyes glowed a vibrant green. A thin emerald thread of energy extended from her long proboscis, piercing directly into Bellisam's body without obstruction. The green thread gleamed brightly as it absorbed Bellisam's vitality, converting a portion of it into shiny, beautifly stamina, ensuring she remained in peak condition. Of course, since Bellisam was within her own grassy terrain and highly resistant to grass-type moves, the damage from shiny, beautifly's absorb was negligible. The green thread extending from shiny beautifly's proboscis was formed by condensing grass-type energy. Thanks to Bellisam's grassy terrain and her expert guidance, Beautifly barely managed to condense this energy into a functional absorption thread. Typically, Pokemon using Absorb would combine it with Vine Whip. However, since not all Pokemon can use Vine Whip, most rely on condensed energy threads for their absorption techniques. Note, in the games, Absorb, Mega Drain, and Giga Drain don't require physical contact to drain energy, but I find that mechanic a bit overpowered and hard to explain. So, I've adjusted the mechanics for these moves. For Pokemon Adept in Mega Drain, the energy threads could even evolve into energy whips. Bellisam, for example, could form 2-meter-long glowing whips with both hands while using Mega Drain. Shiny Beautifly's aptitude for learning bug and flying-type moves was exceptional. However, when it came to non-stab moves, her talent was above average at best, requiring time and effort to master them. As a bug/flying-type Pokemon, Shiny Beautifly is especially vulnerable to Fire Dash, Flying Dash, Ice Dash, and Rock-type moves, with Rock-type moves dealing quadruple damage. From a theoretical standpoint, Rock-type Pokemon would be her nemesis. A single hit from a Rock-type move could severely injure her. However, most Rock-type Pokemon posed little threat to her. Her natural ability to learn Grass-type moves, particularly absorption-based techniques, countered them effectively. In Sato's experience, these absorption moves were incredibly powerful for sustainability, especially Giga Drain, with its base power of 75. With Shiny Beautifly's special attack stat of 150, unless facing a Pokemon resistant to Grass-type moves, her Giga Drain could deal significant damage to most opponents. The most terrifying aspect of absorption moves is their dual effect, damaging opponents while healing the user. This makes them ideal for prolonged battles, effectively allowing a fight-and-heal strategy. If Shiny Beautifly could fully master Giga Drain, her sustainability in battles would become formidable. With her special attack stat paired with the move's power, Rock-type Pokemon with lower special defense would essentially become HP reservoirs for her. In simple terms, as long as Shiny Beautifly maintained her focus and successfully attacked with Giga Drain, she could fight indefinitely. This would perfectly compensate for her current lack of stamina due to limited endurance training. Thus, to significantly enhance Shiny Beautifly's combat capabilities, Sato decided to prioritize these Grass-type moves. Of course, mastering just Giga Drain would suffice for now. Still, Rome wasn't built in a day. Shiny Beautifly's innate talent for Grass-type moves was just above average, so she had to start with the basics of Absorb. Fortunately, with Bellisam's expert guidance and the aid of grassy terrain, her progress was commendable. After hundreds of practice sessions, the energy thread she formed had become slightly thicker and longer. While his Pokemon trained diligently, Sato was sweating in a small room, crafting Pokemon food. Surrounded by several machines and a pile of failed attempts on the floor, Sato struggled to create high-quality food for Swampert. Even with mechanical assistance, producing satisfactory Pokemon food was no easy feat after more than 20 failed attempts. He was gradually familiarizing himself with the process outlined in the Lily Cove Compendium. The process of making Pokemon food was intricate. First, berries had to be dehydrated in a drying machine. However, without precise timing, the berries would likely be ruined, rendering them useless. Once successfully dehydrated, the berries and other hard ingredients had to be ground into powder. This powder was then mixed with meat powder, wheat flour, deep sea scale powder, and other components in specific proportions before being blended. Mixing the ingredients was the most challenging step. Any deviation in proportions, blending speed, or duration would result in a failed batch. Thankfully, Sato had a recipe to follow, which provided approximate ratios. Without it, he might never succeed. Determining whether the mixture was correct was straightforward. The ingredients would undergo a unique chemical reaction during blending, resulting in a transparent, jelly-like substance. For Swampert's food, the recipe indicated that the final product should be a crystal blue, translucent substance with specks of earthy yellow granules, emitting a faint blue and yellow glow. After more than an hour had passed, Sato continued to experience failure after failure, with over 10 more unsuccessful attempts. However, he seemed to relish these setbacks, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated with each attempt. From noon until now, aside from a brief break for dinner, Sato had been holed up here working on Pokemon food preparation. Nearly 5 hours had elapsed, during which he had failed more than 50 times in total. The best attempt so far was his latest batch of Pokemon food for Swampert. What lay in his hands now was a bluish, gooey substance streaked with hints of earthy yellow, undeniably another failed product. Yet, Sato showed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he appeared unusually thrilled, as if holding treasure instead of a failed concoction. In truth, Sato meticulously documented each attempt at crafting Swampert's food. Using a timer and laptop, he recorded every step of the process, noting the time taken, temperature, mixing speed, and other factors to create detailed parameter tables for comparison. Moreover, he used surveillance cameras in the room to record the entire process of crafting the Pokemon food. After each failure, Sato diligently analyzed the data from the failed batch and reviewed the footage to identify which steps had been executed better. He would isolate these improved steps and their corresponding data to serve as a reference for his next attempt. Gradually, with each iteration, Sato amassed a wealth of data. By repeatedly filtering and comparing results, he derived optimal parameters for each step of the process. Consequently, after more than 50 failures, he finally saw a glimmer of success. Although the blue, gooey substance before him was still a failure, the fact that it had changed color signaled the occurrence of a significant chemical reaction during mixing. This outcome indicated that Sato's data on ingredient ratios, temperature control, mixing speed, and duration were now nearing the ideal conditions for success. With an excited expression, Sato recorded the latest data from this attempt. After efficiently cleaning the equipment, he wasted no time starting his next experiment. At this point, Sato resembled a mad scientist. Though physically exhausted, the prospect of a breakthrough filled him with exhilaration, allowing him to ignore his fatigue entirely. Over the next 2 hours, through numerous trials, the Pokemon food for Swampert became increasingly closer to the description in the Lily Cove Compendium. Finally, on his 93rd attempt, Sato succeeded. In a large mixing bowl before him was a crystalline blue, jelly-like substance with scattered specks of earthy yellow. According to the book, it should have a texture similar to elastic jelly, and this batch matched the description perfectly. However, there was a subtle difference. The glowing aqua blue and earthy yellow hues emitted by this batch were far brighter than the faintly glowing description in the book. Even as an ordinary person, Sato could sense the concentrated water and ground-type energies emanating from the food. A tantalizing aroma also wafted through the air, soon catching the attention of Swampert, who had been training in the facility. Though elated, Sato knew the energy within the food was depleting quickly. Without hesitation, he poured the jelly-like substance into a specialized Pokemon food processor, a machine he had yet to use. This machine automatically processed the chemically reacted food into standard-sized portions. Sato's batch was sufficient to produce 20 portions. To accommodate Swampert's appetite, he had purchased oversized containers capable of holding 10 portions each. Soon, 2 large, fully sealed containers of Pokemon food were completed. The potent water and ground-type energies were securely locked inside. Hopefully, Swampert will be satisfied. Otherwise, all this effort today would be for nothing, Sato thought, feeling both proud and a bit apprehensive as he eyed the 2 large containers. His concerns were unnecessary. Swampert, having already smelled the enticing aroma, eagerly approached the door. Unable to contain his excitement, he accidentally broke the wooden door with a light knock. By now, Swampert's 3-hour training session had long ended, extended by over an hour. The facility's owner, aware of Sato's wealth, had refrained from interrupting him. Starving after an intense training session, Swampert wasted no time making his intentions clear. With Sato's nod of approval, Swampert carefully opened one of the containers, treating it almost reverently, before devouring its contents in just a few bites. The moment Swampert finished, he staggered a few steps before collapsing to the floor. Moments later, he fell into a deep sleep, drooling and wearing an expression of pure bliss. As he slept, Swampert's body intermittently glowed with aqua blue and earthy yellow hues. Minor frost injuries on his body healed rapidly, and his energy and stamina visibly replenished. This phenomenon lasted for over 3 minutes, during which Sato noticed a slight yet discernible increase in Swampert's aura. It was clear that Swampert had benefited from the custom-made Pokemon food. Though the improvement was slight, Sato was ecstatic. This confirms it. Investing so much effort into crafting custom Pokemon food is absolutely worth it. Even a small enhancement like this can compound over time. If Swampert eats this regularly, his strength will grow significantly. No wonder top organizations monopolize the best Pokemon ingredients. The secret lies here, Sato thought, his heart pounding with excitement. The changes in Swampert after consuming the food felt like a revelation, as if Sato had uncovered a new frontier in Pokemon care and training. The adrenaline rush from the battle dissipated, leaving Sato exhausted. After returning to the 5-star hotel with his Pokemon team, he enjoyed a hearty late-night meal. By 11 p.m., he was already sound asleep. The next day, Sato woke around 7 a.m. A solid 9 hours of restful sleep had restored him to peak condition. Looking at the sunlight streaming through the window, Sato had a sudden impulse. He wanted to experience the morning of Saffron City. He had seen the city at night, but hadn't had much opportunity to observe it during the day. Before heading out, Sato prepared breakfast for his Pokemon. While Swampert now enjoyed a specialized diet tailored for it, the other Pokemon continued to eat premium store-bought food. Sato had underestimated the effects of top-tier Pokemon food. Not only did it slightly enhance Swampert's strength, but also provided far more energy than regular Pokemon food. Currently, just one standard serving of Swampert-specific food was enough to satisfy it. Swampert seemed delighted with its custom meal, eating with unbridled joy as if it were savoring the most delicious dish in the world. Its face lit up with a goofy, satisfied grin. It looks like I'll need to gather more recipes for Pokemon food, Sato thought as he sighed internally. But if I make personalized meals for all of them, I might go bankrupt. For now, only my core Pokemon can enjoy this treatment. He noticed the other Pokemon casting envious glances at Swampert. Sato could only shake his head in helplessness. He understood that specialized Pokemon food was a luxury affordable only to wealthy families and powerful organizations. If any ordinary trainer could afford it, those dominant families and factions wouldn't have their edge and might as well quit and take up farming. The only reason Sato could make Swampert's custom food was due to a series of fortunate events, with the critical piece being the Lily Cove Compendium. If he hadn't risked his life to save Elsa, he wouldn't have obtained this precious resource. Additionally, Sato's financial stability, far beyond that of a typical elite trainer, played a significant role. Without sufficient funds, he wouldn't have been able to purchase the expensive ingredients required. Another major factor was his connection with Wallace, whose influence had enabled Sato to acquire the Deep Sea Scale, the final and most essential ingredient for the premium Pokemon food. Sato calculated the costs, with 10 scales yielding up to 500 portions. Each meal for Swampert cost at least 50,000 Poke Dollars. This calculation didn't even include Sato's labor. If that were factored in, the cost would double. After all, raw ingredients were just that, raw. Only through Sato's precise craftsmanship could they be transformed into effective Pokemon food for Swampert. In truth, Sato's ability to create such food was his most valuable asset. If he sold it, he could easily turn a profit. But doing so might attract unwanted attention, leading to his potential capture by a powerful faction who would force him to mass-produce the food in secrecy. Keeping a low profile is the wisest approach, Sato mused. The dominance of powerful families and organizations makes sense. When their chosen trainers receive these privileges from the start, it's no wonder they grow so strong over time. Sato reflected on the challenges ahead. Each of the Elite Four and champions he needed to surpass was backed by formidable factions and had been groomed for success since childhood. Learning the secrets of premium Pokemon food only deepened his respect for their strength. He now better understood why Price's Piloswine, Lance's Dragonite, and Giovanni's Beedrill could stand up to legendary Pokemon. The sheer amount of resources poured into their training was astronomical. Still, Sato wasn't one to wallow in self-pity. He had over 9 years to prepare and improve. With his current team of promising Pokemon, he believed in their potential. Together, like a family, they could achieve greatness. Instead of having breakfast at the hotel, Sato decided to explore the streets of Saffron City and enjoy its morning atmosphere. Dressed in red and white trainer attire, he carried an incubator with a Pokemon egg in one hand. On his shoulder perched his Golbat, now accustomed to daylight. Sato's appearance drew attention, especially with the egg occasionally wobbling and the imposing figure of Golbat. Golbat's presence ensured Sato an easy path through the bustling streets. Eventually, Sato stopped at a crowded breakfast shop where the aroma of food was irresistible. Finding an empty seat just vacated, he sat down. This shop's specialty was clearly hot dogs, as advertised by the massive sign outside. The enticing smell had passers-by stopping in their tracks. Sato ordered a large original hot dog set from a friendly waitress. While waiting, he took out a clean towel and carefully polished his Pokemon egg. Judging by its frequent movements, the Pico egg inside was developing well and would hatch soon. Once done, Sato retrieved a bottle of red liquid from his bag. After attaching a special straw-equipped cap, he handed it to Golbat. Though Golbat had already eaten earlier, the surrounding aromas had reignited its appetite. Seeing Sato offer its favorite drink, bottled nutrient-rich blood, it happily slurped it up. Satisfied with Golbat's content expression, Sato smiled. His purpose for keeping Golbat by his side was to deepen their bond. In recent times, Golbat's position in the team had subtly shifted from front line to second line. As Sato's starter Pokemon, Golbat held a special place in his heart. Despite this, its current strength was somewhat lacking. This was primarily because it hadn't yet evolved into Crobat. Sato believed that once Golbat evolved, its potential would be unlocked. Moreover, with Crobat's size and strength, it could serve as his flying mount for long-distance travel. Thus, Sato focused on strengthening his bond with Golbat, hoping it would evolve soon. After all, they had been through so much together, and their bond was already incredibly strong. 10 minutes passed, yet Sato's hot dog hadn't arrived. Glancing around, he saw the waitstaff apologizing to impatient customers. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass rang out, followed by shrieks from frightened patrons. Turning toward the commotion, Sato saw a Persian leap through a broken window with a large hot dog in its mouth. Behind it, a group of Meowth followed suit, each carrying stolen food. It was clear that the reason for the breakfast shop's delay in serving customers lay in the Group F Pokemon wreaking havoc. The shop had been raided by a gang of Meowth led by a Persian, and the kitchen was likely in utter disarray by now. Emerging alongside the Persian and Meowth were several middle-aged men with Pokemon, all clad in tattered chef uniforms and wielding makeshift weapons like knives, rolling pins, and frying pans. Their expressions were full of fury as they chased the Meowth gang. Unfortunately, the Persian and Meowth, being swift and nimble Pokemon, easily evaded their pursuers. The portly chefs and their Pokemon couldn't even graze a hair of the culprits and could only trail behind, eating dust. Moreover, the Persian and its gang were adept at escaping. They darted around the breakfast shop's patrons, creating chaos and causing commotion. The scene quickly devolved into complete disorder. Upon seeing so many wild Pokemon with fierce gazes smashing through the shop's windows to make their escape, the crowd erupted into panic. Most of the shop's customers fled in alarm. With a series of crashes and clatters, fragile dishes, three-legged tables, and chairs toppled to the ground. In mere moments, the interior and exterior of the shop were a mess. "Oh, my heavens! My shop! You despicable thieves! Can some kind-hearted trainer, please help me catch these thieves?" A chubby, middle-aged man emerged from the shop at this point. As he looked at the devastation in his store, his face twisted with heartbreak. He began to wail and plead loudly to the nearby trainers. However, despite his tearful pleas, none of the trainers nearby, including Sato, stepped forward to help. This lack of action didn't mean that trainers were heartless. The problem was the breakfast shop owner himself, who was notoriously stingy. Although he repeatedly begged for assistance, he never once mentioned offering any sort of reward. It was clear he intended to exploit the trainer's goodwill to get free help. Given the shop's prime location in the city center and its booming business, offering a small reward to hire trainers would have been no big deal for the owner. Yet he was too miserly even to cover the costs of basic medical treatment for injured Pokemon. Saffron City was an international metropolis with a fast-paced lifestyle and high living costs, which put significant pressure on its residents. Trainers, especially those who came from far and wide, relied on earning money to support themselves and their Pokemon. As such, Saffron's trainers were pragmatic and far from naive newcomers like Ash, who could be easily moved by sentiment. Had the breakfast shop owner been willing to offer a small fee, the nearby trainers would have readily stepped in to help. After all, Pokemon battles inevitably result in injuries, and treating Pokemon in Saffron City wasn't cheap. A miserly breakfast shop owner unwilling to cover such expenses wasn't worth anyone's trouble. Besides, the Persian-led Meowth gang wasn't easy to deal with. They were infamous across Saffron City. Even Officer Jenny and several trainers had tried to apprehend them, all to no avail. That Persian was notably strong, and with its loyal Meowth followers willing to risk their lives for it, even elite trainers had difficulty taking them on without suffering losses. Coupled with their mobility and unpredictable crime locations, tracking them was a daunting task. Additionally, this gang was known to avoid causing serious harm. They rarely injured people and mostly just scared civilians. Their primary goal was simple: enough food to fill their bellies. As a result, the League didn't consider them a significant threat and treated them as a minor nuisance. Over time, the Persian-led Meowth gang roamed Saffron City unchecked, and their raid on the breakfast shop today was simply the owner's bad luck. In fact, Saffron City was home to several wild Pokemon gangs besides the Meowth group. For example, Rattata gangs specialized in stealing food, Murkrow gangs targeted women's belongings, and Grimer gangs dominated the city's dumps. This bustling city wasn't just inhabited by humans. Many wild Pokemon also called it home. Most of these wild Pokemon were descendants of those abandoned by humans, struggling to survive in the urban jungle and adapting to its environment to propagate their kind. Meowth gang, huh? It's not easy for wild Pokemon to survive in the city. Let them be, Sato thought as he observed the group, grateful they were wise enough to avoid bothering him. The plight of the wild Meowth reminded him of the talking Meowth in Team Rocket with its pitiful backstory. Any fleeting thought of stepping in vanished immediately. Calmly, Sato sipped his tea and watched the spectacle unfold as an amusing sideshow. Yet, out of curiosity, he used the system's scanning ability to assess the Pokemon causing the commotion. Huh, no way. Am I seeing this right? A gold tier rating. To his astonishment, one of the Meowth in the gang stood out. It had a cunning, anthropomorphic smirk and didn't partake in the chaos like its companions. Instead, it hid in an inconspicuous corner, happily munching on a stolen chicken drumstick and sipping milk. Its sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, occasionally launching some attacks at the portly chefs in pursuit. Well, What a clever little one, Sato mused, his lips curling into a smile. It'd be perfect for the Pokemon I use under my rocket identity. Sato knew that with his rising reputation in the League-sanctioned Battle Dome, his Pokemon data was likely already on file. The League would soon scrutinize him. Given his covert allegiance to Team Rocket, he would inevitably be assigned tasks that could harm the League's interests. Using standout Pokemon like Swampert, Shiny Beautifly, Bellossom, or Shiny Pelipper would expose his dual identity. So Sato had devised a plan. Maintain two distinct teams of Pokemon, one for his League identity and another for his Rocket identity. For now, Swampert remained his ace under the League persona, alongside Shiny Beautifly, Growlithe, Shiny Pelipper, and Bellossom. Meanwhile, Nidoran was reserved as his Rocket ace, with Golbat tentatively filling in as well. This clever and cunning Meowth seemed like a perfect addition to his Rocket team. Perhaps it was sentimentality, but Sato couldn't deny that Meowth was an iconic choice for a Rocket trainer. After all, it had already earned its place as a charming and villainous symbol. Without a qualified trainer's assistance, the amateur trainers at the breakfast shop were no match for the Meowth gang. They were completely outplayed, left spinning in circles. If it weren't for the fact that the Meowth gang didn't intend to cause serious harm, the burly chefs and their Pokemon would have already been knocked flat. In reality, the Meowths causing trouble outside the breakfast shop weren't the gang's full contingent. Several Meowths had snuck into the kitchen under the cover of their companions' antics. These stealthy ones had already stolen a large amount of food and escaped through the back door, which they had trashed on their way out. Meow! Meow! When a Meowth appeared on the breakfast shop's rooftop and let out a sharp cry, the gang leader immediately responded with an equally sharp call. With that, the leader easily broke away from the confrontation and began making its escape. In the next moment, the remaining troublemaking Meowths swiftly followed the leader's steps, retreating from the breakfast shop in an instant. Leaving already? Heh, Golbat, use mean look. Don't let that crafty little one escape, or it'll be hard to catch it again. Seeing the Meowth gang retreat, Sato knew this was his chance to capture the Golden Aptitude Meowth. He quickly commanded Golbat to use mean look, sealing off the Meowth's escape route. This Golden Aptitude Meowth was clearly a master of adapting to circumstances. Its cunning and intelligence once again impressed Sato, strengthening his resolve to capture this shrewd Pokemon with such an exceptional sense of the bigger picture. As soon as the Meowth on the rooftop appeared, the Golden Meowth had immediately noticed it. Even before the rooftop Meowth and the leader signaled the retreat, the Golden Meowth unhesitatingly abandoned its companions, choosing to flee in a different direction. However, this self-serving decision to ensure its own escape backfired, landing the Golden Meowth in the clutches of a fearsome human. Just as it crossed the roadside fence and darted into a narrow, deserted alley, a large and intimidating Golbat descended from the sky, blocking its path. The Golbat's eyes gleamed with black light, locking onto the Meowth. Instantly, an overwhelming sense of danger flooded the Golden Meowth's mind, causing its fur to bristle all over. It tried to dodge, but the black light was impossibly fast. Before it could react, the light struck, and a crimson mark appeared on its back. Meow, meow, meow. Are you hungry? I know a place with lots of delicious food. I can take you there, but on one condition. Don't suck my blood. My blood tastes awful, worse than sewer water. Despite knowing Golbat was dangerous, the Meowth's sly nature prompted it to negotiate rather than resorting to violence. In its experience, most Pokemon were dim-witted and easily tricked. It had survived its weaker days by fooling those bigger and dumber than itself. The Meowth was confident it could outwit this oversized Golbat too. Of course, its decision to negotiate was largely driven by the intense threat it sensed from Golbat. This same feeling had only ever come from foes it couldn't defeat, like the gang leader it had long sought to overthrow. But Golbat remained silent, as though it were mute, ignoring the Meowth's words. It also refrained from attacking, simply glaring at it with unyielding focus. The situation fell into a tense standoff. Realizing the stalemate, the The Meowth discreetly raised its tail behind its body, hiding it from view. Sparks began to crackle faintly along the tip. Unfortunately for the Meowth, it lacked the knowledge of a seasoned trainer. Golbat's supersonic senses picked up its movements immediately. The moment the sparks appeared, Golbat attacked. With blinding speed, Golbat swung one of its wide wings, striking the Meowth before it could react. Thud! The Meowth was sent flying into a row of garbage cans, knocking them over and scattering trash across the alley. Though the Meowth wasn't incapacitated, it struggled to its feet, glaring at Golbat with resentment. Golbat, expecting a counterattack, assumed a combat stance. But to its surprise, the Meowth turned and bolted at full speed. Unfortunately for the Meowth, it didn't get far. An invisible force pulled it back, keeping it within 10 meters of Golbat no matter how hard it ran. Phew, you're fast. Disappeared in the blink of an eye. Good thing I have Golbat, or you really would have slipped away. Just as the Meowth was preparing for a last stand against Golbat, Sato arrived. Led by his Ditto, transformed into Golbat. Breathing heavily, he called off the fight. Golbat obediently perched on Sato's outstretched arm, turning its cold gaze back to the wary Meowth. Through his observations at the breakfast shop, and just now, Sato had already pegged this Meowth as a cunning schemer. Sato's presence didn't reassure the Meowth. It only heightened its sense of danger. From Golbat's behavior, the Meowth deduced that Sato was one of those despicable trainers it had heard so much about. Humans like him captured Pokemon and took them away forever. The Meowth's fear deepened at the thought of never returning, recalling tales of Pokemon taken by humans who never came back. Having grown up in the city, the Meowth had always seen humans as destroyers of its home, not to be trusted. It had even been beaten by humans in the past for stealing food when it was hungry. Meow! The Meowth decided not to wait for its doom. Knowing it couldn't escape, it resolved to fight back with all its might. The next second, a golden current of electricity suddenly shot from Meowth's tail, aiming straight at Sato. The golden current, like a sharp arrow, was intent on striking him down. However, before the electricity could get within a meter of Sato, it was stopped by a translucent green energy wall. Golbat had used Protect the moment Meowth launched its attack, shielding Sato from harm. "Come out, Swampert. Don't go too hard. Just knock him out," Sato instructed calmly. Seeing Meowth attack him so ferociously, Sato's eyebrows furrowed. He immediately sensed the hostility and deep-seated dislike Meowth felt toward him, or more broadly, toward humans. Still, Sato didn't let this deter him from capturing the extraordinary Pokemon. The data he had gathered on this Meowth through the system left him determined. He quickly retrieved Swampert's Pokeball and released it. Meowth's information. Pokemon Meowth. Level 25. Type Normal. Ability Technician. Gender Male. Known moves: Scratch, Growl, Bite, Fake Out, Fury Swipes, Screech, Fin Attack, Taunt. Egg moves: Foul Play, Odor Sleuth. Tutor moves: Copycat, Water Pulse, Shockwave, Thief, Snatch, Swift, Shadow Ball, Iron Tail. TM moves: None. Held item: None. IVs: 28 of 31. Attack: 31 of 31. Defense: 30 of 31. Special Attack: 31 of 31. Special Defense: 29 of 31. Speed: 31 of 31. Overall 4 rating: 180 out of 186 Gold Tier. In an instant, Swampert's massive, mountainous form appeared before Meowth, exuding a fearsome aura that made Meowth tremble involuntarily. Despite his shaking legs, Meowth didn't back down. Instead, a strange dark energy began to coalesce around him. Gritting his teeth, he charged at Swampert recklessly. For a brief moment, Swampert was surprised to feel an intensity from this small cat that rivaled its own, a sensation as though it were facing an equal opponent. The disdain in Swampert's eyes vanished, replaced by sharp focus. With a glint of seriousness in his gaze, Swampert moved swiftly. Before Meowth could close the distance, Swampert landed a light uppercut, using just a fraction of his strength striking Meowth squarely in the stomach. The impact sent Meowth flying into the air. Moments later, Golbat swooped in and gently brought the unconscious Meowth back down to the ground. He's got spirit. Even knowing he couldn't win, he still tried to counter with foul play. If that had landed, Swampert would have felt it for sure, Sato thought with satisfaction as he looked at the fainted Meowth. Meowth had performed exceptionally, showing cunning, calmness in battle, and a fierce determination when pushed into a corner. This kind of personality was exactly what Sato admired in a Pokemon. Pokeball go! Without hesitation, Sato pulled out a Great Ball and tossed it toward Meowth. The ball opened upon contact, enveloping Meowth in a beam of red light and drawing him inside. After 2 or 3 shakes, the button at the center of the Great Ball stopped glowing, signaling the capture was successful. Welcome to the team, Meowth. I don't know why you seem to harbor such resistance toward humans, but trust me, things will get better. I'll treat you well and help you grow even stronger. After capturing the gold-rated Meowth, Sato was just about to leave when his Golbat suddenly let out a sharp cry. Understanding the warning, he quickly led his Pokemon out of the alley. However, Sato was a step too slow. As he approached the alley's exit, a Persian agilely leaped over his head and blocked his way. Soon after, a large number of Meowth appeared, swiftly sealing off the entire alley. They surrounded Sato and his Pokemon, glaring at them menacingly. Stand aside, Persian. You and your underlings can't stop me. I don't want to hurt you, but if you stand in my way, I won't hesitate. Seeing the Persian and its group appear so quickly and boldly block his path, Sato was surprised. His expression hardened as he coldly addressed the Persian. At that moment, both Sato and his Swampert emitted an overwhelming aura, their energies merging perfectly to multiply the intimidation. The Persian and the Meowth, feeling the oppressive atmosphere, froze in their movements. Some Meowth even backed away hesitantly. Taking advantage of the hesitation, Sato released his Bellossom, shiny Beautifly, and Growlithe. With the appearance of these powerful Pokemon, the battlefield's dynamic shifted instantly. The intruder's goal was clear, to reclaim the golden Meowth Sato had just captured. But Sato had no intention of giving it up. The Persian and its gang were formidable, but Sato was confident he could handle them with ease. The sheer pressure from Swampert's aura alone made many of the Meowth tremble. Their instincts told them that Sato's Pokemon were not to be trifled with. Unfortunately for them, the Persian thought differently. Despite the golden Meowth's sly behavior and ambition to usurp it, Persian still regarded it as a companion. As the leader, Persian felt it couldn't abandon a comrade, no matter how strong the enemy. Meowth! The Persian roared, giving the order to attack. Though reluctant, the loyal Meowth obeyed, claws bared as they charged at Sato and his team. Swampert blocked the Persian. Golbat used Triple Gust. Bellossom scatter Sleep Powder. Beautifly and Growlithe, protect me. Sato sighed as he saw the Persian attack, but resolved not to deal lethal blows, knowing they were merely protecting their own. He issued his commands immediately. Swampert immediately charged at the Persian, while Golbat's eyes gleamed as it conjured 3 counter-rotating white whirlwinds, forming a protective triangle around Sato. Bellossom skillfully scattered green sleep powder into the whirlwinds, dyeing them green and enhancing their effect. Beautifly and Growlithe flanked Sato, fending off any Meowth that managed to breach the Triple Gust. The Persian, at level 37, was a strong wild Pokemon. Against the average level 20 Meowth, it was unbeatable. But against Sato's level 41 Swampert, it stood no chance. Persian's claws, sharp and proud, barely scratched Swampert, while Swampert's punches felt like they could shatter Persian's entire body. Realizing it was severely outmatched, Persian repeatedly tried to bypass Swampert to attack Sato, but Swampert was unyielding, blocking every attempt. The alley's narrow confines further disadvantaged Persian, preventing it from leveraging its speed. Swampert's chilling aura repeatedly struck Persian, causing its movements to stiffen as cold seeped into its body. When Persian's speed slowed enough for Swampert to catch up, The outcome was clear. Finally, Swampert, holding back its strength, used an ice punch at a third of its power, smashing Persian into the alley wall. The move's secondary effect activated, encasing Persian in a layer of ice. Meanwhile, most of the Meowth were trapped outside the triple gust. Those caught in the green whirlwinds fell asleep upon inhaling the sleep powder. The few Meowth that bypassed the barrier were swiftly defeated by Bellisum, Beautifly, and Growlithe. In no time, the alley was littered with defeated Meowth, either asleep or incapacitated. When their leader, Persian, was knocked out, the remaining Meowth hesitated. Despite their fear, the Meowth didn't flee. Instead, they gathered protectively around Persian, shielding it with their bodies. "So loyal," Sato remarked, touched by their dedication. "Don't worry. As long as you don't attack, I won't harm you any further. Wake up your friends and take them home. And tell your leader not to worry. I'll take good care of Meowth." Sato placed several healing potions on the ground and explained how to use them before leaving the alley with his team. Still, he didn't go far. Standing at the alley's entrance, he kept watch and had Galbit monitor the Meowth's actions. Only after Galbit confirmed that Persian had recovered and left with its gang did Sato finally walk away. "Sometimes Pokemon are more loyal than humans," Sato mused, looking at the great ball containing the golden Meowth. Though a sense of guilt tugged at him, he tightened his resolve. Life was never easy. Perhaps it was selfish, but Sato knew he needed the strength of this exceptional normal-type Pokemon. As the sunlight cast his long shadow down the empty alley, Sato tucked the ball away and left, his heavy heart reflected in his retreating figure. After leaving the alley, Sato's first destination was the Pokemon Center, where he asked Nurse Joy to provide Meowth with comprehensive care. "Please, Nurse Joy, this little guy is a Pokemon I just caught here in Saffron City. It's likely a native, so please give it the best treatment possible. I want it to regain its full health," Sato said earnestly, handing over his trainer ID and the great ball containing Meowth to Nurse Joy. "Don't worry. We won't cut any corners on care. We'll make sure this poor little one gets the best medical attention. When you see it next, it will be completely healthy," Nurse Joy replied, her tone serious and her gaze carrying a hint of admiration as she looked at Sato again. As a Meowth native to Saffron City, it was evident that the Pokemon had endured significant hardships to survive in such a human-dominated environment. Hidden injuries were almost inevitable for a wild Pokemon in such a setting. In truth, many exceptionally gifted wild Pokemon never get to shine because they fall like shooting stars, often due to injuries accumulated in battles over time. While some injuries heal naturally, others fester as chronic internal wounds, eventually leading to their downfall no matter how strong their physical constitution. Understanding this, Sato was determined not to let such a promising Pokemon suffer. He promptly sent Meowth for the best possible care. His decision proved wise. Normally, Sato would only wait about half an hour at the Pokemon Center for his team to be ready. This time, however, he spent nearly 3 hours in the waiting room before his name was called over the intercom, just for Meowth. With every new addition to his team, Sato had a tradition of holding a welcome party. Meowth was no exception. After retrieving it, Sato returned to his suite in a 5-star hotel to host the celebration. With more resources at his disposal now, the level of these celebrations had increased significantly. Sato went out of his way to have the hotel prepare a lavish spread of dishes, most of which were fish-based, knowing Meowth's feline nature. The aroma of the sumptuous meal filled the entire room, making Swampert and his shiny Pelipper drool as they stared longingly at the table. "Come out, Meowth. Meet your new teammates," Sato said once preparations were complete, releasing Meowth from its pokeball. In a flash of light, Meowth appeared on the floor. It looked noticeably cleaner and healthier than before, though its half-squinting eyes and slightly upturned mouth still gave it a sly appearance. As a Meowth native to Saffron City, its vigilance was strong. The moment it appeared, it scanned its surroundings for a defensible position, retreating to a safe spot and eyeing Sato and the other Pokemon warily. However, when its gaze fell upon Swampert, Meowth instinctively took a few steps back, still vividly recalling the sensation of being sent flying by the big Pokemon's punch. A phantom pain seemed to echo in its stomach. Relax, Meowth. As long as you don't provoke him, Swampert won't hurt you. I caught you with a Pokeball, so we're teammates now. Look, we've even prepared a welcome party for you, Sato said with a reassuring smile, pointing at the table laden with food. Swampert. Swampert chimed in supportively, nodding at Meowth before turning its attention back to the golden, crispy roasted chicken leg on the table, its longing clear. For wild Pokemon accustomed to Saffron City's challenges, actions often spoke louder than words. The lavish feast was a much more effective gesture of goodwill. Meowth, having struggled with hunger since birth, knew the value of food. Before joining a Meowth gang, it had survived by tricking and stealing from others to get sustenance, so it understood how precious a meal like this was. From the moment it appeared, Meowth had already noticed the spread on the table, something it had only seen in high-end restaurants before through glass windows. Now, hearing Sato and Swampert's words, Meowth was stunned. It knew enough about human money to grasp the cost of such a meal. Its gaze towards Sato shifted subtly. Though still wary, it now carried a hint of recognition. Sato was clearly a long-term source of luxury meals. Its sly eyes sparkled mischievously, likely calculating its next moves. Looks like this human trainer is rich and doesn't plan to make me a workhorse. Those kind pretty ladies said he's a good guy, and I didn't believe them. But it seems they were right. I can't believe someone this naive actually exists. Following him is way better than roaming with that gang. Hee, a life of comfort awaits, Meowth thought, its gaze towards Sato now resembling one of pity mixed with amusement. A moment later, Meowth emerged from its hiding spot, feigning delight as it greeted the other Pokemon enthusiastically. Then it acted incredibly affectionate, rubbing its head against Sato's to show loyalty. Throughout the welcome party, Meowth behaved like a newcomer trying to impress. It diligently poured tea and served food for Golbat and the others, particularly fawning over Swampert and Golbat with exaggerated flattery that even made Sato cringe slightly. Note: pour tea, in Chinese figure of speech, means to serve others, as a gesture of respect. It does not always means pouring tea literally. This little guy sure knows how to play his cards. I was worried he'd resist more, Sato thought, his lips twitching in bemusement at the rapid change in Meowth's demeanor. While Sato could tell Meowth's behavior was an act, he chose not to expose it. The absence of hostility was already a victory. Sato firmly believed that the warmth of his team would eventually make Meowth feel a genuine sense of belonging. Around 4 p.m., in the heart of Saffron City, the Saffron City Game Corner was bustling with activity. The Golden Arcade, a gambling venue filled with various gaming machines, was particularly popular for its slot machines, known for their thrilling and addictive gameplay. Laughter of surprise and shouts of frustration filled the air, creating a lively and chaotic atmosphere. Originally owned by a local group called the Golden Gang, the arcade's ownership had quietly shifted to Team Rocket after a power reshuffle. Officially, the arcade was now under the jurisdiction of the Saffron Gym, making it nominally the property of the Kanto League. In reality, due to Sabrina's influence, Team Rocket claimed the lion's share of the profits. There is little the League could do about it. Sabrina, the Saffron Gym leader, was so powerful that her abilities alone were equal to half the elite trainer station in Saffron City by the League. Her presence, as the city's guardian, put the League at ease. During the recent large-scale cleanup operation in Saffron City, Sabrina had demonstrated her strength, cementing her position and securing these benefits. No one dared oppose the capricious and beautiful psychic. However, the League found Sabrina's infamous unpredictability to be a headache. She was known for her nonchalant attitude, only stepping in for extraordinary incidents in Saffron City. Even routine gym challenges were often neglected, and she would sometimes temporarily turn challengers she disliked into dolls. As a result, Saffron Gym only saw fewer than 20 challengers annually. Hoping she would diligently manage a sprawling metropolis like Saffron City was wishful thinking. Surprisingly, The league's higher-ups in Saffron City were quite pleased with Sabrina's indifference. With her hands off the city's management, the league's local officials gained more power and influence. The arcade, located in the city center, was a highly lucrative business with minimal investment, so the league closely monitored it, assigning staff to keep watch regularly. Team Rocket didn't have to exert much effort. As the clock approached 6 p.m., it was time for a shift change. Staff in the arcade's uniform greeted their replacements in the changing room before heading out to begin their shifts. "Hey Wong, any big winners today?" In the changing room, a chubby middle-aged man named Fujita greeted a young, skinny colleague with a playful smirk. "Don't even ask, Uncle Fujita," Wong replied bitterly. "Some guy had incredible luck, hitting the jackpot 3 times in a row. He walked out with 4,500 bronze game coins, equivalent to 450,000 poke dollars. Just a few button presses, and he made more than my salary. Unbelievable." Fujita chuckled at Wong's indignation and reassured him with a few kind words before heading to the front desk. Unlike newer hires like Wong, Fujita had been working at the arcade for years. Previously part of the technical team, Fujita was well-versed in the arcade's operations. After the change in ownership, he had been reassigned to a front desk position. Fujita had considered leaving, but his long tenure and the decent pay convinced him to stay, along with a handful of other old-timers. What Wong described as lucky winners were often planted professionals designed to maintain the arcade's bustling atmosphere and fuel customers' greed. Fujita had been sent on such assignments numerous times in the past. Having worked at the arcade for so long, Fujita approached his job with diligence unmatched by rookies like Wong. Today, as Fujita manned the front desk, he noticed something unusual: a significantly higher number of people exchanging tokens for gold coins, several times the usual amount. This anomaly set off alarm bells in Fujita's mind. His years of experience told him that a skilled player was discreetly profiting from the arcade. While the slot machines were rigged, it wasn't impossible for a true expert to exploit them. Fujita recalled a chilling example: Sabrina herself. At just 7 years old, she could consistently hit the jackpot and even cause widespread malfunctions in machines. The arcade manager at the time had been so terrified that he handed over all the Pokemon plush toys she wanted and sent her lavish gifts during the holidays. Another exchanging for gold coins? That's the 21st gold coin today, Fujita thought, struggling to suppress his shock as he watched a young man trade in 3 more coins. This meant the player had taken at least 21 million poke dollars from the arcade. Fujita couldn't do anything other than smiling politely as the person left the arcade with his haul. Determined to protect his job, Fujita picked up the phone and reported his findings to the arcade manager. The manager, though uncertain of the claim's accuracy, was alarmed by the staggering amount. He immediately alerted the security team. The atmosphere in the arcade subtly shifted. After some time, at one of the machines, a seemingly unlucky young trainer sighed in disappointment as the screen displayed mismatched symbols. He cast a jealous glance at a nearby player celebrating their jackpot win. Caught already. Saffron City really is something else," he muttered under his breath. However, no one noticed the glint in his eyes as he briefly scanned the vigilant security staff nearby. Feigning frustration, the trainer inserted 3 more bronze coins into the slot machine, reluctantly pulling the lever. Moments later, the machine lit up with a row of Meowth symbols. In a corner of the slot machines, the appearance of a Meowth symbol brought a windfall for the reserved young man. Suddenly, his hands were brimming with 15 copper game tokens. Whether by coincidence or sheer reversal of fortune, the young man who had been steadily losing earlier was now on a lucky streak. Although he kept insisting that no major rewards like the 777 jackpot had appeared, every 10 spins seemed to yield 3 or 4 small wins, and occasionally 2 rows of matching symbols. Naturally, the nearby security staff, alerted to unusual activity, took note of the reserved young man. After observing him covertly for a long while, their only conclusion was that this guy had genuinely hit a lucky streak. According to some technical staff in the arcade, the The young man had triggered a slot machine algorithm designed to increase win rates after absorbing a significant number of game tokens. For the next hour, no matter how haphazardly he played, his winnings piled up rapidly. Soon enough, he held 129 silver game tokens. However, half an hour later, his luck seemed to dry up. Within minutes, his silver tokens dwindled to 105. Hey, buddy, I think your luck's run out. Why not quit while you're ahead? Take those 105 silver tokens and redeem something valuable at the counter, advised a plump man nearby, feigning concern. His rosy-cheeked grin betrayed his concealed delight. Earlier, this very man had sold the reserved young man 3 copper tokens for 300 poke dollars and watched enviously as his fortune soared. The sight of the young man's dwindling tokens now brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. His advice was merely a reverse psychology ploy to keep the young man playing. Yeah, you should stop. Your streak's over, pal. Those 105 silver tokens are worth 1,050,000 poke dollars. How about this? I'll give you 900,000 poke dollars for them right now. That's better than redeeming prizes, chimed in other players and staff, all with similarly helpful suggestions. Unmoved by their kindness, the young man gritted his teeth and kept feeding tokens into the slot machine, unwilling to believe his luck had run out. His persistence delighted those around him, especially the security staff. They knew the machine had reached its payout threshold and had adjusted to lower win rates. If the young man continued, losses were inevitable. Sure enough, within minutes, his tokens had dropped to 86, and in less than 15 minutes, a third of his winnings were gone. When his silver tokens were down to 80, the young man finally admitted defeat. With a dejected sigh, he pocketed the remaining tokens and reluctantly left his seat. Seeing him give up, the plum man and the others bombarded him with more friendly advice, but the young man ignored them and resolutely headed for the prize exchange counter. The security staff, though slightly disappointed to see him leave, were pleased he'd lost over 20 more silver tokens before quitting. At the counter, the young man ignored the suggestions of a cheerful attendant and instead focused on a thick catalog filled with prize images, searching for suitable items. This arcade, now under the league's management, boasted a vast selection of prizes, including rare Pokemon and items, far surpassing the options at the Vermilion City arcade Sato had visited previously. However, with the city's higher prices, the required tokens had also reasonably increased. The top 3 prizes were extraordinarily valuable, especially the first, a Dratini egg, a pseudo-legendary Pokemon of Kanto. But the cost was astronomical, 50,000 gold tokens. At 1 million poke dollars per gold token, the egg was worth a staggering 50 billion poke dollars. Unsurprisingly, the top 20 prizes were all rare and costly, requiring at least 3,000 gold tokens each. With only 80 silver tokens, the young man could only dream of these treasures. He quickly skimmed past them and focused on prizes within his reach. Eventually, he exchanged 30 silver tokens for 3 hidden power TM discs, 10 tokens for 2 protect TM discs, and 30 tokens for 3 valuable big nuggets, easy to sell for cash. The remaining 10 tokens he kept, seemingly as a future gambling fund. After completing his exchange, the young man left the arcade without issue, despite being trailed by security. Once outside, he bent down to tie his shoe. As his head lowered, his facial features blurred, and when he straightened, his face had transformed into an utterly average, unremarkable one. The reserved young man's true identity, naturally, was Sato, who had used his Ditto's disguise abilities to infiltrate the arcade. With Ditto's face mask securely in place, he blended seamlessly into the crowd, evading the security personnel following him. After losing his pursuers, Sato sighed in relief, ducked into a shop, and used the restroom to change. When he reemerged, he was dressed as an elite Pokemon trainer, his Ditto mask removed. Looks like my acting needs improvement, he thought, emotionless, as he bought snacks from a street vendor to reward his Ditto, now in the form of an Ambipom. Earning money like this is such a hassle. Well, I won't be returning to that arcade. Still, with today's winnings and my savings, I should be able to bid on some good items. Reflecting on a tip from a recent acquaintance, Mia, Sato had spent the afternoon in the Golden Arcade, earning a significant haul. Now, with his plans complete, he prepared for the next step. At 8:35 p.m., in the second most bustling eastern district of Saffron City, inside a high-class Pokemon battle venue, an arena packed with spectators was hosting an intense battle. On the battlefield, two trainers were commanding their Pokemon in a fierce showdown. One trainer used a well-developed, muscular Nidorino, while the other commanded a slightly longer-than-average Onix. From the current situation, Nidorino was suppressing Onix by employing a hit-and-run strategy. Thin, icy blue beams shot out from the purple horn atop Nidorino's head, leaving small, snow-white scars on Onix's massive body. Though the scars were small, the pain was anything but. Each time Onix was hit by Nidorino's ice beam, it let out a pained howl before recklessly attempting to slam its enormous body into Nidorino. Despite Onix's much larger size and its sturdy ability allowing it to endure, its agility paled in comparison to Nidorino's. The battlefield was spacious, and the rocky terrain provided plenty of surfaces for Nidorino to use as leverage. Onix's attacks failed to land, as Nidorino agilely dodged each one. Darn it! Onix, use Rock Tomb to block its surroundings, then finish it with Takedown. Onix's trainer, frustrated at Nidorino slipping through like a greased eel, changed tactics to limit Nidorino's mobility. Roar! Onix roared in response, its body glowing with a brownish hue. Moments later, several boulder-sized rocks materialized above Nidorino, crashing down. If you truly can't dodge, use Psychic to assist yourself. Warm-up's over. Finish it with Water Pulse. Clad in a standard trainer uniform and wearing a ditto-patterned mask, Sato furrowed his brow as he issued his second command since the battle began. Nidorino's large ears perked up at Sato's voice. It also carefully listened to the sound of falling rocks cutting through the air. Using these auditory cues, Nidorino danced through the rain of rocks created by Onix's Rock Tomb, nimbly evading them all. Clap, clap, clap! The arena's high-definition screens showcased Nidorino's dazzling movements, drawing cheers and applause from the audience. As the spectators roared, Onix's massive body lunged directly at Nidorino from the pile of rocks. Its body radiated white light, signaling its use of Takedown. This time, however, Nidorino didn't dodge. Golden streaks of energy flowed over its body as it entered a focus state. Simultaneously, a water blue energy sphere formed in its open mouth. In less than a second, a half-meter-wide water pulse shot from Nidorino's mouth, slamming into Onix's head. With a heart-wrenching howl, Onix collapsed before it could get within 5 meters of Nidorino. The water pulse hit Onix's head with devastating effectiveness, landing a critical hit. The eightfold damage instantly drained all of Onix's stamina. Onix is unable to battle. Nidorino wins. As the referee declared the result, the battle ended. Onix's trainer quickly recalled it and sent out a Fiero as the next challenger. 3 minutes later, Fiero crashed to the ground, char black from Nidorino's Thunderbolt. 7 minutes after that, with a critical poison jab attack, Nidorino defeated the trainer's last Pokemon, a Ponyta. After nearly 30 minutes of intense battling under Sato's guidance, Nidorino achieved its first-ever 3-on-1 victory. This concluded the 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. Looks like you've gotten the hang of your new body. Well done on securing a 3-win streak. In the trainer's lounge, Sato crouched to pat Nidorino's head, now reaching his waist, and smiled. Previously, Nidoran resembled a robust domestic dog. Now, as Nidorino, it was like a sturdy calf. Evolution had significantly increased Nidorino's size and enhanced its abilities, particularly its psychic power. The larger brain capacity allowed for greater mental strength, a substantial leap compared to its Nidoran days. Nido! Nidorino was clearly thrilled with its streak of victories. For the first time, it experienced the exhilarating joy of winning battles back-to-back, understanding the excitement shared by its teammates like Swampert. The audience's cheers only fueled its fighting spirit. Meow. At this moment, Meowth approached with a steaming burger in its mouth, offering it to Nidorino in a flattering gesture to celebrate its prowess. Touched by the gesture, the simple-hearted Nidorino accepted the burger and thanked Meowth before eating it. Sato, however, regarded Meowth with a cold stare, making the cunning Pokémon visibly uneasy. The truth was, Nidorino's evolution had much to do with Meowth. Having been part of a Meowth gang, it had long developed a habit of stealing. Unable to resist, Meowth had swiped Nidoran's Everstone necklace. At level 32, Nidoran had already accumulated enough energy for evolution, and the Everstone was the only thing suppressing it. The moment it was removed, Nidoran was immediately engulfed in an evolutionary glow. By the time Sato arrived to stop it, it was too late. According to Sato's plan, Nidoran's evolution would have been delayed by another week. By then, nearly 2 months old, Nidoran would have fully matured further, gaining even greater benefits from evolution. Now, with Meowth disrupting the plan, Sato was naturally a bit upset. Remember, stealing is wrong. If you must, only steal from enemies. Nidorino's being gracious this time, but I won't be so forgiving next time. Prepare yourself. You'll be starting in the next battle. As Sato received confirmation of a transfer of 5 million Poke Dollars as base earnings and an additional 5.5 million in winnings, his foul mood lightened somewhat. Still, he shot a glare at Meowth and gave it a stern reprimand, coupled with a swift hand flick as punishment. Deep down, Sato blamed himself as well, acknowledging that he should have accounted for Meowth's ingrained thieving habits. However, what was done was done. Sato could only issue a warning to Meowth, hoping to prevent future missteps. At noon today, while attending the welcome party for Meowth, Sato received a message from Mia. The content of the message was simple, yet the implications were enormous, immediately piquing Sato's interest. The message read, "A black market auction featuring the Golden Gang's legacy will be held the night after tomorrow. Do you want to participate? I have an auction invitation, 5 million Poke Dollars, no bargaining." Sato was quite familiar with the Golden Gang by now. It was a once-dominant local dark force in Saffron City, comparable in its prime to the current Rocket Team, and had once been the undisputed #1 dark organization in the Kanto region. However, in recent years, the Kanto League had intensified its crackdown on criminal organizations. Coupled with the rapid rise of the Rocket Team, which attacked them from both legal and illegal fronts, the Golden Gang declined at an alarming rate. Not long ago, the League even dispatched several Elite Four members to lead a final assault. In reality, that operation wasn't just a League initiative. Many forces, both lawful and unlawful, took action behind the scenes. For instance, the Rocket Team and several influential families in and around Saffron City joined in. When a wall is about to collapse, everyone gives it a push, and countless groups seized the opportunity to strike while the Golden Gang was vulnerable. Even in its decline, the Golden Gang was still a formidable entity. Having been entrenched in Saffron City for so long, its hidden resources likely surpassed even those of the Rocket Team. Thus, the operation to exterminate them became a feast for all involved. Any trainer who thought they had the capability participated in the raid. In the end, the Golden Gang was annihilated. The League took the lion's share, but many others profited handsomely. Following the fall of the Golden Gang, Saffron City's underground black market was forced to shut down due to the continued presence of League forces. It wasn't until recently, when the last stationed Elite Four member, Bruno, was reassigned, that the underground black market reopened. Now under the control of the Rocket Team, Kanto's new dominant dark force, the black market quickly regained its former prosperity. In fact, under the Rocket Team's firm and highly organized management, the underground black market seemed to be thriving even more than before. Currently, the Rocket Team had essentially taken full control of Saffron City's underground black market. With the market stabilizing, they decided to capitalize on their spoils from the Golden Gang raid. To maximize their profits, the Rocket Team chose to leverage their reputation and host an auction in the underground black market. This decision was immediately met with widespread support from various factions. Many individuals and groups had looted their share from the Golden Gang, but lacked a legitimate avenue to sell their spoils for substantial gains. After all, these assets were all acquired illegally, tainted and unsellable through legal channels. Selling them through illicit means was too risky, as they could easily be double-crossed or robbed. Thus, many forces and individuals were stuck holding on to these illicit goods, unable to convert them into clean money. Now, with the Rocket Team, who controlled the underground black market, stepping forward, these people finally had a secure venue to offload their loot at high prices. Though many refused to admit it, the Rocket Team was now undeniably powerful. Countless factions in Kanto's dark underworld had set their sights on the lucrative underground black market in Saffron City. However, any hand that dared reach for this prize was mercilessly severed by the Rocket Team. Without relying on any elaborate schemes, the Rocket Team simply used raw strength to crush all rival dark forces vying for the Saffron black market. Their overwhelming power forced every Kanto faction, except for the League itself, to submit. With their dominance established and control over the black market secured, the Rocket Team now had the confidence to host an auction showcasing their plunder from the Golden Gang. Additionally, they sought to use this event to solidify their position as the supreme power in Kanto's dark underworld. This underground black market auction in Saffron City could be seen as the Rocket Team's way of inviting various underworld factions to a grand feast, an opportunity to dine, entertain, and make money together. Alternatively, it could also be seen as the Rocket Team forcing these factions to take a stand, determining who would acknowledge their authority and who would dare defy them. Sato had no insight into the deeper political implications of this auction. All he knew was that it would undoubtedly be a high-level event containing valuable items he needed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Sato agreed to Mia's offer and purchased an invitation for 5 million poke dollars. However, when he finally received the invitation, he realized that Mia had only given him the lowest tier entry pass for the auction. In other words, with this invitation, he could only attend the lowest level auction of the Rocket Team's event in the underground black market. Despite this, Sato felt no dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he was somewhat grateful to Mia. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Even if Mia could have obtained a high-tier invitation for him, he lacked the resources and influence to compete with major factions and powerful individuals for the treasures inside. Recently, through a reputable broker recommended by Mia, Sato managed to sell 81 gold game tokens, earning 73 million poke dollars after commission. Combined with the 15 million poke dollars he had won from betting on Pokemon battles at a high-end battling venue, his total funds now exceeded 130 million poke dollars. At this moment, Sato was incredibly wealthy. However, compared to large organizations with thousands of members, his wealth was insignificant. Even if he attended a high-level auction, he would likely just be a spectator with no real purchasing power. Understanding his place, Sato recognized that the Rocket Team had carefully structured the auction, ensuring that both major factions and lone operatives had fair opportunities to conduct transactions. In this scenario, disregarding his Rocket Team affiliation, Sato was merely a powerful lone trainer. The lower-tier auction suited him perfectly, as it would still feature items valuable to trainers of his caliber. His next priority was to continue accumulating funds, ensuring he had ample resources to acquire the best possible items at the auction. If luck was on his side, this event could significantly enhance both his strength and his assets. After resting for about 10 minutes, an announcement came through the speakers in his private lounge, calling his name. Snapping out of his thoughts, Sato called out to Meowth, who had been pretending to nap at his feet. Straightening his appearance, he left the lounge with Meowth and stepped into the contestant tunnel. Another battle was about to begin. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Sato stepped into the battle arena, Meowth trotting along beside him. This marked his third visit to this particular venue, and so far he had only utilized 2 Pokemon, Nidorino and Meowth. Currently, Sato was operating under the fabricated identity of Yamamoto Yu, a plain-looking, square-faced young man with an unassuming demeanor. In truth, Yamamoto Yu had once been a real person. Sato now carried the deceased man's League ID, which had been stolen and later sold on the black market. Aside from Yamamoto Yu's ID, Sato possessed over a dozen other League IDs belonging to deceased civilian trainers. These IDs were obtained from the black market at a modest price of 100,000 poke dollars each, with sellers guaranteeing their validity for up to a year. Yes, each year, many ambitious civilian trainers embarked on their journeys, never to return. Their belongings, however, rarely remained forgotten in some desolate corner. Instead, such items, including their League IDs, often re-entered circulation through underground markets. League IDs, in particular, were valuable commodities on the black market. With one in hand, a new owner could adopt the original identity with minimal effort. The only downside was that League IDs required renewal every 3 years at police stations and cities, where the original holder needed to appear in person. This regulation aimed to prevent imposters from exploiting deceased trainers' identities. The IDs Sato acquired belonged to individuals close to his age, height, and build. With the help of Ditto, a master of disguise, Sato could convincingly assume the identities of these trainers for a limited time. If given the choice, Sato would have avoided impersonating the deceased for battling in the Battle Dome. Unfortunately, his reputation in the Dome was too prominent. The betting odds for his battles were consistently skewed, undermining his goal of profiting from wagers. What annoyed him even more was that anyone using Pokemon like Swampert, Bellossom, or Beautifly in battles was instantly suspected of being trainer. 2,569. This suspicion caused betting odds to spiral out of balance, making it nearly impossible for him to profit from battles in other venues as well. Thus, to safeguard his identity and continue earning substantial sums, Sato resorted to using a new identity and different Pokemon in his battles. However, after achieving 2 consecutive victories under the guise of Yamamoto Yu, the betting odds for his victories had significantly decreased from the initial 1.5 or 1.2 to just 0.72. The league's rules allowed trainers to bet only on their own victories. On the flip side, Sato's performance, particularly his Nidorino's 1-on-3 victory in the second match, was gradually earning him a fan following. Many spectators were now fervently cheering him on and confidently placing bets on his success. This time, Sato faced a striking female trainer dressed in a red and white kimono. Her name was Ayako. Her outfit resembled that of a traditional Japanese shrine maiden, and her first Pokemon was a Haunter, a rare choice among trainers. A shrine maiden? Huh? This opponent might not be simple, Sato muttered under his breath, his expression becoming serious as he observed the Haunter she had sent out. While Sato often used Ghost-type Pokemon like Gengar as core members of his team in games, he discovered upon arriving in the real Pokemon world that very few trainers raised Ghost types. So far, none of the trainers Sato had encountered specialized in Ghost types. Most seemed to deliberately avoid them. It wasn't because Ghost-type Pokemon were weak. On the contrary, they were as powerful as Psychic and Dragon types. However, in the Pokemon world, Ghost types were literal spirits of the deceased. They symbolized misfortune and death, making them unsuitable companions for the living. Sato had learned from the grimoire of dark spirits that ghost types primarily fed on life energy, its deathly counterpart, and negative emotions. This made them natural enemies of living beings. Though the Pokemon anime depicted ghost types consuming human-made Pokemon food, Sato understood that such Pokemon were essentially useless. They would never achieve true strength. After all, ghost types weren't corporeal beings. Their method of absorbing sustenance was entirely different. Feeding them like regular Pokemon and expecting them to grow strong was impossible. To nurture a ghost type properly, trainers needed to engage in morally questionable acts, often taking lives to provide the necessary sustenance. As ghost types grew stronger, their dietary demands increased dramatically. Over time, Even a well-meaning trainer would find their life force unknowingly drained by their Pokemon, shortening their lifespan. It was common knowledge that ghost-type specialists lived short lives. Despite their remarkable achievements, their legacies often left behind significant troubles. Ghost types' lifespans remained a mystery. Many outlived their trainers by a considerable margin, and without a trainer's guidance, their inherently malevolent nature could lead them to cause chaos. Wild ghost types were, in fact, the most dangerous Pokemon in the wild. Unbound by human morals, they viewed humans as just another delicacy, and the most delicious one at that. The League had heavily publicized these dangers, discouraging trainers from raising ghost types. Even Sato, who hailed from a rural village, was aware of their perils. In Sato's opinion, only one type of person was truly suited to train ghost types. In ancient times, such individuals were known as spiritualists, powerful beings who could command spirits. Sato had once known little about the profession of spiritualists/spirit masters, but after receiving the grimoire of dark spirits from the village chief of White River Village, a descendant of the MT Pyre Guardians, he began to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this enigmatic profession. In fact, the MT Pyre Guardians were a prominent family of spirit masters. Spirit masters are humans born with the innate ability to suppress and combat ghostly entities, much like how some humans are born with psychic abilities. They possess a mysterious power known as spiritual energy, which allows them to resist the deathly aura emitted by ghost-type Pokemon, preventing them from falling ill. Additionally, they can use this spiritual energy to exorcise or seal away ghost-type Pokemon. Yes, in ancient times, before humans invented tools like Pokeballs to control Pokemon, spirit masters, along with martial artists who honed their physical strength and psychics who trained their mental powers, were one of the three great combat professions tasked with protecting humanity. Among these three ancient professions, martial artists were the most common, with a relatively low barrier to entry. Anyone who mastered certain body-refining techniques could become a martial artist. Of course, while the entry threshold for this profession was low, its ceiling still heavily depended on individual talent. Only those with extraordinary physical gifts could hope to reach a level where they could single-handedly challenge powerful Pokemon. Psychics, on the other hand, were the most talent-dependent of the three professions. Only those born with exceptionally strong mental powers could naturally awaken as psychics. Psychics were the rarest of the three professions, but their combat prowess was undoubtedly the highest. However, exceptions did exist. Some individuals could awaken psychic abilities through sheer effort or serendipitous encounters later in life, though their achievements were usually limited. As for spirit masters, the key to their profession lay in their bloodline. Only those with a certain concentration of spiritual bloodline could possess and cultivate spiritual energy. Because of this, spirit masters rarely married outside their kind. They typically married within their own families or with other spirit master families, seldom allowing their bloodline to spread beyond their circles. In fact, due to the unique nature of their profession and the importance of bloodline inheritance, spirit master families rarely appeared in public. Even in modern times, they maintained a tradition of seclusion. In the Kanto region, the most famous spirit master family was undoubtedly the Urei clan. This family, which also adhered to the tradition of seclusion, gained its renown largely due to Agatha, one of the current Kanto Elite Four. Yes, Agatha's full name was Agatha Urei, and she was the elder sister of the current head of the Urei clan. Agatha's ability to command such powerful ghost-type Pokemon and live to such an old age is closely tied to her identity as a spirit master. Through the grimoire of dark spirits, Sato learned that spirit masters possessed many unique abilities, such as seeing and communicating with spirits, freely controlling ghost-type Pokemon in battle, temporarily enhancing the power of their ghost-type Pokemon, and even casting some curses on others, much like ghost-type Pokemon themselves. Of course, for spirit masters to command ghost-type Pokemon in battle, spiritual energy alone wasn't enough. They also required special tools to enhance their powers. For example, The female trainer standing before Sato wore a kimono adorned with embroidery patterns strikingly similar to those described in the grimoire of dark spirits. According to the book, these embroidery patterns were protective seals that, when combined with a spirit master's spiritual energy, granted the clothing the ability to block the deathly aura emitted by all the ghost-type Pokemon. However, the kimono alone wasn't enough to convince Sato that this woman was a rare spirit master. What confirmed her identity was a jade pendant hanging from her waist. The pendant was about the size of a woman's palm and was entirely emerald green. Due to the distance, Sato couldn't make out the pattern on the pendant, but he did notice a faint green glow emanating from it moments earlier. If Sato wasn't mistaken, this emerald green pendant was likely the life jade mentioned in the grimoire of dark spirits. Life jade was an item crafted by spirit master families for their members, serving as a symbol of their identity, essentially an ID card in the spirit master world. However, this ID card was far more powerful than the standard League ID card Sato carried. Although Sato found it hard to believe, the grimoire of dark spirits stated that the life jade contained a fragment of the spirit master's soul. As a result, the orb could only be used by the spirit master themselves. If the spirit master died or willed it, the life jade would shatter, and the soul fragment within would attach itself to the enemy, acting like a tracking device that provided clues for the spirit master and their family to follow. Additionally, the life jade had the powerful ability to automatically collect life energy from its surroundings. In fact, every living being constantly loses life energy, though the process is so slow that it only becomes noticeable over time, essentially the process of aging. The life jade's function was to absorb this naturally lost life energy and store it. While the amount of life energy a single person loses daily is minimal, the combined life energy lost by many people each day amounts to a significant quantity. This was how spirit masters sustained their ghost-type Pokemon without resorting to cruel methods like stealing life energy from living creatures. Thanks to Life Jade, spirit masters could feed their ghost-type Pokemon at no cost and without moral repercussions. As Sato gazed at the exquisite emerald green pendant hanging from the woman's waist, a spark of desire ignited in his eyes. With the grimoire of dark spirits in his possession, he had long harbored thoughts of raising a ghost-type Pokemon. However, the issue of feeding a ghost-type Pokemon, which required a constant supply of life energy, had always been a concern. Raising such a Pokemon was not only troublesome, but also terrifying. Knowing that ghost-type Pokemon typically fed on life energy, Sato had once considered using Bellisum's energy ball as a food source for a ghost-type Pokemon. However, this idea was ultimately unfeasible. According to the research of spirit masters over countless generations, life energy could be divided into two types: plant-based life energy and flesh-based life energy. Plants, being living beings, also constantly lose life energy, which falls under the plant-based category. Flesh-based life energy naturally comes from living creatures. While the energy ball move involves collecting life energy from nature to attack, it is ultimately a grass-type move. Therefore, the life energy collected by the Pokemon using this move is drawn from plants. Ghost-type Pokemon, however, typically feed on flesh-based life energy. While they could consume plant-based life energy, doing so over the long term would weaken them. After all, eating only vegetables would leave anyone feeling weak, let alone inherently malevolent ghost-type Pokemon. This would make it nearly impossible for them to grow stronger. Moreover, what ghost-type Pokemon would willingly follow a trainer who only fed them plant-based life energy? They might eventually snap and drain their trainer dry. The Life Jade, however, could perfectly blend these two types of life energy, creating a balanced diet of both plant-based and flesh-based life energy for ghost-type Pokemon. If only I had a Life Jade like that. It would save me so much trouble in raising a ghost-type Pokemon. If I get the chance, I should try to make contact with her. There might be something to gain. Sato's mind raced, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts and turned his attention to the Pokemon standing before the female spirit master, a Haunter. This Haunter undoubtedly raised by a spirit master, was unlike any ordinary haunter. The moment it appeared, a chilling black mist emanated from its body, dropping the temperature within a 10-meter radius by several degrees. Within this mist, the haunter's body was completely concealed, with only its glowing red eyes visible, signaling its presence. Although Sato had won 2 consecutive matches in this advanced battle facility, his second victory even being a flawless sweep with just a Nidorino, which earned him a fair number of fans. He had no advantage at all in the face of the stunning opponent who had just arrived to compete. Ayako was incredibly beautiful, fitting perfectly into the Kanto region's aesthetic ideal of a great beauty. She had lustrous black hair, flawless and radiant fair skin, a tall and alluring figure, and an almost perfect oval-shaped face. Coupled with an air of purity and elegance, her slightest smile was enough to captivate the entire male audience, including the blushing male commentator. As the male commentator introduced Ayako with enthusiasm, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The male spectators, in particular, were especially excited, setting the atmosphere ablaze. "She's so strong. Who exactly is this spirit master trainer named Ayako? This haunter's skill set is absolutely terrifying. Could she be from some prestigious spirit trainer family?" Sato, however, remained unfazed by the roaring cheers for Ayako. Instead, he was utterly shocked by the Pokemon she had sent out. Even though Haunter appeared shrouded in a dark mist the moment it emerged, Sato's system-powered detection ability still allowed him to access its information. And what he saw left him stunned. His opponent was no ordinary trainer, and he might just suffer a crushing defeat. Haunter's stats: Pokemon Haunter, level 28. Type: Ghost/Poison. Ability: Levitate. Gender: Male. Known moves: Shadow Punch, Hypnosis, Lick Spite, Mean Look, Curse, Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Sucker Punch, Payback. Egg moves: Astonish, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch. Tutor moves: Shadow Ball, Dream Eater. TM moves: Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, Protect, Energy Ball, Poison Jab, Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, Skill Swap, Thunderbolt, Psychic, Dart Pulse, Pain Split. Held item: Spell Tag. IVs: Individual values. HP: 30-31. Attack: 28-31. Defense: 30-31. Special Attack: 31-31. Special Defense: 29-31. Speed: 30-31. Total overall rating: Gold. Total IVs: 178, exceeding the 175 threshold. From the stats alone, it was clear that this Haunter was incredibly powerful. Both its inherent talent and the resources invested in its development were outstanding. What made it even more terrifying was that it had been trained by a spirit master trainer. Compared to Haunter raised by ordinary trainers, this one was undoubtedly far stronger. Seeing such an extravagant Pokemon profile, Sato immediately understood that Ayako was no ordinary trainer. Even if she wasn't an heir to a wealthy family, she was certainly close to it. A Haunter with gold rating, paired with an extensive set of rare TM moves. This was the kind of privilege only elite, wealthy trainers could afford. Other than Ayako, the only person Sato had encountered with such a luxurious Pokemon lineup was Alice Sasaki, the young heiress of the Sasaki family. If he followed his original plan and sent out Meowth, who was only level 25 and had participated in just 2 battles, Sato knew that even with a type advantage, it wouldn't be a favorable matchup. He even considered sending out his Swampert instead. However, just as Sato was about to switch Pokemon, the Meowth standing beside him grew impatient. The loud cheers for his opponent were making him uncomfortable. Meowth had already heard Sato mention that he would be sent out first, so the moment the referee announced, "Trainers, send out your Pokemon," Meowth didn't wait for Sato's command. He leaped onto the battlefield on his own and took a battle stance, locking eyes with the Haunter lurking in the dark mist. Sigh. Fine, let him learn the hard way. Maybe this will teach him a lesson. Seeing Meowth jump onto the battlefield without his permission, Sato's face twitched slightly before resigning himself to the situation. Meowth had only been captured today, and while he had won 2 matches under Sato's command, it was clear he hadn't fully absorbed Sato's previous instructions. That said, while Sato didn't have high hopes for Meowth in this fight, the feline was still quite strong. Perhaps due to his exceptional IVs, his technician ability, or a combination of both, Meowth possessed outstanding talent when it came to learning moves. Especially for lower-powered yet simple moves, Meowth could be considered a prodigy. For example, Sato had recently just exchanged for a hidden power TM at the Golden Arcade. That afternoon, he had Meowth learn it, and within half an hour, Meowth was already proficient at using hidden power fire type. Additionally, through careful observation, Sato discovered that Meowth had mastered all the moves he had learned to an incredibly high degree. When standing still, he could even execute 2 different moves simultaneously, provided their base power was 60 or lower. However, Meowth had some notable weaknesses. Due to severe malnutrition in his early years and long-term internal injuries, his physical development was quite poor. His stamina was on the lower side, meaning he couldn't sustain high-intensity battles for long. With the referee's signal, the battle on the rocky battlefield commenced. Ayako's Golden Tier Haunter was clearly no ordinary Pokemon. Even without Ayako issuing a command, it immediately engaged in battle on its own. 2 shadowy claws, engulfed in flames, shot out from the dark mist and lunged toward Meowth, who had swiftly taken cover behind a large rock. Boom! One of Haunter's flaming claws shattered the rock Meowth was hiding behind with a fire punch, while the other claw followed up with another fiery strike, aimed at Meowth as he attempted to dodge. Meowth was agile, and in a rocky terrain full of footholds, his flexibility was further enhanced. With a series of rapid leaps, he managed to evade Haunter's attacks. However, Haunter's shadowy claws were relentless, pursuing Meowth like steel traps. What's more, it could freely switch between Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch. Wherever Meowth fled, destruction followed. In just a short moment, Haunter's claws had already devastated a significant portion of the battlefield. Don't get distracted by those shadowy claws. Aim and Shock Wave at the Haunter inside the mist. Noticing that Haunter could remotely control its shadowy claws while using various physical moves, Sato immediately called out instructions to the evasive Meowth. Meowth's eyes gleamed with understanding. In a quick backflip, he leaped onto a boulder, narrowly dodging another claw strike. During the flip, Meowth caught a glimpse of the dark mist, and, with a flick of his tail, golden sparks of electricity crackled to life. As soon as he landed, a thick golden jolt of electricity shot from his tail, streaking toward the Haunter concealed within the mist. Ordinarily, Shockwave only had a base power of 60, but with Meowth's technician ability boosting it, the attack reached a power level of 90, comparable to a Thunderbolt with 95 base power. However, just as the golden bolt was about to strike the dark mist, a shadowy claw crackling with electricity suddenly emerged from the ground, sacrificing itself to block the attack. At the same time, another shadowy claw, radiating an icy blue chill, shot out from the rock beneath Meowth and clamped tightly onto his front left paw. In the next instant, Meowth felt his limb freeze solid. A layer of frost quickly spread from his paw, rapidly creeping across his entire body. Seeing that Haunter could immediately execute such a defensive counterattack under those circumstances, Sato's heart sank slightly. From the information he had gathered, he already knew that this Haunter was formidable, but now, after actually battling it, he realized he had still underestimated its strength. From the start of the battle until now, Ayako, who stood on the other side of the battlefield, had not spoken a single word. She hadn't even opened her eyes, completely allowing Haunter to fight freely without any instructions, as if she wasn't the least bit concerned about it losing to Meowth. Stay calm. Use Iron Tail to break its ghostly hands, then attack with Shadow Ball. Seeing that Meowth was momentarily flustered and unsure how to escape, Sato immediately issued his command. Upon hearing his trainer's words, Meowth's sharp eyes regained their calm. He stopped his futile struggling. With a single thought, his long, agile tail was instantly coated in a metallic sheen. In a flash, he swung it with incredible speed, striking the ghostly hand that had firmly grabbed his left forelimb. Sure enough, under Meowth's iron tail, Haunter's ghostly hand, coated in ice punch, shattered like an ice sculpture, dispersing into a wisp of black mist before vanishing into the air. Seeing the frigid, ghostly hand shatter under his tail, and feeling his left forelimb regain its normal sensation, Meowth's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. But he hadn't forgotten Sato's orders. He quickly opened his mouth, and a dark energy orb rapidly formed within. However, just as Meowth broke free, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the ominous, cold black mist that had spread across nearly half the battlefield. In the next instant, 6 foul-smelling, purple-black sludge bombs shot out from the darkness, attacking Meowth from various angles. At the same time, 2 more ghostly hands emerged from the black mist, reaching toward him. Seeing the incoming sludge bombs and ghostly hands, Meowth knew he no longer had time to launch a shadow ball. He quickly turned and dashed away. With his agile movements, he managed to evade Haunter's sludge attacks. One more thing caught his attention. Haunter's ghostly hands seemed to have a limited range. Once they extended about 10 meters from its body, they lost control, flailing wildly like headless flies. A great opportunity. Fire a barrage of shadow balls at him. Having discovered the flaw in Haunter's ghostly hand technique, Sato immediately gave his order to the panting Meowth. Meowth, already holding back his frustration from constantly dodging, had also noticed the ghostly hand's weakness. The moment Sato gave the command, he unleashed multiple soccer ball-sized shadow balls from his mouth. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Meowth fired 7 consecutive shadow balls, all aimed at the area where those scarlet eyes had appeared in the darkness. However, to Sato and Meowth's dismay, the 7 shadow balls vanished in a Haunter's black mist without a trace, as if they had sunk into a bottomless abyss. Still, the dark mist covering the battlefield did shrink slightly. What the hell is this black mist coming from Haunter? It actually negated Meowth's shadow balls. Closely observing the battlefield, Sato noticed the change in the black mist. His heart pounded as a thought surfaced in his mind. This golden-ranked Haunter, raised by a spirit master trainer, had already displayed abilities far beyond what Sato knew of the species. Most shocking was how Haunter seemed to absorb Meowth's shadow ball attacks using its black mist. At this moment, Sato realized he was likely facing an exceptional elite trainer nurtured by a powerful family. If he didn't bring out his full strength, he stood no chance against this mysterious and beautiful spirit trainer. But Sato wasn't the only one astonished. The audience watching the match was equally shocked, their gazes shifting toward the elegant, seemingly fragile young woman standing on the battlefield. From the very beginning, Ayako had kept her eyes closed and remained silent. Yet despite that, her Haunter had completely dominated Sato's Meowth. In reality, the black mist surrounding Haunter was a special gaseous form of ghost-type energy. This mist was the result of a newly developed ghost-type move known as spectral terrain, a technique created by Ayako's spirit trainer family. The principle behind spectral terrain was similar to moves like electric terrain, grassy terrain, or misty terrain, where a specific type of energy temporarily alters the battlefield. However, unlike those moves, which primarily boost attack power, spectral terrain acted more like an energy-based shield. Unlike standard energy barriers, this black mist protected its user by nullifying incoming ranged energy attacks. The trade-off was that it gradually depleted as it absorbed attacks. Ayako's family had conducted extensive research and confirmed that different elemental energies could cancel each other out at specific ratios. For instance, a unit of water-type energy could neutralize 2 units of fire-type energy. Spectral terrain utilized this principle, creating a zone where ghost-type energy absorbed incoming attacks. One drawback of spectral terrain was that it required time to form. As seen with Haunter earlier, it needed to gradually release its ghost-type energy into a gaseous state, expanding the mist coverage over time. Because of this, spectral terrain had a unique scaling property. The longer the battle dragged on, the larger and stronger the energy shield would become. At present, this technique was still imperfect and had strict mastery requirements. So far, only Ayako's exceptionally gifted Haunter and a handful of powerful ghost Pokemon from her clan had learned it. Even so, the introduction of spectral terrain was a game-changer, significantly compensating for the traditionally fragile defenses of ghost Pokemon. Moreover, with the cover of darkness, ghost types could now execute ambush tactics even in broad daylight. There was no time for Sato to think further. Haunter's attack was already underway. The once still black mist suddenly surged toward Meowth's position, while the previously uncontrolled, ghostly hands now targeted him with precision. This time, one hand gleamed with Ice Punch, while the other burned with Fire Punch. Haunter was clearly aiming to strike Meowth with a dual-element assault. Even without testing, Sato could tell that this black mist was an enormous threat. He needed to end the battle quickly. If he allowed Haunter to expand its mist any further, the situation would only become more dire. Stop running. Face it head-on. Use Water Pulse and Shock Wave to destroy those ghost hands. Then fire another round of Shadow Balls. Blow Haunter out of that mist. With a solid plan in mind, Sato immediately shouted his next command to Meowth. When Meowth saw that firing 7 consecutive Shadow Ball attacks couldn't even scratch Haunter, he immediately realized that defeating his opponent was impossible. His first instinct was to flee. What frustrated Meowth, however, was that despite this clear disadvantage, Sato still insisted that he continue fighting. Even though he was unwilling, he followed Sato's orders and launched another attack. After all, if Sato refused to recall him, then giving up would only mean getting beaten up even worse by this ruthless opponent. Rather than suffer alone, he'd rather drag someone else down with him. As soon as Sato gave the command, a panting Meowth opened his mouth and raised his tail. In the next instant, a soccer ball-sized orb of water blue energy quickly formed in front of his mouth, while golden electricity surged across his tail. Thanks to his exceptional control over different moves, Meowth unleashed Water Pulse and Shock Wave simultaneously. With his Technician ability boosting both attacks, their power surged to 90 each. Under Meowth's precise assault, Haunter's 2 ghostly hands were instantly obliterated. Without hesitation, Meowth continued following Sato's orders. Before Haunter, shrouded in thick black mist, could close in, he launched several Shadow Ball attacks the size of soccer balls. But just like before, the 5 Shadow Ball attacks disappeared without a trace, merely shrinking the swirling black mist slightly. They failed to harm Haunter, who remained hidden within. Seeing this, Sato felt a sense of helplessness. His opponent's Haunter had an extremely bizarre ability. Since this was his first time encountering such a skill, he had wasted the crucial opening where he should have launched an all-out attack. If he had another chance, he would never allow Haunter's mist to accumulate to the point where it now covered nearly half of the battlefield. As the battle continued, Meowth fought desperately, but in the end, he succumbed to defeat. Trapped at the edge of the battlefield with nowhere to retreat, Meowth was completely engulfed by the dark mist, making it impossible for Sato to issue any more precise commands. By the time Meowth reappeared from within the mist, he had already collapsed unconscious, unable to battle any longer. However, through Meowth's efforts, Sato had largely figured out the properties of Haunter's eerie mist. He identified 3 key effects. First, it allowed Haunter to remain hidden. Second, it obstructed the vision of ordinary trainers. And third, it provided Haunter with a protective barrier. At the same time, Sato discovered 2 major weaknesses in this strange ability. First, the mist was denser than air, meaning it could only reach a maximum height of 2 meters. Second, the mist could only cover half of the battlefield at most, with a total area of about 300 square meters. This kind of ability is only good for bullying my newly acquired Meowth, Sato muttered. Recalling Meowth into his Pokeball, Sato's gaze turned cold as he locked eyes with Haunter's menacing crimson glow from within the mist. Having now grasped the opponent's abilities, he had already devised a way to counter them. Come out, Growlithe. Meowth's efforts won't be in vain. Use your flames to purify this evil energy. With a sharp scoff, Sato swiftly retrieved another Pokeball from his belt and released his next Pokemon. In the next instant, a robust Growlithe appeared on the battlefield. The moment he landed, bright orange flames erupted around his body, instantly raising the temperature of the previously chilly battlefield. Seeing the pure and intense fire enveloping Growlithe, a satisfied expression flashed in Sato's eyes. Ever since he had unexpectedly obtained a flame orb from Courtney, he had entrusted this invaluable fire-type treasure to Growlithe. Although the flame orb didn't enhance Growlithe's potential, its vast reserve of pure fire-type energy had granted him substantial benefits. The most significant improvement was the dramatic increase in Growlithe's fire temperature. Previously, his flames had also been orange-red, but compared to now, they were inferior in both purity and heat by several levels. Before, Growlithe's flames reached around 500 to 600 degrees Celsius at most. But after rigorous training and tests with specialized instruments, his flames now exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius at their peak. Now, a single burst of his fire could reduce raw meat to charcoal in seconds. Even metal would quickly melt into liquid under his heat. Growlithe's flames had become a truly lethal force. The battle resumed at the referee's signal. However, this time, just a minute or two into the fight, Sato's opponent, Ayako, finally opened her previously closed eyes. Her expression grew serious as she observed Growlithe, cloaked in flames. Her sudden change in demeanor was simple. What had once seemed like a surefire victory had taken a drastic turn. Haunter's black mist had covered half the battlefield, and since Growlithe had appeared on Sato's side, he should have been engulfed instantly and turned into easy prey. But instead, Haunter's ghostly hands disintegrated into ashes before they could even get within a meter of Growlithe. And under the relentless assault of 3 fire spin attacks from Growlithe's mouth, the eerie mist was melting away like spring snow. In mere moments, the ghostly battlefield Haunter had painstakingly created had been burned away by more than half. Meanwhile, the 3 fire spin attacks had formed a triangular encirclement around Haunter. Seeing this, Ayako took a long, hard look at Sato, the seemingly unremarkable trainer across from her. She had initially thought of him as a harmless house cat, but now he had revealed himself to be a tiger. Burn him to a crisp. Use flamethrower. With Haunter's mist almost completely incinerated, Sato was extremely pleased. Not giving his opponent any chance to recover, he immediately commanded Growlithe to attack. The moment Sato spoke, a scorching pillar of orange-red fire erupted from Growlithe's mouth, rolling forward with intense heat toward Haunter, still lurking within the remaining mist. Shadow Ball. Just as the searing flames were about to strike, a cold, crisp voice escaped from Ayako, whose gaze had turned icy. In the next moment, Haunter's crimson eyes flared, and a glowing symbol appeared on its forehead. Then, a basketball-sized shadow ball, radiating waves of dark energy, instantly materialized in Haunter's hands. To everyone's astonishment, including Sato's, Haunter's shadow ball plowed through the flamethrower and slammed into Growlithe's head, sending him flying into the air. By the time Growlithe crashed to the ground, he had already fainted, completely incapacitated. How is this possible? His level, staring at Haunter, now emanating a terrifying surge of energy, Sato swallowed hard, his expression filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Its level is actually this high? A seal. Looking at the Haunter before him, now radiating terrifying waves of energy, Sato swallowed hard, his face filled with disbelief. Using his system's detection function, Sato checked Haunter's details again. Most of its information remained unchanged, but one particular change was enough to make him feel immense pressure. No, it was enough to make his heart pound with fear. Haunter's current information. Pokemon Haunter. Level 40, seal released, 48%. Type Ghost/Poison. Ability, levitate. Gender, male. Held item, spell tag. Previously, Haunter's level had clearly been 28, but now it had suddenly surged to 40, with an additional note stating, seal released, 48%. However, Sato had a strong psychological tolerance, and he quickly regained his composure. His mind raced, and soon he arrived at a reasonable conclusion based on his understanding of Spirit Masters and Ghost-type Pokemon. If he wasn't mistaken, this Haunter's true level was terrifyingly high, and it was likely that Ayako was not its first trainer. Ghost-type Pokemon have incredibly long lifespans. To them, humans are merely fleeting moments in their existence. This Haunter's true strength was undoubtedly formidable. But right now, it was likely bound by powerful seals imposed by a strong Spirit Master, shackling its full potential and even preventing it from evolving past Haunter's form. As for why Ayako's family had placed such a seal on Haunter, Sato deduced 3 possible reasons. 1. To restrain this powerful Ghost-type Pokemon that had likely served multiple Spirit Masters, preventing it from going rogue and causing chaos. 2. To keep such a high-level, Gold-tier Pokemon within the Spirit Master family service. Releasing it would be a massive waste. 3. To prevent Haunter from exacting revenge on the family. If Sato's guess was correct, then this Haunter had been under the Ayako family's control for many years. A Ghost-type Pokemon of such immense strength being forced to serve beyond its first trainer. There was no way it wouldn't hold resentment. If this powerful Ghost-type Pokemon were to break free of its seal, the Ayako family would undoubtedly face a catastrophe. The Spirit Masters wanted Haunter to continue serving their family, while ensuring it wouldn't rebel. Using a seal was undoubtedly the perfect solution. After all, Spirit Masters specialized in sealing Ghost-type Pokemon. Limiting a Ghost-type's power through seals was a simple task for them. It wasn't surprising that Growlithe had been instantly defeated by Haunter's Shadow Ball. Ayako had just released a portion of Haunter's seal, causing a dramatic surge in its strength. Moreover, Shadow Ball had struck Growlithe directly on the head, landing a critical hit. That was the real reason Growlithe had gone down in an instant. I thought this female Spirit Master trainer had used some overpowered spell to boost Haunter's strength, but it turns out she's just exploiting stored power. This poor Gold-tier Haunter has been treated like a puppet for so many years. Now that he understood the situation, Sato's initial shock gradually faded. When he looked at the Haunter, radiating overwhelming energy, he actually felt a trace of sympathy. However, that sympathy vanished as quickly as it appeared. He vividly remembered the greed in Haunter's eyes when it looked at him, along with the undeniable aura of malice it exuded. Clearly, this Haunter was no harmless creature. Spirit Masters had emotions, too, and, after spending years with their Pokemon, some level of attachment was inevitable. If Haunter had been treated this way for so long, there had to be a deeper reason. Sato didn't know why this elegant-looking female Spirit Master trainer, who wielded such a powerful Pokemon and came from an ancient family, was participating in a small-scale battle venue like this. But one thing was certain, he had no chance of winning. He wasn't facing a delicate-looking girl. He was up against the heritage and deep foundations of an old Spirit Master family. Judging by Haunter's current level and the percentage of its seal that had been lifted, its true level was likely over 80, meaning it was at the Elite 4 tier. Unless Sato had an Elite 4 tier Pokemon of his own, there was no way he could defeat this cheating trainer. This battle was nothing more than a Nivis rank player fighting a final boss opponent. There was no chance of victory. Having realized this, Sato could only look at the beautiful Spirit Master trainer with resignation. He couldn't understand her motive. What was the point of someone who could command an Elite 4-level Pokemon participating in low-tier battles? For Ayako, however, there was plenty of reason. The truth was, Ayako had spent her entire life following the traditions of her clan, living in seclusion. She had long yearned to see the outside world, but her family always refused her, claiming she was too young, too inexperienced, and the future heir of their clan. The only reason she had come to Saffron City this time was that some of her family's wandering members had reported that an auction was being held here, featuring a long-lost artifact of their clan. After much pleading, she finally convinced her father, the clan leader, to let the elders bring her along to experience the outside world. But to her frustration, her father was incredibly stingy. Before she left, he had only given her a few million poke dollars. In Saffron City, where there were so many interesting sights, delicious foods, and fun things to do, she spent it all within a few days. After running out of money, she called her father to ask for more, only to be firmly rejected. To make matters worse, the elders who accompanied her had all mysteriously disappeared after arriving in Saffron City. Fortunately, although Ayako was inexperienced in social affairs, she was highly intelligent. With 5 ghost-type Pokemon assigned to protect her, she ensured that anyone who tried to target her ended up paying the price instead. Unfortunately, those who dared to approach her were nothing more than paupers, and she couldn't make much from defeating them. In the end, she had to find another way to make money. Upon learning that battle venues offered generous rewards for victories, she immediately saw an opportunity. After a few matches, she realized that making money here was laughably easy. None of the trainers she faced were strong enough to challenge her, making every battle one-sided. Over time, she began to enjoy the feeling of crushing weaklings. Winning money, overwhelming opponents, and hearing the cheers of the audience. It was the perfect combination. Ayako was thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement. Tonight, she had deliberately chosen a new venue for her entertainment, and her first target in this new battlefield was none other than Sato. Sato encountering Ayako at this high-level battle venue could be considered bad luck, but he still performed well. At least, that's how Ayako saw it. After all, he was the first trainer to make her take things a little more seriously. In the end, there was nothing he could do. His final Pokemon, Nidorino, was still defeated by Ayako's Haunter, allowing it to score yet another 3-win streak. Sigh, running into her was just my bad luck. It's not that I'm too weak, the opponent is just too strong. She's basically cheating. As Ayako recalled Haunter into its Pokeball and bowed to acknowledge the audience's cheers, Sato, who had also retrieved Nidorino, took one last deep look at her before letting out a sigh and turning to leave. As he walked away, Ayako glanced back at him, a hint of admiration flashing in her bright eyes. After countless battles against weaker opponents, she had accumulated plenty of experience in steamrolling her competition, so she could accurately judge an opponent's strength. Although her battle against Sato was still overwhelmingly one-sided, the match lasted much longer than usual, and she even had to use a bit of her spiritual power to release Haunter's seals before securing the win. This indirectly proved that her opponent was quite capable, one of the best among trainers at his level. In her eyes, Sato had lost with honor. Before she left home, her father had told her to broaden her horizons, meet more trainers of her age with decent strength, preferably those without any notable background. Though Ayako often found her father to be stingy, she still respected him deeply. After all, he was the youngest Grand Spirit Master in their family's history. Because of this, she took his words to heart. In her opinion, Sato fit her father's criteria quite well. He seemed honest, a good person at first glance. After the battle, Sato returned to his resting area and released Bellisum to heal his 3 fainted Pokemon. While waiting for his next match, he was already contemplating how to approach the beautiful Spirit Master from before, a trainer who carried around a Haunter at the Elite 4 level with its power sealed. Could she be just an ordinary person? Her identity was likely that of a key member from a Spirit Master family, meaning she must be carrying all sorts of valuable items. Of course, even if he had the guts of Beartic, he wouldn't dare to target Ayako. He just wanted to befriend her and, ideally, exchange for some useful items through fair trade. For example, Life Jade, just thinking about it made his heart itch. But while he desired it, he knew it was too much to hope for. Through the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato had learned that Life Jades could only be used by Spirit Masters. To anyone else, they were nothing but disaster magnets. What he actually wanted was a different item capable of collecting life energy. In reality, the energy stored within a Life Jade was limited. At most, it could only sustain the daily needs of 2 Ghost-type Pokemon. Raising 6 or more Ghost-types on a single Life Jade Impossible. Therefore, if a spirit master wanted to maintain a team of ghost types without committing unspeakable acts, they needed more energy-collecting devices. Sato was convinced that, as an important figure in a spirit master family, Ayako must own more than just Haunter. She likely had at least 3 ghost types, each of them exceptionally powerful. Moreover, Haunter's true strength was at the Elite 4 level. Even with its powers sealed, its appetite wasn't restricted. A single life, Jade, wouldn't be enough to satisfy it. Based on this deduction, Sato believed Ayako must possess other life energy collectors. If that were the case, then he had a chance to obtain one from her. If he could get his hands on such a device, he would finally have the most crucial tool for raising a ghost-type Pokemon. He wasn't hoping for anything high-end, just a basic energy collector would be enough. After all, he only planned to raise a single ghost-type Pokemon. Any more, and even he would feel uncomfortable. He wasn't a spirit master, nor did he possess any special abilities. Ghost types had a knack for absorbing life energy. There was no defending against it. He still wanted to live a long life, after all. But now came the real problem. How was he supposed to befriend Ayako? She wasn't like Wallace. Right now, other than having met her once, he knew nothing about her. He had no way to cater to her interests like he had with Wallace. Forget it. Overthinking won't help. My priority right now is making money so I can participate in the auction. Thanks to her, my next battle's betting odds will be through the roof. Sato couldn't come up with a good plan, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eyes to rest, waiting for his next match. 30 minutes after Sato's battle ended, the intercom in his room once again announced the start of the next round. With his now recovered Nidorino, Growlithe, and Meowth, he stepped onto the battlefield once more. As expected, his betting odds had skyrocketed, nearly reaching 1.5. This time, his opponent was finally at a normal level. Sato only needed Meowth and Nidorino to secure victory, earning a significant amount of money in the process. Time passed bit by bit. To gather enough funds before tomorrow night's auction, Sato focused entirely on 2 of the fastest ways to make money: earning game coins and betting on matches. By 8 p.m. the next evening, he had already shaken up the major game arcades of Saffron City. The legend of a slot machine expert raking in countless game coins spread among the city's gambling circles. At the same time, word of a powerful trainer having an exceptional Meowth and Nidorino spread across the various battle venues. The situation reached a point where, when Sato tried using different Pokemon, he encountered the same issue as when he battled with Swampert. His opponents had already adapted to his strategies. By utilizing both money-making methods, especially gambling on battles, Sato's steadily growing fortune played a critical role. Thanks to his high win rate, he ultimately amassed a staggering 360 million Poke Dollars. The real game begins now. Let's hope this money will be well spent and push my strength to the next level. Inside a 5-star hotel, after feasting with his Pokemon, Sato changed into an elite trainer's gray-black outfit. Carefully securing his Pokeballs onto his belt, he pushed open the door and stepped out. The auction was scheduled for 11 p.m., but Sato set off more than 3 hours in advance for a simple reason. He wanted to explore the free trade area of Saffron City's underground black market. Tonight was arguably the grandest event in the history of Saffron City's underground black market. To participate in Team Rocket's auction, powerful trainers from all over Kanto, and even those from other regions, had gathered here. Before the auction began, these trainers took the opportunity to sell items they didn't need in the free trade area. This not only helped them clear out unnecessary possessions, but also increased their available funds for bidding. As Sato had predicted, the free trade area was already bustling with activity. Of course, Team Rocket's large-scale operation tonight hadn't gone unnoticed by the Kanto League. Strangely, however, aside from an increased presence of law enforcement officers on the streets, the League's forces in Saffron City hadn't taken any major action, as if they were unaware of the auction happening right under their noses. Sato had a good idea why the League was turning a blind eye. Some of the League's high-ranking officials and prominent families were likely involved in this event. During the campaign against the Golden Gang, the Kanto League had reaped the greatest benefits. However, the league itself was not a united front. Its internal factions were even more complicated than Team Rocket's, each with its own agenda. In the face of immense profits, even the league can only look the other way. Still, I'd better be cautious. The league may not go after the big fish tonight, but they can certainly catch some small ones. I have no intention of becoming prey, Sato thought as he watched the numerous league officers patrolling the streets from his taxi. Having spent quite some time in Saffron City, this was the first time Sato had encountered a traffic jam. Along the way, he also noticed many luxury cars and all sorts of unsavory individuals. Some of these outsiders were probably used to being dominant in their own territories, yet they failed to restrain themselves even now, swaggering openly on the streets. As a result, they were promptly apprehended by the league officers, who had been waiting for just such an opportunity. After a half-hour journey, Sato arrived at one of Team Rocket's known entrances to Saffron City's underground black market. Unlike usual, he had a queue to enter. Another half-hour passed before he finally made it inside Team Rocket's headquarters in the underground market. The place was packed with people, and it took him 10 more minutes to squeeze his way out. As expected, the underground black market was bustling, teeming with a massive crowd. Fortunately, the streets were wide, and Team Rocket had deployed a large number of local enforcers to maintain order. Despite the presence of countless criminals, the underground black market remained relatively stable. Any signs of disorder had been swiftly crushed by Team Rocket. As Sato emerged from Team Rocket's headquarters, he witnessed a bald, hot-tempered trainer getting into an argument with another trainer over a mere accidental bump. In less than a minute, both trainers were dragged away by several ruthless-looking Team Rocket members. The bald trainer, in particular, made the mistake of continuing to mouth off and being aggressive, and the Rocket members killed him on the spot in full view of the crowd. Many more trainers like him, chickens meant to be made examples of, appeared tonight. Even those with some influence weren't spared. Team Rocket executed them before the monkeys, newcomers to the underground black market, using brutal tactics to establish dominance and obedience. Through this ruthless display, Team Rocket quickly brought the initially chaotic underground black market under control, restoring a semblance of order. Sato, now riding his acro bike, arrived at the free trade area, the most crowded section of the underground black market. The number of people here had increased 3 to 4-fold compared to usual, and the variety of goods being sold had expanded significantly. With Galbut by his side, Sato navigated through the crowd, carefully inspecting each stall's offerings. He activated his system's scanning ability to ensure he didn't overlook any valuable items. Team Rocket's auction had truly drawn in a massive number of elite trainers, many of whom carried valuable goods. Within minutes, Sato had already spotted several hidden treasures. One such item was a peculiar rock called a float stone. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary rock, but when lifted, it felt significantly lighter than expected. Its effect was remarkable. It could have a Pokemon's weight. Having a Pokemon's weight had immense implications. Imagine a 300-pound heavyweight suddenly shedding 150 pounds. Though they might still appear bulky, their movement speed would improve drastically due to their previous strength. While the float stone wouldn't make a noticeable difference for lighter Pokemon, it was an invaluable asset for behemoths like Steelix, Aggron, or Golem, greatly enhancing their mobility. Despite its extraordinary effect, this miraculous stone was currently sitting in a pile of ordinary rocks at a gambling stone stall, priced at a mere 20,000 Poke Dollars. Stone gambling was quite popular in the Pokemon world. These stones often contained rare minerals and hidden treasures. Most commonly, people found valuable gems inside, but occasionally, one could unearth precious evolution stones. If luck was on their side, they might even uncover a megastone or a keystone. This practice was similar to gambling, but with an added layer of expertise. Some so-called stone gambling experts claimed they could determine whether a rock contained treasure just by examining its surface patterns. Because of this, many people who considered themselves knowledgeable eagerly participated, hoping to strike it rich. However, reality proved that only a select few lucky ones managed to achieve instant wealth. Most ended up losing everything. The gambling stall had rocks marked with various price tags, ranging from as low as 10,000 poke dollars to several million, and customers were free to choose and have them cracked open on site. The trainers who frequented Saffron City's underground black market were rarely decent folk. Many had all sorts of vices, and gambling was a common one. Faced with the temptation of high-risk, high-reward betting, numerous trainers couldn't resist. They convinced themselves that their years of experience in stone gambling would lead them to fortune. And, to be fair, there had already been a few successful cases. Some trainers had purchased rocks for just a few tens of thousands of poke dollars and discovered evolution stones worth millions. The most astonishing success story of the night involved a trainer who spent 1.5 million poke dollars on a millstone-sized rock, only to crack it open and reveal a dawn stone worth at least 50 million. That lucky winner had been losing throughout the stone-cutting process, and most spectators thought he was doomed to take a massive loss. But when the dawn stone was finally revealed, his fortune changed in an instant. Seeing this, countless bystanders couldn't sit still anymore. Their eyes turned red with greed, and they rushed to the gambling stalls, each hoping to be the next person to strike it rich. Sato had no interest in stone gambling. As he had learned from the Encyclopedia of Stones he obtained from Mr. Kaede in LaRue City that most gamble stones were artificially created. While there was some professional skill involved in stone gambling, identifying the true nature of a stone at a glance required extensive experience in their manufacture. In fact, Kaede himself was a master at creating gamble stones. By producing these stones for others, he amassed the funds necessary to hire powerful trainers to help him collect rare stones from around the world. Kaede's Encyclopedia of Stones explicitly documented the process of making gamble stones, along with methods for distinguishing whether a stone contained valuable material. Sato had read through the guide multiple times, but its vast and complex content, filled with technical jargon, left him unable to fully grasp all its concepts. He neither had the interest nor the time to study it in depth. Additionally, he discovered that his system's detection function was ineffective against most artificially manufactured gamble stones. It could only analyze stones that were genuinely mined from natural deposits. At this large stone gambling stall, Sato found only about 20 genuine gamble stones. Considering the stall displayed several hundred stones, the ratio was pitifully low. Among those genuine stones, the best one, aside from the float stone, contained a high-quality thunderstone. The rest were rare gemstones, none of which were particularly valuable. Sato nonchalantly walked into the stall. His first move was to pick up the clearly labeled float stone, priced at a mere 20,000 poke dollars. Then he took the thunder stone-containing stone marked at 50,000 poke dollars. To maintain appearances, he also bought two artificially made gamble stones, each priced at 500,000 poke dollars. He acted no differently from the other customers, examining his chosen stones with a professional air before making his purchase, ensuring that neither the stall owner nor his employees took notice. After transferring 1.07 million poke dollars to the stall owner, Sato immediately requested that the two most expensive artificial gamble stones be cut open on the spot, while discreetly storing the float stone away. The float stone was about the size of an adult man's fist. Because of its small volume, the odds of it containing valuable material were low. Furthermore, its notably lighter weight made people assume it was hollow, leading to its undervaluation. To the untrained eye, it looked just like any ordinary roadside stone. Only someone with extensive knowledge of Pokemon-held items and the opportunity to examine it firsthand would recognize its true nature. Thanks to his system's detection function, Sato had unearthed this hidden gem. Now, it had finally fallen into the hands of someone who recognized its worth. Item information. Pokemon item. Float stone. Effect. Halves the holder's weight. Description. A stone imbued with mysterious power, a gift from the world itself. As expected, artificial gamble stones were mostly worthless. When the two he purchased were cut open, they turned out to be empty, wasting 1 million poke dollars. Fortunately, The stone containing the high-quality thunderstone was real. As soon as it was revealed, the onlookers, who had been waiting to mock Sato, were left stunned, their faces turning green with envy. "Brother, you hit the jackpot. You spent only 50,000 poke dollars and got a high-quality thunderstone. Do you know how rare those are? They're much harder to form than firestones or water stones. This thing is worth 10 million poke dollars at the bare minimum. You turned 50,000 into well over 10 million. Unbelievable." Following the stall owner's instructions, the stone cutter exaggerated his reaction, shouting loudly while dramatically raising the thunderstone high for everyone to see. Hearing his words and seeing the gleaming high-quality thunderstone, even more envious people gathered. Those suffering from green-eyed syndrome surged forward, flooding into the stall in hopes of their own lucky find. Not bad. This stall owner knows how to do business. Sato noticed how the owner was using him as free advertising, but didn't mind. He retrieved the thunderstone from the cutter and turned to leave, ignoring the latter's request to cut open his float stone. To the stall owner and cutter, it seemed obvious that Sato had hit it big and was eager to cash in his thunderstone. However, just as Sato stepped out of the large stall, he was stopped by a burly man who towered over him by two heads. The man's overwhelming presence radiated a menacing aura. "I don't like being blocked. Either move or die." Dressed in black and wearing a mask, Sato raised an eyebrow beneath his mask and spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. As soon as he finished, his entire demeanor changed, one that those nearby found eerily familiar. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, brother. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to give you money. This is Team Rocket's turf. I wouldn't dare try anything." The burly man instantly wiped the contempt from his face, switching to a friendly, ingratiating smile. He had recognized the unmistakable aura of a fellow Rocket. Meanwhile, three masked figures, dressed similarly to Sato but with bright red masks, had discreetly appeared nearby, surrounding the scene. These were Team Rocket's enforcers stationed in Saffron City's underground black market. The burly man wasn't lying. This was indeed Team Rocket's domain. If he dared lay a hand on Sato, it would be suicidal. "You want this, huh? I'm a fair person. This is a high-quality thunderstone. The market price here is 15 million poke dollars. I'll sell it to you for that." Sato nodded, withdrawing the freshly obtained thunderstone. Since his price was fair and reasonable, and the presence of Team Rocket enforcers made it clear there was no room for negotiation, the burly man agreed without hesitation. He swiftly transferred 15 million poke dollars to Sato's account before hurriedly taking the stone and leaving. "Thanks for the help, brothers. Here's a little token of appreciation." Although the three enforcers had simply stood by without intervening, Sato understood the value of keeping good relations. He transferred 500,000 poke dollars to each of them. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. His generosity delighted the enforcers, who immediately warmed up to him. Sato seized the opportunity to casually probe them for information. Thanks to this, he soon discovered an unexpected surprise. Why was Team Rocket's enforcement squad working so diligently tonight? Could it be that they were all highly dedicated members carrying out their duties with a sense of mission? That answer was, of course, highly unlikely. The reason they were so aggressively capturing those disturbing the order tonight was twofold. First, they had received orders from higher-ups, and the mission came with generous rewards. Second, and most importantly, they were given permission to keep all the profits they could squeeze from the unfortunate souls they caught. It was this second reason that strongly motivated the Team Rocket enforcers, keeping them highly vigilant of their surroundings. They were practically hoping for trouble to break out. Take, for example, the burly man who had stopped Sato just moments ago. If he had dared to even lay a hand on Sato, the three nearby Team Rocket enforcers would have immediately taken him down and happily divided up everything he owned. In reality, for the Team Rocket enforcement squad, the underground black market in Saffron City tonight was a grand feast. They had already amassed a huge haul of spoils from the trainers visiting the market. However, since these spoils were not yet converted into tangible profit, namely Poke Dollars. Most Team Rocket enforcers chose to work individually, ensuring that whatever they obtained remained their personal loot. This meant that every enforcer currently had a collection of valuable items taken from their unfortunate victims, but due to being on duty, they hadn't had the chance to sell them yet. After learning about this, Sato casually remarked, "If you've got good treasures, let your little brother take a look. No need to let riches slip away to outsiders, right? I'm here to buy some valuables tonight, and my pockets are quite full. I'm looking to lighten them a bit." His words, combined with a generous bribe of 500,000 Poke Dollars per person, actually convinced the three enforcers to reveal a few treasures that made Sato's eyes gleam with desire. The first item was a scale about the size of an adult's palm. It was a crystalline blue, with a flowing shimmer of light constantly coursing across its surface. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding humidity noticeably increased, giving it an air of deep mystery. Using his system's appraisal function, Sato discovered that this was actually a reverse scale from a Kingdra of elite 4-level strength. It contained an incredible amount of water-type and dragon-type energy, and after being nurtured by the Kingdra for countless years, it had evolved into a miraculous artifact. The details of the scale were as follows. Pokemon item, Kingdra's reverse scale. Effects: 1. Grants the Pokemon an additional organ for storing water-type energy. 2. Enhances the Pokemon's ability to create rainy weather and manipulate water flow. Restriction: only Pokemon with strong willpower can use it. A real dragon's reverse scale. Touch it and face death. Description: this is the reverse dragon scale of an elite 4-level Kingdra, containing the accumulated power of its lifetime. It serves as the core source of its ability to summon storms and massive tidal waves. From its description alone, this Kingdra's reverse scale was undoubtedly a high-value Pokemon item. The mere mention of elite 4-level instantly elevated its status. Moreover, from its effects, this reverse scale was an invaluable treasure for any trainer specializing in water-type Pokemon. What did granting an additional organ for storing water-type energy mean? Essentially, this meant that the reverse scale would integrate with a Pokemon's body, forming a symbiotic relationship with it. What did enhancing rain creation and water manipulation mean? It meant that a Pokemon using the scale could summon rain over a larger area and for a longer duration, while also improving its ability to control water. Many Pokemon can learn Rain Dance, but in most cases, the rain they summon is little more than a drizzle. On clear, cloudless days, even attempting to use Rain Dance could result in failure. This happens because summoning rain relies on a Pokemon's ability to sense and manipulate water-type energy. If the surrounding area lacks sufficient water-type energy, or if the Pokemon cannot gather and control it over a wide range, then Rain Dance will produce only a weak drizzle, or fail entirely. That said, failures are mostly seen in non-water-type Pokemon. Water types rarely fail when using Rain Dance, as they naturally have a stronger affinity for water-type energy and can call it forth from afar. The most extreme example of this was Kyogre, the legendary water-type Pokemon. Its ability to sense water-type energy was likely the strongest in the Pokemon world, possibly spanning the entire globe. Additionally, many water-type Pokemon have a natural organ that stores water-type energy, allowing them to release stored power when necessary to generate rain, even when environmental conditions are unfavorable. Typically, Pokemon have at least one natural energy-storing organ, which could take the form of fur, scales, horns, claws, or similar features. On a daily basis, Pokemon absorb their respective elemental energy from nature and store it within these organs. During battles, they can freely use this stored energy to power their moves without relying on external sources, significantly improving efficiency and reducing effort. Essentially, this energy reservoir functioned like an internal ammunition supply, allowing Pokemon to execute attacks without constantly needing to draw energy from their surroundings. However, developing such an organ was not easy. Only naturally gifted or exceptionally powerful Pokemon tended to possess these features. Moreover, these organs usually stored only the Pokemon's primary elemental energy. For instance, this Kingdra's reverse scale was the primary organ where it stored its water and dragon-type energy. Thanks to this scale, Kingdra could summon torrential rain and massive tidal waves at will, whereas other Pokemon had to struggle just to produce drizzle. Sato's own Pokemon also possessed a similar organ. His Growlithe had developed such a unique feature as well. With the help of the Flame Orb, Growlithe's fur had become a natural reservoir for fire-type energy. This was why Growlithe's coat was so vibrant and why its body temperature was significantly higher than that of an ordinary Growlithe. Note, Pikachu's red cheek patches serve as its electric pouches. These pouches are where it stores its electric-type energy. Upon seeing the details of the reverse scale, Sato's heart surged with excitement. He knew that this was a game-changing tool for his desired rain team. Why? Because the conditions for using this Kingdra's reverse scale were incredibly lenient. Unlike rare items, such as Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone, Mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone, or Nightmare Crystal, which could only be used by Pokemon of specific types, this reverse scale had no such restriction. Any Pokemon, regardless of type, could use it, provided they could endure the initial pain of its parasitic fusion. Once integrated, the Pokemon would gain the power of an elite 4-level Kingdra, inheriting some of its storm summoning abilities. Because of this, Sato saw the possibility of training a non-water type Pokemon as a weather controller. If successful, this could drastically improve the flexibility of his rain-based team. He could include non-water types to cover weaknesses without worrying about losing control of the rain conditions. During the negotiation for the Kingdra's reverse scale, Sato played it smart. Though he was inwardly excited, he maintained a calm and indifferent exterior. While his gaze occasionally lingered on the reverse scale with admiration, he made sure to appear disinterested. Rather than naming a price up front, Sato let the Rocket Enforcement Squad member who presented the reverse scale make the first offer, shifting the pressure of setting a price onto the seller and seizing the initiative in the deal. Although the Rocket Enforcement Squad member did not possess Sato's system appraisal ability, it was clear to any experienced eye that the Kingdra's reverse scale was extraordinary. He was aware that what he held was valuable. However, due to the information asymmetry, the short-statured Rocket Enforcement Squad member was bound to be at a disadvantage. Unable to gauge Sato's thoughts from his impassive expression, he hesitated before finally offering a price of 30 million poke dollars. While this unknown scale does seem quite special, I have no idea what it actually does. You know how it is, if I buy something with no clear use, it's just going to sit around collecting dust. Why would I spend 30 million poke dollars on a mere decoration? I'll be better off buying something I can actually use. It's not that I don't want to buy it, brother, but you need to tell me what it does first. If it's useful, then of course I'll consider purchasing it. Hearing that the seller had only asked for 30 million poke dollars, Sato was secretly delighted. However, he forced himself to put on an expression of disdain, as if he were looking at an idiot, before responding with a troubled look. If Sato hadn't already used his system's appraisal function to understand the true value of the Kingdra's reverse scale, his words just now would have been entirely sincere. Without knowing its purpose, keeping such an item would indeed be a gamble. Even if he somehow figured out what it was later, he wouldn't necessarily know if it would be of any use to him. The risks were too great. Besides, this was a major trading event. Spending a fortune on an item with an unknown function would be foolish. Only an idiot with money to burn would do something like that. It made more sense to keep searching the free trade area for useful Pokemon items rather than splurging on something so uncertain. Although Sato currently had over 300 million poke dollars, money was something he needed to spend wisely. After all, the real highlight of the event, the auction, had yet to begin. If he wasted his funds now, how would he compete in the upcoming bids? Hearing Sato's response, the short Rocket Enforcement Squad member blushed slightly under his mask. He knew full well that Sato's words made sense. He simply didn't want to accept it. Deep down, he was convinced that the scale was extremely valuable, so he tried to probe Sato's reaction, but asking for 30 million poke dollars for an item with an unknown function was indeed a bit too greedy. Since Brother Miyamoto feels that way, I'll cut the price in half. 15 million poke dollars. Final offer. I can't go any lower. After hesitating for a moment, the short Rocket Enforcement Squad member decided to compromise. In fact, he made a drastic concession, offering a 50% discount right away. That's really unfortunate, brother. Something this valuable isn't something I want to take from you. You should keep it, who knows. Maybe one day it'll make your Pokemon stronger or bring you unexpected fortune. Under the anxious gaze of the Rocket Enforcement Squad member, Sato shook his head and declined the deal. He even subtly hinted that he was ready to move on to another seller. At this, the Rocket Enforcement Squad member finally panicked. He knew he had been trying to rip Sato off, and now he had pushed things too far, earning Sato's dislike. In desperation, he made a final offer that Sato found highly agreeable, 5 million poke dollars. And so, Sato acquired the Kingra's reverse scale of immeasurable value for just 5 million poke dollars. Beyond this incredible deal, Sato was also pleasantly surprised by the next transaction. The third Rocket Enforcement Squad member he negotiated with was a tall man who presented him with a book on poison-type Pokemon training. Of course, this book was an abridged version, covering training methods only for Coughing, Arbok, Grimer, Nidoran, and Nidorina. Even so, Sato gladly bought the book for 10 million poke dollars because it contained a recipe for a special food exclusively for the Nidoran evolution line. Having personally created a specialized food for his Swampert, Sato was well aware of the benefits of top-tier Pokemon food. Finding a recipe for Nidoran's evolution line was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Currently, his Nidoran had evolved into Nidorino, and Sato estimated that it wouldn't be long before it reached its final evolution, Nidoking. If he could successfully create a specialized food for Nidoking using the recipe from the book, it would greatly enhance Nidoking's strength, an invaluable boost for his team. After completing the deal, Sato learned from the tall Rocket Enforcement Squad member that the book had been taken from an unfortunate poison-type specialist. Along with the book, the man had also acquired several strange poisonous items from the same victim. If possible, I'd like to buy all those poisonous items from you as a bundle. What do you think? Sato didn't even bother asking what the strange poisonous items were. He simply made an offer to buy them outright. His guess was that they were various ingredients used to prepare food for poison-type Pokemon. He had expected the seller to take advantage of this opportunity to charge him extra, but for some reason, the man readily agreed to the deal. Once the exchange began, Sato understood why the man had been so eager to part with the items. They were all pungent, foul-smelling toxins, including poisonous snakes, scorpions, and spiders. Just looking at the hairy, venomous spiders made Sato's scalp tingle. The thought of these ingredients potentially being used in Nidoking's specialized food left him feeling a bit queasy. In addition to the Kingra's reverse scale and the poison-type training book, Sato also purchased 3 valuable TM discs from the Rocket Enforcement Squad members. Aerial Ace for Golbat, Aquatail for Swampert, Shadow Claw for Meowth. These 3 TMs cost him a total of 12 million poke dollars, with Shadow Claw for Meowth being the priciest, making up half of the total amount. By the end of the transactions, Sato had spent over 20 million poke dollars. Yet both he and the 3 Rocket Enforcement Squad members left satisfied with their trades. Before parting ways, they even exchanged contact information, marking the conclusion of a highly successful deal. After parting ways with the 3-team Rocket Enforcer members, Sato continued wandering around the free trade zone. It was still a little past 8 o'clock, and there was plenty of time before the auction started. Even before the auction began, Sato had already acquired 3 valuable items: a float stone, a Kingra reverse scale, and a recipe for Pokemon food specifically for the Nidoran family. His mood was excellent. However, the longer Sato strolled through the free trade zone, the more he realized a significant issue. He still had opportunities to make even more money. The trainers who had come to the underground black market in Saffron City tonight seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Items that they normally wouldn't dare to sell, such as artifacts stolen from ancient ruins, were now openly displayed in a specific section of the free trade zone. The Pokemon League has strict laws against the sale of these ancient artifacts. It was a severe crime, and once discovered, The League spared no effort in tracking down and prosecuting the offenders. Those caught face at least 50 to 60 years in prison at best. More often than not, the sentence is death. Why did the Pokemon League take such a hard stance on ancient artifacts? Because many ancient ruins contained highly dangerous objects. Some of these so-called artifacts were, in reality, tools used by ancient civilizations to seal away terrifying creatures. If the seals within these artifacts were ever broken, the consequences could potentially be unimaginable. The beings sealed away by ancient civilizations were immensely powerful. Some possessed abilities capable of destroying entire landscapes, and even foam legendary Pokemon might not be able to stop them. There had already been a tragic precedent. A massive ancient Pokemon was once accidentally released from a black orb obtained from an ancient ruin. It took an enormous effort and expenses for the League to finally contain the situation. Still, in the aftermath, several cities and uninhabited islands were permanently erased from the world map. The Pokemon League learned from this catastrophe and adopted an uncompromising stance on the looting and trafficking of ancient relics. These matters were now considered serious threats to the League's order. However, the stricter the League's enforcement, the more lucrative the business became. Ancient artifacts are highly valuable collectibles that never depreciate in worth, making them highly sought after by the wealthy. Of course, with such high profit margins, the trade naturally attracted plenty of opportunists. As a result, the market became flooded with counterfeits. Generally, finding a genuine ancient artifact required sharp eyes and a keen sense of judgment. Tonight, because trainers in the Saffron City underground black market were letting loose, many had openly put their ancient artifacts on display, items they had obtained through various adventures and encounters during their travels. It was a grand feast of rare, Pokemon-related items. Missing out meant waiting an unpredictable amount of time for the next opportunity, so the trainers in the underground black market were in full-on spending mode. But no matter how much they wanted to buy, trainers always found themselves short on cash. There were simply too many desirable items, and with Team Rocket Enforcer standing guard, they couldn't resort to theft. Their only option was to sell some of their own possessions to fund their purchases. This particular section of the free trade zone, dedicated to ancient artifacts, had existed before. However, due to the extreme rarity of such items and the reluctance of most trainers to part with them, the area was typically small. Tonight, however, this section had expanded more than tenfold. Rare ancient artifacts that were rarely seen were now appearing here. Trainers loved traveling and seeking adventure. Many had come across ancient artifacts through sheer luck, but due to the League's strict regulations and their own lack of understanding regarding these items' values, they had kept them hidden away. If it weren't for the abundance of desirable items in tonight's free trade zone, leaving many trainers strapped for cash, they likely would have continued hoarding their findings. After circling around this section of the market, Sato realized that, while many of the displayed ancient artifacts were indeed genuine, very few held any real value. Using his system's appraisal function, Sato identified 3 particularly valuable artifacts: a spoon, an ancient statue, and a book made from real leather. Right now, Sato was standing beside the stall displaying the spoon. The entire spoon was a deep bronze color, resembling a well-worn brass utensil that had withstood the test of time. It was covered in intricate, unknown engravings that seemed to flow naturally across its surface, giving it an almost otherworldly aesthetic. If Sato hadn't used his system's appraisal function, he would have assumed that this seemingly ordinary brass spoon was nothing more than an antique, with the unknown markings being mere decorative carvings. Mysterious spoon, item details. Item: arcane spoon, psychic weapon, sealed artifact. Effect: unknown. Description: this is a special spoon formed through the manifestation of psychic energy. It contains a sealed entity within it. To release the entity, one must find someone capable of deciphering the inscriptions on the arcane spoon. The information provided by the system made it clear just how extraordinary this so-called arcane spoon was. It had likely existed for an extremely long time, and most astonishingly, it wasn't even made from conventional materials. It was a psychic weapon materialized through sheer psychic energy by a powerful being. However, Sato immediately raised his guard. This spoon was essentially an ancient artifact designed to seal away a terrifying creature. There was no doubt about its immense value, but at the same time, it was a ticking time bomb, one that could explode at any moment. Given the circumstances, Sato hesitated about whether he should buy it and hand it over to the Pokemon League for proper handling. If this time bomb were to detonate, the consequences would be catastrophic. He couldn't even begin to imagine how modern humans would deal with whatever monstrous entity was sealed inside. Sato had seen enough Pokemon-related media to know that such things were no joke. He remembered an episode in the anime where they unearthed an ancient ruin, only to unintentionally release a giant Alakazam, a giant Gengar, and a giant Jigglypuff from different ancient relics. If it weren't for the accidental release of the giant Jigglypuff, whose sing put both the Alakazam and Gengar to sleep, the consequences would have been disastrous. Through his conversation with the stall owner, Sato learned that she was a female trainer, and this spoon had been obtained from the depths of the ruins of Ulf in Johto. The ruins of Ulf, huh? If I remember correctly, that place is absolutely crawling with unknown. Extremely dangerous. Countless trainers go missing there every year. You were lucky to make it out alive. Sato, wearing black gloves, carefully picked up the arcane spoon from the stall, observing it closely. After a moment, he looked at the female trainer named Ganala and said, "Name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll take it. I'm not very knowledgeable about ancient artifacts, nor do I know how much this thing is worth. But you seem to know your way around these things. Why don't you appraise it for me? That way, I can set a fair price." Hearing Sato say this, Ganala, who had been closely observing his every move, rolled her eyes before flashing him a charming smile. "You must be joking. I'm no professional antiquities appraiser. I've just seen similar inscriptions and patterns on some ancient artifacts unearthed from ruins before, which is why I believe this spoon might be genuine. As for the price, it would be better if you, the seller, set it." Underneath his mask, Sato's lips curled into a subtle smile. Without revealing any emotion, he kicked the ball of pricing back to Ganala. A seller asking a buyer to name their own price was just a trick to rip them off. The moment Sato mentioned a number, the other party would surely multiply it 5 or 6 times, perhaps even tenfold. He had just managed to buy several valuable items at a low price and had no intention of falling for such an obvious trap. Ganala's smile instantly faded upon hearing this. She replaced it with a blank expression, staring at Sato with deep suspicion. She knew very well whether this strange spoon was an ancient artifact. She wasn't lying earlier. It truly was something she had retrieved from the ruins of Ulf. 2 years ago, she and a group of companions had accidentally ventured deep into the ruins. In the end, she was the only one fortunate enough to come out alive. To be precise, she had survived because she found this spoon. Following its guidance, she managed to evade the encirclement of countless unknown totems and escape from the depths of the ruins of Ulf. Because of this, Ganala firmly believed that this spoon was an extraordinary relic and must be incredibly valuable. After escaping the ruins, she initially thought she had stumbled upon a great fortune. However, reality soon shattered that illusion. Ever since she left the ruins, the spoon had ceased to exhibit any supernatural effects. Even when she found herself in life-threatening situations, it never guided her the way it had inside the ruins. As time passed, her initial excitement over the spoon gradually faded. It wasn't until tonight, during Team Rocket's special auction event, that she considered selling it. Strapped for cash, she figured she could exchange it for something more useful. Unfortunately, despite sitting on her stall for almost an entire day, the spoon had barely drawn any attention. The harsh reality made Ganala start doubting its true value. After all, not all ancient artifacts were valuable. At the moment, Sato was the only potential buyer who had shown interest in it. Ganala felt conflicted. She didn't want to sell it too cheaply, but she also feared that setting the price too high would scare him away. Once again, information proved to be crucial. Ganala wasn't from an extremely poor background, but she wasn't particularly well off either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have joined a ruin exploration party in the first place. Because of her limited perspective, she had no real grasp of how much the spoon might be worth. 10 million poke dollars. What do you think? If that's too much, I can go down to 8 million. After much hesitation, Gunala tentatively threw out a number. 5 million poke dollars. That's my final offer. To be honest, I have an interest in ancient scripts. There are a few inscriptions on this spoon that I've never seen before, and that's the only reason I'm considering buying it. I don't have any other use for it. Even with the price already slashed significantly, Sato still shook his head. He placed the spoon back on the stall, stood up, and addressed Gunala. A minute later, Sato was holding a bronze spoon covered in unknown inscriptions. After playing with it in his hands for a moment, he carefully stored it away. However, he failed to notice that, just before he stowed it away, one of the inscriptions on the spoon briefly blurred and then transformed into a different symbol altogether. Having secured the mysterious spoon, Sato moved on to the next stall that displayed a valuable ancient artifact, a statue, or more precisely, a headless stone sculpture. This incomplete stone statue was about the size of a canned soda bottle, judging by its shape and form. It was a model of Arceus, the creator. Using his system's identification function, Sato discovered that this statue had an extraordinary background. It was once blessed by Arceus itself. Stone statue details. Item: incomplete Arceus statue. Effect: unknown. Description: this statue was personally sculpted by one of humanity's greatest artisans under the commission of Deimos, dedicated to Arceus. According to legend, it once possessed incredible powers due to Arceus's blessing. However, in its current damaged state, it is nothing more than a broken relic. If the missing head could be recovered, perhaps a fraction of its power might be restored. Sato was familiar with Deimos. He was the ancient figure who had once saved Arceus. This meant that the statue had endured countless years and held immense historical significance. Selling it for a high price wouldn't be an issue at all. Although time had eroded some parts of the statue and its most critical piece, the head, had been deliberately destroyed, its craftsmanship was still exceptional. The statue emitted an inexplicable aura of majesty, making those who gazed upon it instinctively feel the urge to kneel in reverence. This alone was a testament to the sculptor's remarkable skill, managing to carve even a fraction of Arceus's divine presence into a mere statue. And this was an incomplete one. Sato could only imagine how overwhelming the presence must have been when the statue was whole. Unlike Gunala's overlooked spoon, this statue was clearly extraordinary at first glance. People constantly approached the stall to inquire about its price. Strangely, no matter how high an offer was made, the stall's owner, a short and thin man, remained indifferent, as if he had no intention of selling at all. After asking around, Sato learned the reason. The vendor wasn't interested in selling. His real goal was to find the missing head of the Arceus statue. Examining the statue closely, Sato could tell that the head had indeed been deliberately removed. The break was unnaturally smooth, clear evidence that someone had intentionally cut it off. Who would be bold enough to do this? Sato thought, staring at the incomplete sculpture. Even in its damaged state, the aura it exudes is enough to command respect. If the statue were whole, it might have truly possessed the power to make ordinary people and Pokemon kneel before it in reverence. Whoever dared to deface this must have had nerves of steel or a death wish to oppose Arceus itself. Sigh, what a pity it's not for sale. Sato glanced at the incomplete Arceus stone carving a few more times, feeling a deep sense of regret. However, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stepped forward, crouched down in front of the stall, and picked up a dagger lying among the displayed items. The stall, run by a short and skinny vendor, had a variety of ancient artifacts. Besides the Arceus stone carving, which was undoubtedly the most valuable, there were several other ancient relics of lesser worth. One such relic was the dagger that Sato had just picked up. This was a sheathed dagger. Though worn by the passage of time, its exterior no longer as radiant as before. When he drew it from its golden sheath, adorned with several embedded gemstones. The blade, covered in intricate patterns, showed not a single trace of rust, still gleaming coldly. Using his system's identification function, Sato confirmed that this dagger once belonged to Damos. Naturally, this historical significance alone made it an artifact of considerable value, one that could fetch a high price. If Sato's guess was correct, the vendor before him was most likely a grave robber, one who had been fortunate enough to loot Damos' tomb. Among the items on the stall, 5 ancient relics, including the Arceus stone carving and the dagger, were all connected to Damos, a well-known historical figure of the Sinnoh region. Aside from the Arceus stone carving, which was not for sale, the short and skinny vendor seemed indifferent to the rest of his items. However, compared to the previous vendor, this one was noticeably shrewder. Sato ended up spending 30 million poke dollars to acquire the ancient dagger, a wooden ring, and a gold and silver necklace. The wooden ring and necklace also belonged to Damos, having been buried with him as funerary objects. Due to various circumstances, they had now fallen into Sato's hands. Sato estimated that if he were to auction these 3 ancient relics, their value could multiply several times, perhaps even tenfold. As time passed, with only an hour remaining before the auction began, Sato used his invitation to enter the makeshift auction house hastily built by Team Rocket. He was now seated in a lavish private room, having a conversation with an elderly appraiser with white hair and a beard. Unfortunately, after purchasing Damos' funerary artifacts, Sato had planned to return for the ancient beast leather book, the last remaining high-value relic he had his eyes on. However, upon retracing his steps to the previous stall, he discovered that it had already disappeared. Relying on his system's identification function, Sato continued scouring the ancient artifact market and managed to acquire 3 more relics. Now, he was preparing to complete the pre-auction appraisal process for his newly acquired treasures. In fact, the auction invitation not only granted entry into the venue, but also allowed the holder to submit items for auction. Of course, even in a low-tier auction house, only items of significant value were eligible for bidding. Mr. Sato truly has a keen eye. To think you would present so many valuable ancient artifacts at once. Especially this spoon. It qualifies for the high-tier auction, and I believe it will drive the bidders into a frenzy. The elderly appraiser, wearing white gloves, admired the mystical spoon in his hands with great fondness. His face was flushed with excitement as he praised the artifact while grinning at Sato. Is that so? That's excellent news. This is just a small token of appreciation. I'll be counting on you to ensure these items make it to auction. And after the bidding ends, I'll certainly express my gratitude with another generous gift. Hearing this, Sato smiled slightly beneath his mask. He took out a gold coin engraved with an unfamiliar pattern, placed it gently on the table, and slid it toward the appraiser. This was a highly valuable ancient coin, worth at least 2 to 3 million poke dollars on the market. To ensure his relics made it into the auction, Sato had long planned to bribe the appraiser. However, appraisers were not particularly interested in raw money. They valued ancient relics far more. So, Sato had prepared accordingly, spending a significant sum in the free trade zone to acquire a few rare ancient coins. My goodness, this is a gold coin from an ancient Sinnoh kingdom. That kingdom perished over 1,000 years ago in the Sinnoh region. Look at these engravings. Don't they resemble Garchomp's head? Garchomp was once the guardian Pokemon of that kingdom. Sure enough, upon seeing the coin, the elderly appraiser's cloudy eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly picked up the coin and examined it under a magnifying glass, exclaiming repeatedly in astonishment. Over the next half hour, Sato left the room in high spirits. When he stepped out, he had an invitation to the high-tier auction in hand. After accepting Sato's ancient coin, the appraiser became extremely accommodating, not only guaranteeing that all 6 of Sato's relics would make it to auction, but even granting him a high-tier auction invitation. In truth, Sato was already entitled to this invitation, as his mystical spoon had been selected as one of the high-tier auction items. It was even likely to be one of the event's grand finales. As the owner of the spoon, he naturally had the right to attend the high-tier auction. Standing at the entrance of the low-tier auction house, Sato gazed ahead at the magnificent palace-like high-tier auction venue. After contemplating briefly, he ultimately decided against using his invitation to enter the high-tier auction. Instead, he turned and walked toward the mid-tier auction house with the high-tier auction invitation still in hand. Though he now had 6 ancient relics officially entered into the auction, giving him more confidence, he still felt unqualified to financially compete with the elites of major factions in the high-tier auction. Is that a Yako? Just as Sato stepped through the entrance of the mid-tier auction house, a woman wearing a red and white kimono and an Oni mask brushed past him. He immediately turned to look at her retreating figure, his gaze landing on the familiar-looking jade waist ornament at her hip. Under his watchful eyes, the black-haired woman he suspected to be a Yako disappeared into the palace-like high-tier auction house. Sato held the invitation to the high-end auction house in his hand. Naturally, gaining access to the mid-tier auction house was effortless for him. Moreover, because of his high-end invitation, he received the highest level of treatment within the mid-tier auction house. Led by a young, beautiful woman dressed in a stunning evening gown, Sato entered a lavishly decorated private room. He settled onto a plush sofa, facing a one-way transparent glass wall. Through the glass, Sato had a clear view of the auction stage and the seating area below. "Sir, please enjoy your tea. You may rest here for now. The auction will begin shortly. I will be waiting at the door should you need anything," the beautiful attendant said as she gracefully placed a steaming cup of tea on the table before Sato. Her dazzling smile was paired with a teasing glint in her obsidian-like eyes. "Understood. You may leave now," Sato replied. His gaze lingered momentarily on the 2 prominent, creamy white spheres in front of him, and the faint, alluring fragrance in the air stirred an inexplicable heat within him. However, he quickly suppressed the feeling and gave a curt nod. Though the attendant maintained her charming smile, the disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. After a polite bow, she tactfully exited the room. "All right, come on out. Everyone behave yourselves. If anyone causes trouble, I'll put them back into their pokeball. Now, let's have a late-night snack." As soon as the attendant left, Sato released all his Pokemon from their Pokeballs. Then, he took out a large assortment of canned delicacies. With a bit of fire from Growlithe, the food was warmed up, and the room was soon filled with an irresistible aroma. His Pokemon got along well, but there was still an established order, one based on strength. As the undisputed leader of the team, Swampert was always the first to eat. Once he took the first bite, the others followed suit. Currently, Meowth held the lowest rank in the group. However, having spent considerable time navigating Saffron City, Meowth was well-versed in social hierarchies. Not only was he the last to take a share, but he also busied himself serving drinks and attending to the other Pokemon, playing the perfect role of the new recruit. Thus, Sato and his Pokemon enjoyed their hearty meal while waiting for the auction to begin. As the auction drew closer, more people began filling the hall. However, unlike regular auctions, there was no lively chatter. Attendees were unwilling to reveal their identities, and the atmosphere was heavy with tension and anticipation. At precisely 11 p.m., a stunning woman in a crimson evening gown, accompanied by Nzatu, appeared in midair above the auction hall. Enveloped in a blue aura of psychic energy, she gracefully descended from the sky. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Mina, and I will be your auctioneer for this evening. I know you're all eager to begin, so let's not waste time. Let's bring out our first item." As Mina landed, the first auction item appeared on stage in a flash, teleported by Zatu. It was a massive, cloth-covered object. Under the eager gazes of the audience, Mina dramatically pulled away the black cloth, revealing a large cage made of specially reinforced glass. "Whoa, impressive. They're starting strong. Looks like this auction is worth attending after all." A chorus of gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. "Quite the bold move, going all in right from the start," Sato muttered, rising from his seat and stepping closer to the glass wall. He locked his gaze on the 3 so-called shiny Pokemon inside the cage. The trio consisted of a Scyther, a Pidgeotto, and a Vulpix. However, something was off. Their coloration was entirely pink. Every inch of their bodies, from head to tail, was an unusual shade of pink. The Pokémon were separated within the glass cage, completely isolated from the outside world. Due to the special properties of the glass, they could neither hear nor see beyond their enclosures. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, these are 3 exceptionally rare, shiny Pokémon. And look at their color. Aren't they stunning? Completely pink from head to toe. Imagine bringing them to a contest. They would absolutely steal the show. Mina's seductive smile gleamed as she spoke into the microphone, her voice laced with a cunning charm. Most of her words were just showmanship, but the mention of Pokémon contests caught the attention of the audience. In recent years, coordinators, trainers who specialized in Pokémon contests had risen in prominence. Pokémon contests were rapidly gaining popularity and had become the second most watched competitive event after standard Pokémon battles. Top coordinators were household names, rivaling celebrities in fame and wealth. With lucrative opportunities emerging from contests, more and more organizations had started investing in them. Pokémon with striking, unique appearances, such as these pink Pokémon, could prove to be invaluable assets. All right, since everyone's so enthusiastic, let's get started. Per the seller's request, the starting bid for each pink shiny Pokémon is 20 million Pokédollars, with a minimum increment of 1 million Pokédollars. First up, we have the pink Scyther. The auction begins now. 30 million Pokédollars. The moment Mina announced the start, a bidder immediately raised their paddle. 40 million Pokédollars. Before Mina could even acknowledge the bid, another bidder quickly followed up. Within minutes, the price of the pink Scyther soared to 80 million Pokédollars, and the bidding war showed no signs of slowing down. Talk about ignorance. These Pokémon aren't shinies at all. Whoever buys them is getting scammed, Sato mused, reclining lazily on the sofa as he watched the heated bidding. He shook his head, a strange expression on his face. If Sato remembered correctly, these pink Pokémon were originally just ordinary ones. They only turned pink after consuming the fruit of a unique tree found on a certain island in the Orange Islands. That fruit was called the pink ant berry. Once a Pokémon ate this fruit, its body would change color to pink. If it only ate a small amount, the effect would wear off after some time. However, if a Pokémon consumed the fruit regularly or in large quantities, the change became irreversible. Worse yet, the Pokémon would become addicted, refusing to eat anything else. This berry was like a drug. Pokémon needed to consume it at regular intervals. If they couldn't get it, they would grow extremely weak, and prolonged deprivation could even lead to death. These 3 pink Pokémon had most likely been poached from that special island in the Orange Islands, Pinken Island. Because the location was so remote and under the League's special protection, very few people knew about it. That was why most bidders here were being deceived. Of course, Sato wasn't the only one who knew the truth about these pink Pokémon. However, the few others who were aware remained silent. Those individuals likely felt the same way Sato did. They were happy to see the clueless bidders wasting their resources on these Pokémon. This way, when more valuable items came up for auction, they would have an advantage and spend less money unnecessarily. Before long, the pink Scyther was sold for the astonishing price of 93 million Pokédollars. Next up was the pink Pidgeotto. Unlike the flashy pink Scyther, the pink Pidgeotto was actually more popular among the bidders. The reason was simple. Pidgeotto had the potential to become an excellent flying mount. Once it evolved into a pink Pidgeot, flying through the skies on its back would be far more stylish than driving a luxury car. As soon as bidding for the pink Pidgeotto began, the competition turned fierce. The starting bid was already a staggering 50 million Pokédollars, and the price kept climbing until it stabilized at 120 million. In the end, a woman wearing a fox mask won the pink Pidgeotto for a sky-high 140 million Pokédollars. Among the 3 pink Pokémon, the one that drew the most attention wasn't the pink Scyther or the pink Pidgeotto, it was the pink Vulpix. Already an adorably charming species, Vulpix became even more breathtaking when its fur turned pink. If any Pokemon was perfect for a Pokemon contest, it was undoubtedly the pink Vulpix. Moreover, since Vulpix could evolve into the even more stunning Ninetales with a simple Firestone, its value increased even further. Just imagining how beautiful a pink Ninetales would be and the overwhelming impact it would have in a Pokemon contest only fueled the bidder's enthusiasm. The price for the pink Vulpix skyrocketed to 120 million Poke Dollars as soon as bidding began. These people sure have money to burn. And this is just a mid-tier auction. If this were a high-tier auction, wouldn't the prices be out of this world? Good thing I know my limits. If I went to a high-tier auction with the money I have, I'd just be a spectator. Listening to the absurd numbers being called out, Sato couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. At the same time, he considered something. Since these bidders were all wealthy, the pink Pokemon they bought likely wouldn't die from lack of food. Thinking that, the slight concern he had for the pink Pokemon faded away. In the end, the irresistibly charming pink Vulpix was sold for an astronomical 430 million Poke Dollars to a mysterious woman wearing a black veil. Whether or not she had exhausted her funds was unclear, but after winning the bid, she quickly left the auction hall. With that, the first item in the mid-tier auction came to an end. Thanks to the pink Vulpix's record-breaking price, the atmosphere in the auction hall became even more electrified. The bidders, now fired up, eagerly awaited the next auction item. It seems our guests were very pleased with the first item. Let's keep the momentum going. Next up, the second auction item is from the Sinnoh region. The beautiful auctioneer, Mina, was clearly satisfied with the results of the first auction. Her radiant smile became even more dazzling. Seizing the current hype, she quickly signaled her Zadu to bring in the next batch of items, less valuable ones this time. The second through fifth items, while not ordinary, paled in comparison to the first auction item. Still, thanks to the excitement generated earlier, they managed to sell at inflated prices. However, after a string of less impressive items, the fiery auction atmosphere cooled down again. By the time the fifth item was up for bidding, only a handful of participants were still making offers. Seeing this, Mina knew that the momentum from the first auction had almost completely dissipated. It was time to unveil something big. She mentally signaled Zatu, which had been hovering above the auction stage. In an instant, Zatu's eyes flashed blue, and it vanished. Seconds later, it reappeared, this time carrying an object covered in red cloth. All right, next up is the sixth auction item. I guarantee this one will reignite your excitement. Let's take a look, shall we? Mina smiled with satisfaction. Raising the microphone to her lips, she spoke loudly. The moment the red cloth was lifted, a blinding crimson light flooded the entire auction hall. On the stage lay a sword, a magnificent blade adorned with red and blue hues. The intense red glow emanated from the surface. Embedded in the sword's body was a blood-red gemstone, from which a fiery red energy flowed. The energy encircled the blade before merging back into the gemstone. The hilt, in stark contrast, was an icy blue with a similarly colored gemstone set at its tip. A piercing cold radiated from it, causing the crimson patterns along the blade to shimmer with an icy blue tint. As the sword's red light bathed the hall, an eerie phenomenon occurred. The moment the light touched the audience, many of them experienced a vision. In their minds, a towering warrior clad in battle armor stood atop a raging Salamence, facing an endless army of Pokemon. The warrior seemed to sense their presence and turned his head slightly. Instantly, a bone-chilling aura surged forward. Then, with a soul-shaking roar, the vision shattered like broken glass. Ha! Who was that? When Sato snapped back to reality, he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding violently. The memory of the vision left him deeply unsettled. His condition was relatively mild. Many of the other bidders had outright fainted. Only a handful managed to stay conscious. As for the auctioneer Mina, she had clearly anticipated this. She now wore dark sunglasses to block the blade's light, though her face had turned noticeably pale. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all seen it for yourselves. The vision you just witnessed was real. Anyone illuminated by this blade's red light will experience the same phenomenon. I believe there's no need for further explanation. Its value speaks for itself. However, as per the request of the item's owner, anyone who fainted just now is disqualified from bidding. Only those who remained conscious are eligible to participate. The starting bid is 500 million poke dollars. Each increment must be no less than 10 million poke dollars. As soon as the blade had been revealed for about 5 or 6 seconds, Mina swiftly covered it with a red cloth once more, cutting off the crimson glow. Holding the microphone firmly, her expression turned grave as she made the announcement. Starting price, 500 million. The moment Sato heard Mina announce the price, his heart skipped a beat. He slumped onto the couch, feeling deflated. He only had a little over 200 million left in his assets. Unless his auction items sold for a high price, there was no way he could bid for this treasure. But Sato was unwilling to give up. Using the system's appraisal function, he discovered that this blade was practically priceless. The reason? It contained the primal power of not one, but 2 legendary Pokemon. Note, before anyone gets annoyed that this is turning into some cultivation BS, I assure you it's not. This is just introduced into the story as an energy source for the system to absorb. It plays no further significant role. Blade information. Item, Argus Warblade. Effects, Blessing of the Land. As long as the wielder's feet touch the ground, they receive Groudon's Blessing, granting them immunity to all ground-type moves. Blessing of the Sea. As long as the wielder is in the ocean, they receive Kyogre's Blessing, granting them immunity to all water-type moves. Embedded items. Groudon's Power Gem, a ruby that accidentally absorbed a trace of Groudon's primal energy, allowing the user to hear the pulse of the earth. Kyogre's Power Gem, a sapphire that accidentally absorbed a trace of Kyogre's primal energy, allowing the user to feel the breath of the sea. Description. Originally an ordinary warblade, this weapon was transformed into a legendary artifact through the craftsmanship of its creator and the power of 2 legendary gems. With this blade, the legendary warrior, Argus, tamed a fierce Salamence and single-handedly cut down 138 elite-level Pokemon, forging his legend with iron and blood. From information alone, there was no doubt. This warblade was indeed a legendary weapon, one that had bathed in the blood of countless elite-level Pokemon. Whoever wielded it could potentially gain the ability to fight Pokemon one-on-one. In truth, even without reading the description, everyone present understood the blade's immense value. The greatest appeal of Argus Warblade was its ability to enhance a person's combat strength. Even an ordinary person could likely go toe-to-toe with an elite-level Pokemon while wielding it. However, times had changed. The era when humans had to fight Pokemon in direct combat was long past. Because of this, the blade's practical value had diminished considerably. To modern people, this once feared warblade was nothing more than a historically significant artifact, primarily serving as a collector's item. The blade remained as sharp as ever, but the world had moved on. Among the clear-minded bidders present, none were confident in wielding it, let alone daring to claim ownership. After all, just looking at the blade had nearly caused them to pass out. If they actually held it, it might very well kill them. The only ones still conscious were seasoned Pokemon trainers. As for the pampered wealthy elites, they had already fainted from the blade's overwhelming aura. To prevent disruption, the auction staff had received no instructions to wake them up. As a result, the majority of the audience remained unconscious in their seats. Spending 500 million on a blade that could only be admired but never used was a terrible deal. Trainers were practical by nature, uninterested in collecting historical artifacts. Besides, this was only the 6th auction item. There were still plenty more to come. Who knew if something even better would appear later? It would be unwise to blow 500 million so early. But the real problem was the seller's special condition. The number of conscious bidders was already low. Add in the fact that none of them dared to wield the weapon, and the atmosphere in the auction hall grew eerie. Dead silence. Even after Mina's announcement, no one placed a bid. Anyone interested? This is a true, legendary weapon. With it, you'll have powerful self-defense capabilities. Even without Pokemon, you won't have to fear enemies. Seeing the lack of response, Mina's expression darkened. She forced a smile and spoke in her microphone, downplaying the drawbacks. Unfortunately, the bidders still standing were all strong-willed. They wouldn't be swayed by a few words from an auctioneer. Thus, the silence persisted, leaving Mina awkwardly stranded on stage. Now that I think about it, the seller must be an idiot. Why impose such a ridiculous condition? The remaining bidders are all cunning as foxes. How is Team Rocket supposed to sell this at a high price? Sweat beaded on Mina's forehead and palms. She kept up her professional smile, but in her mind, she cursed both the seller and the remaining conscious bidders countless times. The moment she heard about the seller's condition, she had sensed something was off. However, after experiencing the blade's power firsthand, she had tossed aside any doubts and convinced herself it would fetch a sky-high price. Yet, the current situation was far beyond her expectations. She racked her brain, trying to salvage the situation, but the more she thought, the more she realized how impractical the blade was. Her heart sank. With no other choice, Mina resorted to a desperate measure. She discreetly signaled to a few prearranged shill bidders who had been unaffected by the blade's aura. Thanks to their efforts, a few hesitant bidders slowly began placing small bids. The tense atmosphere eased slightly, and Mina felt a bit of relief. But when the price reached 630 million poke dollars, the bidding stalled once more. To Mina's horror, that last bid had come from one of the shill bidders. Does anyone wish to continue bidding? If not, this divine weapon will belong to this esteemed guest. Mina maintained her professional, composed smile as she spoke. But the hand gripping her microphone was slick with sweat, and her back was damp. If no one else placed a bid, this auction lot would go unsold. If that happened, she dreaded to think what punishment she would receive from Team Rocket. She might never be allowed on this stage again. What a dramatic scene. I thought this would go for an astronomical price, but here we are. Then again, no one in Team Rocket is even qualified to wield this blade. Without that qualification, they can't recognize its true worth. Watching the auction unfold from behind the glass wall, Sato chuckled to himself. Yet beneath his mask, his smile was bitter. Even though the blade wasn't selling for an outrageous sum, he still didn't have enough poke dollars to buy it. If no one bids, I will begin the final countdown. Once I count to 3, this priceless treasure will belong to this guest. The hall remained silent. Knowing she couldn't afford to wait any longer, Mina forced a smile and prepared to bring the auction to a close. Just as she was about to strike the small wooden gavel, the communicator in Sato's hand suddenly vibrated. He quickly checked the message on the screen. His eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. 650 million poke dollars. A distinguished guest in the VIP section has placed a bid of 650 million poke dollars. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Just as Mina was about to bring down the gavel, a voice announcing a new bid rang in her ears like heavenly music. Her hand froze mid-air, the small wooden hammer hovering in place. She instinctively turned toward the source of the voice, and upon seeing who it was, she immediately flashed a charming smile. The unexpected bid filled Mina with joy, as the heavy weight in her heart was finally lifted. She cast a grateful glance toward the VIP suite where the bid had come from. Despite maintaining her composure, Mina still held onto a sliver of hope, though slim, that someone would raise the price even further for this precious auction item. However, much to her disappointment, the atmosphere remained utterly still. The remaining clear-headed bidders had no intention of competing further. Many even shot glances of pity at the VIP suite that had placed the latest bid, as if looking at someone foolishly throwing away money. A resounding bang echoed through the auction hall. Seeing no further bids, Mina could only bring down the gavel with a hint of helplessness. She dared not attempt the risky move of having a shill raise the bid again. Although the final price was far below expectations, it was still better than having the item go unsold. Phew, just in time. Otherwise, I would have lost my chance to obtain this precious blade and the incredible opportunity to absorb the primal power of a legendary Pokemon. Watching Mina finally conclude the auction, Sato felt the tension leave his body. Beneath his mask, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Moments earlier, he had received a message on his communicator confirming that his enchanted spoon had been successfully sold for a staggering price of 1.8 billion poke dollars. With that sum secured, Sato had confidently placed his final bid and successfully won the invaluable blade. 1.8 billion poke dollars. My God, I seriously underestimated the value of that ancient spoon. Then again, it makes sense. No ordinary people attend high-level auctions. Someone must have figured out its secret. Hopefully, the buyer isn't someone with ill intentions. If they use it as a terrifying secret weapon, things could get really bad. After securing the blade, Sato's thoughts drifted back to the enchanted spoon. That spoon, which contained a sealed entity of terrifying power, was like a ticking time bomb. While it had brought him an immense fortune, he couldn't shake off a lingering worry. What if that time bomb eventually went off? If that happened, as someone who had knowingly withheld information from a league, he would bear some degree of responsibility. Just as Sato was lost in thought about the potential consequences of selling the enchanted spoon, a knock came at his door. After a brief exchange, he learned that the auction staff had arrived to deliver his prize. A minute later, the very same blade that had rested on the auction stage was now in his room, securely stored inside a luxurious black case. Sato did not immediately attempt to extract the two gemstones embedded in the blade, which contained traces of the power of two legendary Pokemon. Instead, he simply followed the staff's suggestion, put on a pair of tinted glasses, and verified the authenticity of the blade. Satisfied, he stored both the weapon and its case into his spatial equipment. With that settled, he returned to calmly watching the ongoing auction. Only about a fifth of the items in the mid-tier auction had been sold so far. The event was far from over. Even after spending a substantial sum on the blade, Sato still had around 1.43 billion poke dollars remaining. He had plenty of capital left to continue bidding. Wanting to liven up the atmosphere, Mina, who had just dodged a disaster, quickly presented another highly anticipated item as soon as the auction of Argus Warblade concluded. The seventh auction item was a thick book, a collection of insights on raising grass-type Pokemon. Titled Fujita's Insights, it was authored by Fujita Hidero, a once-renowned elite 4-level trainer from Kanto. What made Fujita Hidero especially admirable was that he had been born a commoner and never joined any organizations throughout his life. Through sheer effort alone, he had risen to the rank of an elite 4-level trainer. Team Rocket vouched for the book's authenticity, swearing that it had no duplicates or copies. It was a true, complete original. Even though most bidders knew that Team Rocket's so-called credibility guarantee was utterly meaningless, they still displayed great enthusiasm for the book. After all, what is the most valuable thing in the world aside from life itself? The answer, of course, is knowledge. In the Pokemon world, any knowledge related to Pokemon training was considered priceless, worth spending vast sums to acquire. Even Sato found himself deeply interested in the book, his gaze burning with curiosity as he stared at the well-lit auction stage. The previously stagnant atmosphere reignited with excitement as anticipation filled the room. This book represents Fujita Hidero's lifetime of research and insights, so I won't waste time explaining its value. The starting bid is 600 million poke dollars, with increments no lower than 10 million poke dollars per bid. Seeing the renewed energy in the auction hall, Mina was elated. She raised the microphone and announced the bidding terms loudly. Before long, an intense bidding war broke out. Eventually, the book penned by the elite 4-level trainer was sold to a mysterious bidder for a whopping 1.6 billion poke dollars. The buyer was extremely cautious. Immediately after winning the bid, they left the auction venue, accompanied by several masked individuals in black attire. With the seventh item successfully auctioned off, Mina continued to ride the momentum and quickly sold off the next 8 auction items, though they were relatively less precious. Among them, Sato successfully acquired 2 TMs, Taunt and Safeguard, for a total of 130 million poke dollars. Then, when the auction reached the 16th item, the event reached another peak. I'm sure many of the esteemed trainers here have considered raising a ghost-type Pokemon. However, it's well known that ghost types are difficult to train, and due to various concerns, most of you have given up on the idea. But today, your chance has arrived. A distinguished client recently consigned some incredibly rare treasures to us, items that will make training ghost-type Pokemon significantly easier. Feast your eyes on these three extraordinary artifacts, all of which are exceptionally rare life energy collectors. With these, you can nurture your ghost-type Pokemon with peace of mind. Having successfully sold 9 high-priced items in a row, Mina had fully regained her confidence. Smiling brightly, she pulled off the red cloth covering the next auction items and made her grand announcement. The moment the cloth was lifted, 3 jade-green artifacts were revealed under the auction stage's bright lights. The items consisted of a jade hairpin, a jade ring, and a jade pendant. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, faint green energy occasionally rippled across the meticulously carved surfaces of the jade pieces, giving them an air of deep mystery. A life energy collector from a spirit master family? So, these little jade artifacts are actually life jade? This is my first time seeing one. It really is a life jade. I've seen one at a major auction before, but the quality seems a bit inferior to the ones on display now. After listening to Mina's explanation and seeing the 3 extraordinary jade artifacts on the auction stage, many bidders in the audience immediately perked up, showing great interest in the 3 jade pieces. I believe that all of you esteemed guests have sharp eyes. These 3 jade artifacts are not just ordinary life energy collectors. According to the appraisal of a senior expert from Team Rocket, each of these jade pieces is classified as a mid-tier life jade. Each one can store up to 10 cubic units of life energy, more than enough to sustain 2 ghost-type Pokemon for their daily needs. These 3 mid-tier life jade will be auctioned separately, each with a starting bid of 200 million poke dollars. The minimum bid increment is 5 million poke dollars. Now, let's begin with this exquisite jade hairpin. The auction starts now. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Mina was delighted. She waited until the guests gradually quieted down, all eagerly anticipating the bidding, before raising the microphone to her lips and continuing with a charming smile. 230 million. Don't be stingy. 300 million. You think you can outbid me? 450 million. Just as Mina had predicted, many trainers present were highly interested in raising ghost-type Pokemon, but had never done so due to a lack of resources. Now that the opportunity had arrived, a large number of trainers eagerly jumped into the bidding. After all, the pursuit of powerful Pokemon was the natural instinct of every trainer. They were all willing to pay a hefty price if it meant enhancing their own strength. With the fierce competition, the price of the jade hairpin skyrocketed. In no time, the bid had reached 630 million poke dollars, and it showed no signs of stopping. However, when the price hit 700 million, the excitement in the room began to cool down. Only a few wealthy bidders remained, though their bid increments had significantly decreased. Eventually, the exquisite jade hairpin was sold for 730 million poke dollars. It seems that the general market price for a mid-tier life jade is around 700 million. Anything beyond that is considered an overpay. Sato did not participate in the bidding for the first mid-tier life jade. Instead, he observed the entire process carefully. The jade hairpin was far too feminine for his taste. He was more interested in the jade ring and the jade pendant. Besides, there were 3 mid-tier life jade available, so there was no rush. His goal was to estimate their approximate market price to ensure he could acquire one of the remaining 2 at the lowest possible cost. If I'm not mistaken, the woman I encountered at the entrance of the mid-tier auction hall earlier must have been Ayako. These 3 mid-tier life jade are likely hers. This auction has certainly been rewarding. I've practically hit the jackpot. Sitting comfortably on a sofa with his legs crossed, Sato watched as the bid for the jade ring continued to climb, feeling rather pleased with himself. Thanks to his careful study of the grimoire of dark spirits, Sato had gained a significant understanding of ghost-type Pokemon. With the system support, he was confident that he could raise a ghost-type Pokemon with special abilities. Ghost Pokemon, by nature, were already deceased, lingering in the world of the living for various reasons. As a result, they were inherently different from ordinary Pokemon, possessing many mysterious and unpredictable abilities. For example, Gengar's shadow body not only allowed it to merge into other creatures' shadows to absorb their life energy, but some Gengar could even split their shadows, creating tangible shadow clones. The most terrifying Gengar could even control shadows, indirectly manipulating their owners. In ancient times, a single powerful Gengar could command an entire army of undead. Another example was Banette's curse power. Born from deep resentment, certain Banette could curse a target from over 100 miles away, causing persistent misfortune at best or instant death at worst. The most dangerous Banette could establish a life link through the blood of a living being, harming others by cursing itself. In extreme cases, a Banette could sacrifice itself to deal severe damage, or even kill an opponent far stronger than itself. Then there was Mismagius' nightmare ability, allowing it to easily put living beings into a deep slumber and invade their dreams. Inside the dream world, Mismagius could create horrifying nightmares, trapping victims in endless terror while feeding on their fear. If the target couldn't overcome their fears or receive outside help, they could remain trapped in the nightmare until they died of sheer fright. In short, the Grimoire of Dark Spirits had given Sato a wealth of knowledge about ghost Pokemon and how to train their special abilities. At the same time, he was deeply fascinated by these unique powers and eager to harness them for himself. Now, all he needed was to secure one of the remaining mid-tier Life Jade. With it, he could start searching for a ghost Pokemon with exceptional potential and train it into a truly special and formidable creature. Of the three available collectors, Sato naturally preferred the Jade Pendant due to its superior concealment. Thus, when the Jade Ring was up for bidding, he still chose not to participate. Unlike the Jade Hairpin, the Jade Ring was more versatile, suitable for both men and women, so its price surpassed the hairpins. In the end, the Jade Ring was sold for 750 million Poke Dollars. By the time the final item, the Jade Pendant, was up for bidding, the competition grew even fiercer. After all, if Sato had recognized its advantage in concealment, others naturally had as well. Everyone understood the wisdom of keeping one's wealth hidden. However, by carefully gauging the price expectations and financial strength of the other bidders, Sato ultimately secured the Jade Pendant for 770 million Poke Dollars. After successfully obtaining the pendant, he also spent 120 million Poke Dollars on a rare, abridged book on bug-type Pokemon breeding, which contained valuable insights into raising Beautifly. With his business concluded, Sato didn't bother staying for the final headliner auction item, and instead left immediately. As soon as he exited the auction hall, he swiftly changed his identity. After successfully shaking off any potential trackers, Sato resumed his disguise as a low-ranking Team Rocket grunt and used Team Rocket's teleportation station to safely leave Saffron City's underground black market. With that, Sato's venture into the Saffron City underground black market came to a perfect conclusion. Around 2:30 a.m., with the help of an alakazam, Sato successfully returned to the surface of Saffron City. Just like last time, he was teleported to a secluded and empty alley. 3 to 4 seconds later, as he shook off the dizziness from the teleportation, he immediately released Golbat to guard him and scan the surroundings. After confirming the area was safe, Sato swiftly changed into an elite trainer's outfit. With Golbat acting as his biological radar, he navigated through the maze-like streets and alleys, making his way toward the nearest bustling main road. After walking for about 2 to 3 minutes, he finally reached the edge of a busy avenue teeming with vehicles. Hailing a taxi, he instructed the driver to take him to the Saffron City bus terminal. That's right, Sato was preparing to leave Saffron City. He had less than 2 days left before he was due back at Team Rocket's base in Pewter City for his debriefing. Now that the crucial underground black market auction in Saffron City had concluded smoothly, it was time to move on. After over half an hour of travel, delayed multiple times by traffic congestion, Sato finally arrived at the Saffron City bus terminal. As a city that never sleeps, Saffron still had buses running to various destinations even at this late hour. With the assistance of a rather irritable female staff member working the night shift, Sato successfully purchased a train ticket for a direct route from Saffron City to Pewter City. The departure time was set for 3:30 a.m. Pewter City was a well-known mining hub in Kanto, producing nearly half of the region's coal supply. To facilitate the faster and more cost-effective transportation of resources from Pewter City, Saffron had built a railway connecting the two cities. Thanks to this railway, Pewter's mineral resources could be transported swiftly to Saffron. Additionally, it provided a convenient travel option for Pewter City's residents, as the line also connected to several other important towns in Kanto. Sitting in the waiting hall, Sato took the opportunity to order some late-night takeout using one of the menus available on the tables. During the auction, he had been so focused that he hadn't even thought about eating, but now hunger was catching up with him. As he waited for his food, he began mentally organizing everything he had gained from this auction. This time, he had acquired quite a number of valuable items. If he could make full use of them, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. The first notable item was the float stone. This peculiar artifact had given Sato the idea of capturing a heavyweight Pokemon. Most bulky Pokemon were natural tanks with incredible endurance. While they were also capable of dishing out damage, their sluggish speed was a major drawback, making them vulnerable to being kited by opponents. However, with the float stone, this weakness could be significantly mitigated. At present, the heavyweight Pokemon that caught Sato's attention the most was Scyther. Before evolving, Scyther was a high-speed assassin with powerful attacks. But upon evolving into Scyther, it transformed into a heavily armored warrior. Although Scyther was considerably faster than the average heavyweight Pokemon, its base speed stat of 65, combined with its weight of at least 118 kilograms, meant that it could no longer be considered a high-speed attacker. For comparison, Scyther had a base speed stat of 105 and weighed only about 56 kilograms. So why did Scyther undergo such a drastic change after evolving into Scyther? The answer lay in the steel armor covering its body. While it sacrificed its speed, its durability saw a tremendous boost. As a bug/steel type, Scyther had excellent resistances. Apart from its glaring 4x weakness to fire-type moves, none of the remaining 17 types were super effective against it. In fact, it could counter 9 of those types itself. With such strong defensive typing, combined with its solid base stats, 70 in HP, 100 in defense, and 80 in special defense, Scyther was the very definition of a bulky attacker, a stark contrast to its previous role as a fragile assassin. But what if Scyther were equipped with a float stone? What kind of synergy would that create? The moment Sato obtained the float stone, the first Pokemon that came to his mind was Scyther. He was eager to see the potential chemistry between the two. So why was Sato so interested in Scyther? Because he believed it would be a perfect defensive pivot in a rain team. Rain-based teams typically struggled against grass-type Pokemon, but Scyther could completely neutralize that threat. At the same time, the rain would minimize Scyther's biggest weakness, fire-type attacks. Sato had already planned out his potential rain team lineup. Swampert as the ace, Shiny Pelipper as the rain setter, Scyther as the defensive pivot against grass types. A future Pikachu with the lightning rod ability to counter opposing electric and water types. As for the remaining 2 slots, he was still considering his options. Among the Pokemon that interested him, Poliwrath and Ludicolo were strong candidates. However, after acquiring Kingdra's reverse scale, he had added Kingdra to his list of potential team members. That said, Sato hadn't yet decided whether to use the reverse scale on a future Kingdra. In fact, he was more inclined to use it on Scyther instead. If Scyther could establish a symbiotic connection with the reverse scale, it would gain a fraction of the abilities of an elite 4-level Kingdra. Scyther could learn Rain Dance, after all. This would allow it to fulfill its role as a rain team pivot even more effectively. Of course, if Sato instead used the reverse scale on an actual Kingdra, it would be able to evolve from Seadra and inherit the full potential of the elite 4-level Dragon Scale's legacy. The reverse scale is essentially a dragon scale on steroids. Both choices had their merits, making it a tough decision. Unable to reach a conclusion for now, Sato set the matter aside and moved on to considering his other gains. Among them were 2 abridged Pokemon breeding manuals. These would give him the knowledge needed to prepare specialized food for his Nidorino and shiny Beautifly, though he currently lacked the necessary ingredients to proceed. Aside from these valuable items, 2 other important acquisitions stood out: Argus's Warblade and a Jade Pendant, a mid-tier life jade. The Battle Blade of Augustine was undoubtedly the most precious item he had obtained from this auction. Embedded in the blade were 2 gemstones containing traces of the primal energy of 2 super legendary Pokemon. These gems might just be the key to unlocking the system shop in Sato's mysterious system. He still vividly remembered that his system had been locked due to insufficient energy. While he had no idea what kind of items the system shop contained or what currency was required for exchanges, he was eager to find out. Finally, there was the Jade Pendant. Sato valued this item highly because it meant he could safely train a Ghost-type Pokemon. At the moment, Gengar was at the top of his list. Through the grimoire of dark spirits, he had learned that Gengar possessed exceptional abilities. Not only did it excel in stealth, but its expertise in hypnosis and Dream Eater also granted it formidable illusionary and dream-manipulating capabilities. In short, Gengar embodied nearly all the natural talents of Ghost-type Pokemon in one powerful package. Most importantly, Gengar could undergo Mega Evolution. Sato believed it would be a perfect addition to his roster under his Team Rocket alias, fulfilling the role of a Mega Evolution ace. At 3:30 a.m., the train from Saffron City to Pewter City departed right on schedule. Under the guidance of a beautiful attendant, Sato smoothly entered a private cabin. The entire compartment was decorated luxuriously. If Sato hadn't known he was on a train, he might have mistaken it for a high-end hotel room. Though the space was still limited, it was equipped with the essentials of a 3-room suite. Sato had traveled by train before and was well aware of the usual conditions. Given that he was carrying a considerable sum of money and wanted a good night's sleep, he naturally didn't skimp on comfort. A first-class train ticket costing 50,000 Poke Dollars granted him access to the finest services available on board. The spacious soundproofing and shock absorption in the cabin were excellent, ensuring Sato could have a quiet and pleasant night on the train. "You can leave now. If I need anything, I'll ring for you." After inspecting the room and finding nothing amiss, Sato dismissed the attendant. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her. Sato then immediately jumped onto the soft bed, sprawling out without a care, and soon fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until around 9 a.m. that Sato slowly woke up. The first thing he did was ring for the attendant to bring him a hearty breakfast before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. After a hot shower, Sato felt refreshed and rejuvenated. He changed into a sea blue elite trainer outfit and emerged from the bathroom. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. 10 minutes later, Sato had prepared breakfast for all his Pokemon and sat down to eat with them, enjoying a pleasant morning meal together. Once they had finished eating, he pulled out some indoor workout equipment, such as dumbbells, a treadmill, and a running wheel, all suited for training in a confined space. Time was valuable, and even on a train, Sato refused to let his Pokemon slack off on their daily training. He had Swampert, Nidoran, and Growlithe, his land-dwelling Pokemon, use the equipment for stamina training. Meanwhile, Golbat, his shiny Pelipper, and his shiny Beautifly took to the skies. He had them fly outside the train, maintaining pace with the moving cars while staying within his line of sight. As for Sato himself, he supervised their training while flipping through 2 Pokemon breeding books he had bought from Saffron City's underground black market. The distance between Saffron City and Pewter City was roughly equivalent to that between New York and Dallas. If the train tracks were laid in a perfectly straight line, The journey would only take around 6 hours at full speed. However, such an ideal scenario was impossible in reality. The route between Saffron City and Pewter City crossed numerous Pokemon habitats, requiring detours for safety and to accommodate towns along the way. As a result, the trip from Saffron City to Pewter City took at least 10 hours of nonstop travel, longer if there were stops along the way. It had been just over 6 hours since Sato boarded, meaning he still had a long way to go before reaching his destination. After an hour of training, Sato had his Pokemon take a break. He recalled all but Golbat and Swampert into their Pokeballs. Swampert, guard the door. No one enters without my permission. If anyone tries to force their way in, take them down. Sato's expression was serious as he gave his orders. Having been with him for a long time, both Golbat and Swampert understood exactly what he meant. They nodded and got to work. Golbat flew to the ceiling, hanging upside down, and closed its eyes, focusing entirely on emitting ultrasonic waves to monitor the surroundings in detail. Swampert, on the other hand, plopped down in front of the door, its massive body completely blocking the entrance. Like Golbat, it remained vigilant, fully focused on its task. Seeing that both Pokemon were ready, Sato quickly pulled the curtain shut, plunging the room into darkness. He then took out a sleek black briefcase from his belongings. Inside was an exceptionally rare and valuable blade. But Sato's goal wasn't the weapon itself. It was the 2 gemstones embedded in the hilt, which contained the essence of 2 legendary Pokemon. He was preparing to let the system absorb their power. To prevent accidents, Sato instructed his Pokemon to close their eyes, then donned a pair of sunglasses himself. Once everything was set, he slowly opened the briefcase. Instantly, a blinding red light shot out from the crack of the briefcase. Fortunately, Sato was wearing sunglasses, or he would have been blinded by the light and dragged into another illusion. Just like the first time Sato had seen it, the sword was as sharp and menacing as ever, its aura of malice causing Sato's skin to prickle. This blade had been drenched in the blood of countless elite-tier Pokemon. It had become a cursed weapon. Only its original wielder, Argus, had ever truly controlled it. Naturally, Sato wasn't foolish enough to try holding the sword himself. Instead, he pressed his fingers against the 2 gemstones embedded in the blade. Ding! Detecting absorbable energy. Do you wish to proceed? The system is currently low on power. It is recommended to absorb immediately. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Sato's mind. As expected, this is going to work. Absorb, Sato thought excitedly, immediately instructing the system to absorb the energy. Ding! Energy absorption in progress. Absorption complete. System energy restored by 20%. Current system energy, 27%. System store unlocked. Ding! Confirmed. Absorbed energy originates from Groudon and Kyogre. Sato's heartbeat quickened at the notification, his face breaking into a delighted grin. Finally, the system store is unlocked. The power of legendary Pokemon really is terrifying. Just a tiny trace of their primal power restored 20% of the system's energy. I can't imagine how terrifying the true power of a super legendary Pokemon must be, Sato thought to himself. Meanwhile, the 2 gemstones on the blade dimmed, their once radiant glow fading away, leaving behind ordinary red and blue jewels. With the primal energies gone, the red light emanating from the blade vanished as well. Though the weapon's murderous aura remained strong, it no longer carried the same mind-numbing, soul-crushing pressure as before. And so, Argus Blade, like the legendary hero himself, becomes part of history. Thank you for your contributions to humanity's rise, but your time has passed. Rest now. Sato closed the briefcase with a solemn expression and stored it away in his storage equipment. Now that he had successfully extracted the energy and unlocked the system store, he dismissed Swampert and Golbat from their guard duties and recalled them into their Pokeballs. He then lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused on exploring the system store to see what treasures it held. To his surprise, the store's inventory was incredibly sparse. Only 5 items were available. Worse, The cost to redeem them was steep, requiring the very system energy he had just worked so hard to obtain. However, each item possessed extraordinary effects. System store items. 1. Gene Enhancement Serum. Randomly increases a Pokemon's individual values, IVs, by 1 to 30 points. Cost, 5% system energy. Description: Mew contains the genes of all Pokemon in the world. This serum, created using Mew's genetic cells, can repair a Pokemon's genetic makeup, improving its 4 rating and potential. 2. Multi-Space Pokeball. Stores up to 20 Pokemon. Cost, 5% system energy. Description: A special Pokeball utilizing space folding technology, featuring an internal ecosystem suitable for the habitation of various Pokemon. 3. Random Ability Capsule. Grants a Pokemon a random additional ability upon use. Cost, 10% system energy. 4. Groudon's Blessing Mark. Enhances Ground-type energy perception, reduces Ground-type move damage by 30%, boosts Ground-type move power by 50%, and grants the user the Drought ability. Cost, 30% system energy. Description: A miraculous mark containing a trace of Groudon's primal energy, allowing the user to gain a fraction of the ancient legendary Pokemon's power. 5. Kyogre's Blessing Mark. Enhances Water-type energy perception, reduces Water-type move damage by 30%, boosts Water-type move power by 50%, and grants the user the Drizzle ability. Cost, 30% system energy. Description: A miraculous mark containing a trace of Kyogre's primal energy, allowing the user to gain a fraction of the ancient legendary Pokemon's power. Sato's eyes gleamed with excitement. These 5 items are all incredible treasures. Especially the Gene Enhancement Serum and the Multi-Space Pokeball. They'd be a massive help to me right now, Sato thought after carefully reviewing the items in the system store. From the current selection, Groudon's Blessing Mark and Kyogre's Blessing Mark were undoubtedly the most valuable. However, Sato found their exchange conditions to be extremely expensive. Sato was a perfectionist and someone who valued loyalty. He didn't want to abandon any of his Pokemon due to limitations. Currently, he only had 3 Pokemon with Gold Tier potential: Bellossom, Shiny Beautifly, and Meowth. Pico Egg not included. Most of his other Pokemon were Purple Tier, with Growlithe even being Blue Tier. The Gene Enhancement Serum gave him hope that these Pokemon could continue to fight alongside him. Moreover, the exchange condition for the Gene Enhancement Serum wasn't excessively high, and Sato could still afford it. The Multi-Space Pokeball was also a pleasant surprise for Sato. As the number of Pokemon Sato owned increased, the standard Pokeball belt, which could only hold 6 Pokeballs, was no longer sufficient. Currently, he had 9 Pokemon. Including Ditto, which usually didn't stay in a Pokeball, Sato typically carried 8 Pokeballs with him at all times. According to league regulations, a trainer could only carry 6 Pokemon at a time. Any additional Pokemon had to be sent to a designated storage facility. The reason Sato hadn't encountered a situation like Ash, where excess Pokemon were automatically sent away, was that he hadn't registered with any Pokemon storage facility. Once Sato registered with a storage facility, he would only be allowed to carry 6 Pokemon at a time, with any extras being automatically sent to the facility. While 9 Pokemon might not seem like a lot now, if Sato continued to catch more, he would soon be carrying an excessive number of Pokeballs. Note: Pokeballs containing Pokemon cannot be stored in spatial storage devices. As for why Sato didn't choose to store his extra Pokemon elsewhere, the reason was simple: he didn't trust others. He preferred to personally care for every Pokemon he caught. Of course, Sato might eventually catch far more than 20 Pokemon, and it would be impossible for him to care for all of them alone. But by then, Sato believed he would have established his own base, where he could safely store his Pokemon. In fact, the Multi-Space Pokeball was quite exceptional. A single ball could hold up to 20 Pokemon, allowing Sato to seamlessly switch between his identities as a League trainer and a Rocket trainer. It also allowed Sato to play the underdog. Who would expect someone seemingly carrying only 1 Pokeball to have 20 powerful Pokemon at their disposal? The most outrageous part was that all 20 Pokemon could be incredibly strong. With a single throw of the Pokeball, the situation could instantly turn in Sato's favor, which, given his luck and track record with troublesome situations, would be incredibly helpful. When it came to the random ability capsule, Sato didn't have much desire to redeem it. To be honest, he didn't like items with such extreme randomness. Simply put, he didn't see much value in this system item for himself. Was the random ability capsule weak? Of course not. In Sato's view, this item had one of the highest potential values. However, at the same time, it also had the lowest potential value. If he spent a precious 10% of his system energy and ended up with an ability like Truant or Slow Start, he'd be at a huge loss. Of course, if the capsule happened to grant him Sapsipper, then his Swampert would truly take off. With that ability, his biggest weakness would not only be neutralized, but even turned into an advantage. However, there were at least over 200 known Pokemon abilities, 310 to be exact, and Sato currently only had 27% of his system energy remaining. If he accounted for the need to keep the system shop from being locked, then he could actually use only 12%. Note, there were only 233 no abilities at the time of writing this. I've adjusted that to the current known abilities, and the random ability capsule required 10% of his energy. That meant he could only afford to purchase it once. Spending such a rare and valuable 10% of his system energy while gambling on a 1-200+ chance to get Sapsipper? If Sato were insane, maybe he'd give it a shot. In short, while the random ability capsule seemed powerful and appealing, the risk was too high for Sato. He couldn't afford to play that game right now. Even if he wasn't so unlucky as to end up with Truant or Slow Start, there was still a high chance he'd get an ability that was of no real help to him in the short term. Perhaps in the future, when Sato was stronger and capable of dealing with terrifyingly powerful legendary Pokemon, he might consider taking such a risk. But for now, he needed to cherish every resource he had to improve his strength and avoid wasting anything. On the other hand, the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum and the Multi-Space Pokeball were entirely different. These two system items would provide him with immediate and tangible benefits. Especially the former. Being able to enhance a Pokemon's 4 rating was simply too good to pass up. Among Sato's Pokemon, Golbat, Nidorino, Ditto, Swampert, and his shiny Pelipper all had purple rating, while Growlithe was a tier lower at blue rating. However, he already had a mutated Firestone of unknown quality that could greatly enhance Growlithe's rating. While he wasn't sure if it would reach gold rating, it would at least be purple rating in the future. Nidorino also required an evolution stone to evolve. If Sato could get his hands on a massive moonstone in MT Moon, which had been protected and blessed by generations of Clefairy, then a gold-rated Nidoking would be a sure thing. That left Golbat, Swampert, Ditto, and shiny Pelipper. Figuring out how to enhance their potential was more of a headache. But with the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum, that problem could now be solved. Among these 4, Swampert had the highest potential, with an individual value total of 172, just 3 points shy of gold potential, 175. As long as Sato wasn't cursed with bad luck, 1 dose of the serum would be enough to push Swampert into gold potential. Shiny Pelipper, with an individual total of 163, also had a very high chance of reaching gold potential with a single dose of the serum, provided luck was on her side. Golbat, however, was a different story. With an individual total of only 143, even with good luck, he would need at least 2 doses to reach gold potential, and if luck was bad, it could take 5 or 6. Ditto, on the other hand, was already classified as a non-combatant in Sato's eyes. If one day Ditto suddenly had a change of heart and truly wanted a battle, Sato would consider enhancing its potential for old time's sake. After analyzing everything, Sato realized he still had a significant need for the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum. He had already decided to redeem a multi-space Pokeball, which meant he had only 22% of his system energy left. If he ignored the system shop's automatic lockout at 15% system energy, he could redeem at most 2 doses of the serum. As for which Pokemon should receive them, Sato hadn't made his final decision yet. If he went with the optimal strategy, then using the 2 doses on Swampert and Shiny Pelipper would yield the greatest benefits. As long as his luck wasn't terrible, both Pokemon would ascend to gold potential, significantly increasing their strength. However, Sato was someone who valued sentiment. Golbat was his very first Pokemon, and unless he had no choice, he wouldn't abandon his efforts to raise it. If there was a chance to improve Golbat's rating, he would choose to do so first. Sato wasn't indecisive. After weighing the pros and cons, he quickly made up his mind. In the Rain team, he was working hard to build. Swampert was the ace. That meant one of the serum doses had to go to him. Shiny Pelipper was the core of the Rain team. Its strength would directly impact the team's overall performance. If its total 4 rating could be raised to gold, its growth speed would increase dramatically. Even though Sato was a bit biased toward Golbat, for the sake of the bigger picture, he had to make this choice. Golbat was still doing fine. It wasn't at the stage where its potential was holding it back. It could wait. Sato knew that system energy was a precious resource, but he believed he could obtain more in the future. For example, by participating in more legendary Pokemon events with Ash, he might have the opportunity to gain some legendary energy. In fact, Sato was aware of the fastest way to replenish system energy by finding the Jewel of Life, a gem created by Arceus using its elemental plates. If he could get his hands on it, his system energy would essentially become limitless. However, the risk was astronomical. If there was one being in the Pokemon world that you absolutely shouldn't mess with, it was Arceus. The Jewel of Life was Arceus's treasure, and trying to steal it would be suicidal. Better to go after some weaker legendaries first. The 3 legendary birds of the Sevii Islands would be good targets. I remember each of their shrines contained orb-like objects. Those might very well be their essence. Sato carefully recalled some locations where he could collect legendary energy. After some thought, he quickly identified a few places where he could replenish his system energy. The future will be even better. For now, I just need to keep working hard. Damn it, I'll redeem them. No pain, no gain. After briefly fantasizing about his bright future, Sato returned to reality and gritted his teeth before redeeming 2 doses of Mu-Gene Enhancement Serum and 1 multi-space Pokeball. Since these purchases consumed 15% of his system energy, he was now left with only 12%. With that, the system shop automatically locked again. He wouldn't be able to access it until he replenished more energy. So these are the Mu-Gene Enhancement Serum and multi-space Pokeball. Huh? The serum looks pretty fancy, but this Pokeball, it looks just like a regular one. Is this really legit? Sato examined the 2 glowing vials of serum and the red and white Pokeball in his hand, feeling skeptical. The Mu-Gene Enhancement Serum had an impressive appearance. It was a 100 milliliters glass vial containing a liquid that continuously emitted a colorful glow. It was clear that the liquid inside was extraordinary. As for the multi-space Pokeball, its appearance was much less impressive. It looked exactly like the standard Pokeball you could buy for 500 Pokedollars at any roadside stall. If the system hadn't confirmed that it was indeed a multi-space Pokeball, Sato would have thought he'd been scammed. Everyone come out. After some thought, Sato released all his Pokemon to test the Pokeball's functionality. In the next second, 8 beams of white light shot out from the Pokeballs, and Golbat and the other 7 Pokemon appeared in the room. Ditto, currently transformed into a hat, was sitting on Sato's head. Sato then picked up the multi-space Pokeball, which looked no different from a regular Pokeball, and aimed it at one of the Pokemon in the room. Soon, Sato's test was complete. The results proved that the seemingly ordinary red and white Pokeball was indeed a multi-space Pokeball. It had successfully stored all 8 of Sato's Pokemon. Through further testing, Sato discovered some of the multi-space Pokeball's functions. It was voice-activated. By calling out the name of a specific Pokemon, the ball would release that Pokemon. Interestingly, when Sato said, "Everyone, come out," the multi-space Pokeball would release all the Pokemon inside according to his will. With this functionality, Sato's plan of using the multi-space Pokeball to surprise his opponents could now be realized. In the future, Releasing 20 powerful Pokemon at once would be enough to overwhelm even a legendary Pokemon. Just thinking about this possibility brought a smile to Sato's face. It was something to look forward to. Another noteworthy feature of the multi-space Pokeball was its ability to recall all Pokemon at once. By saying, "Everyone return," Sato could recall all his Pokemon in an instant. With this, I don't have to worry about finding a daycare for now. That's good. I don't trust anyone else to take care of my Pokemon. Sato was very pleased with the multi-space Pokeball. It had solved a growing concern in his mind. In fact, as someone with both Team Rocket and League Trainer identities, Sato could technically leave his Pokemon at the daycares run by these two organizations. However, Sato had never considered doing so. In Sato's opinion, leaving his Pokemon at a Team Rocket daycare was like sending a lamb to the slaughter. Pokemon experiments were nothing new within Team Rocket. Some crazy Team Rocket scientists often used Pokemon raised by other members for experiments when they weren't satisfied with their test subjects. Therefore, smarter Team Rocket members avoided leaving their Pokemon at Team Rocket daycares. They preferred private daycares, even if it cost more. As for leaving his Pokemon with the League, unless it was with someone like Professor Oak, Sato didn't trust it. Once a Pokemon was left at a daycare, who knew what the staff might do? Sato's Pokemon were all exceptional, and the daycare staff would definitely notice. While they might not do anything too extreme, it was highly likely that they would use aphrodisiacs to force Sato's Pokemon to breed with others. Breeding Pokemon wasn't a simple matter. Although Sato wasn't entirely sure how the process worked, he knew that breeding took a toll on a Pokemon's overall vitality. Overbreeding could lead to exhaustion. Therefore, Sato didn't want his Pokemon to be treated as test subjects or breeding stock. He would only entrust his Pokemon to someone he trusted completely. After confirming the multi-space Pokeball's functionality, Sato quickly turned his attention to the two glowing potions on the table. The next step was to use them. "Come out, Swampert, Pelipper." Sato took out the multi-space Pokeballs and called out the names of the two Pokemon. Two beams of white light shot out from the ball. In the next second, Swampert and Shiny Pelipper appeared in the room. "Here, one each. Drink up." Sato picked up the two Mew Genetic Enhancement Serum from the table, removed the caps, and handed one to each Pokemon. He then spoke in a serious tone. As soon as the caps were removed, a strange medicinal aroma filled the air. Swampert and Shiny Pelipper's eyes widened as they smelled the aroma. They stared intently at the potions Sato handed them, their eyes filled with intense desire. Without hesitation, the two Pokemon took the potions and drank them. Gulp! The colorful liquid quickly entered their stomachs. In the next second, a soft, colorful glow emanated from Swampert and Shiny Pelipper's bodies. So, this is the effect of the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum? It really does seem extraordinary. Looking at the two mysterious gene chains composed of colorful light appearing in front of his Pokemon, Sato's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his face was filled with deep anticipation. Before long, the two chains of colorful light dissolved into radiant hues and vanished, enveloping both Pokemon in a shimmering aura. Gradually, the multicolored glow surrounding them faded, replaced by new hues. Swampert was now encased in a blue and yellow light, while the Shiny Pelipper was bathed in a cyan blue glow. At this moment, even though Sato was just an ordinary human, he could clearly sense the gradual rise in their auras over time. This state lasted for about 5 minutes before the radiance surrounding both Pokemon began to dissipate. In the end, the light dispersed into differently colored particles and swiftly disappeared into the air. By now, Swampert and the Shiny Pelipper had undergone slight changes in appearance, though their overall forms remained mostly the same. However, in Sato's eyes, the transformation was nothing short of a complete overhaul, especially for Swampert, whose changes thrilled him the most. In reality, after consuming the Mew Gene Enhancement Serum, Swampert had not grown larger. Instead, he had actually shrunk a little. In short, he had slimmed down, but in a good way. Swampert had never had the most ideal body coordination before. Due to less than perfect training, his physique still carried some excess fat and muscle in certain areas. But now, after taking the Mu Gene Enhancement Serum, Swampert's entire body seemed to have been sculpted by a master craftsman, making him perfectly proportioned. Not a single ounce of excess fat or unnecessary muscle remained. Swampert could now feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire body. He could distinctly perceive each and every muscle, and he could easily command them to concentrate power into a single point at will. Beyond that, Swampert had also developed an incredibly heightened awareness of the water-type and ground-type energy flowing freely throughout the world. Even if these energies were several kilometers away, he could still sense them clearly, and with just a single thought, he could connect with them and summon them at will. Swampert knew that his control over water-type and ground-type energy had advanced to an entirely new level. He now felt like a vortex, constantly drawing in the surrounding water-type and ground-type energy. These energies, like wandering children returning home, naturally gravitated toward him with a deep sense of affinity. Swamp. Feeling exhilarated, Swampert let out a cry. Then, raising both hands, he effortlessly gathered a water-blue energy orb in one hand and a soil-brown energy orb in the other. In just 2 seconds, the two energy spheres had expanded to the size of basketballs. However, under Swampert's precise control, they compressed even further. Eventually, they shrank to the size of soccer balls, yet powerful waves of blue and earthy yellow energy radiated from them in pulses. Incredible! Not only can he control 2 different types of energy simultaneously, but he can also compress them, transforming them into tangible energy waves. Until now, only Bellisum had reached this level of mastery within the team. This is the power of a Pokemon with maxed out individual values. Seeing Swampert manipulate both types of energy with such skill, Sato's heart was filled with excitement. He was now completely convinced that Swampert was his ace Pokemon, and he was in awe of the Mu Gene Enhancement Serum's miraculous effects. Yes, Swampert's original total individual value had already been an impressive 172, just 14 points shy of the maximum 186. Now, with the supplement's enhancement and a stroke of good fortune, his total individual value had skyrocketed to 186, making him Sato's first fully maxed out Pokemon. Moreover, as Swampert's natural talent increased, his control over water-type and ground-type energy had improved significantly, even allowing him to instinctively learn new moves. Swampert's updated stats. Pokemon, Swampert. Level, 43. Type, water/ground. Ability, damp, hidden ability. Gender, male. Known moves, Mud Slap, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Foresight, Endure, Mud Bomb, Hammer Arm, Rock Slide, Muddy Water. Egg moves, Refresh, Mirror Coat. Tutor moves, Ice Punch, Dig, Rain Dance, Earth Power. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Flying, Rock Tomb, Icy Wind. Held item, Mutated Supreme Blue Water Stone. IVs, HP, 31/31. Attack, 31/31. Defense, 31/31. Special Attack, 31/31. Special Defense, 31/31. Speed, 31/31. Overall 4 rating, Gold, total IVs, 186. Increasing his mastery over water-type and ground-type energy also allowed him to learn Rain Dance and Earth Power. This is truly something to celebrate. Looking at Swampert's new stats, Sato could no longer hide the joy in his eyes. He gave Swampert an approving smile, filled with pride. Then, Sato turned his attention to the shiny Pelipper. Compared to Swampert, her transformation was even more dramatic. Perhaps because Swampert had already been incredibly gifted, the Mu Gene Enhancement Serum didn't need much time to reshape his body. But for the shiny Pelipper, the process had taken more than twice as long. After thinking it over, Sato immediately understood why. The shiny Pelipper had been rejected and driven out by her flock since birth. The fact that she had survived was a testament to her sheer willpower, but her growth had clearly suffered. Even after evolving into a Pelipper, she had remained quite small. Now, with the help of the Mu Gene Enhancement Serum, her body had been completely reshaped to reach its optimal form, resulting in a drastic transformation. Her once small frame had nearly doubled in size. Previously, she had only been about the size of a sturdy swana, reaching just up to Sato's waist, with a wingspan of around 1.5 meters. Now, she had grown to nearly the size of a robust calf, standing as tall as Sato himself, with a wingspan that stretched at least 2.5 meters. Sato was certain that the shiny polyper could now carry him effortlessly through the sky. He could sit comfortably on her slightly curved back while soaring through the air. Note, polyper can actually grow quite large. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, Shelly, one of the admins of Team Aqua, had a polyper that was several times larger than herself. Additionally, because the Mu Gene Enhancement Serum reshaped a Pokemon's body to perfection, the shiny polyper's once bloated beak had noticeably shrunk, thinning down considerably. With this adjustment, her body no longer appeared bulky or unbalanced. Instead, her proportions had become much more natural, making her appearance far more streamlined and aesthetically pleasing. It could be said without exaggeration that the current shiny polyper was among the most beautiful female polyper in existence. Shiny polyper's original total individual values, IVs, were 163, 23 points short of the maximum. The effect of the Mu Gene Enhancement Serum was to randomly increase a Pokemon's IVs by 1 to 30 points. Shiny Polyper was quite lucky, as one dose of the potion increased her IVs by 20 points. Although she didn't reach the maximum IVs like Swampert, she successfully became a high 4 gold-tier Pokemon. Shiny Polyper's updated stats. Pokemon Polyper Shiny. Level 34. Type Flying/Water. Ability, Drizzle/Rain Dish. Gender, female. Known moves, Hurricane, Hydro Pump, Tailwind Soak, Growl, Water Gun, Water Sport, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Mist, Water Pulse, Payback, Brine, Fling, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up. Egg move, Aqua Ring. Tutor move, Waterfall. TM moves, Protect, Hidden Power, Fairy, Double Team, Ice Beam, Shockwave. Held item, none. IVs. HP, 31, 31. Attack, 30, 31. Defense, 30, 31. Special attack, 31, 31. Special defense, 30, 31. Speed, 31, 31. Overall 4 rating, gold, total IVs, 183, greater than 175. Similar to Swampert, after Shiny Polyper's potential was elevated to gold tier, her control over water type and flying type energy reached a new height. Heli, after her body was reshaped, Shiny Polyper took a moment to familiarize herself with her new form. She then flew to the window, turned her head, and called out to Sato. Understanding her intention, Sato quickly opened the window, allowing Shiny Polyper to fly out. With a burst, Shiny Polyper soared into the high sky above the train. Like Swampert, she could now clearly sense the water-type and flying-type energy within a radius of 3 to 4 kilometers, and these energies were actively converging toward her. With a single thought, a bright blue light shone in Shiny Polyper's eyes as she activated her Drizzle ability. In the next moment, water-type energy within the area rapidly began to gather around her. Soon, a dark cloud formed above the speeding train, expanding like an inflating balloon. Finally, a massive, ominous cloud loomed over the train, moving at high speed alongside Shiny Polyper, casting a shadow over the train. As a strong wind suddenly blew, torrential rain began to pour down from the cloud. In an instant, a fierce storm had arrived. This is what it means to command the wind and rain. Incredible, truly incredible. Ha ha ha. Watching the rain pour wildly outside the window, and listening to the sound of the strong wind battering against it, Sato laughed, and he laughed with great joy. At the same time, 2 strands of glowing DNA chains appeared before Sato's eyes. At around 11:30 p.m., after a train journey lasting over 10 hours, Sato finally returned to Pewter City. Unlike the bustling Saffron City, Pewter City, situated on the northwestern border of Kanto, had only a modest level of economic development. As Sato stepped off the train, he noticed that apart from a few lingering passengers, most of the station's staff had already gone home. The train station itself was small and dilapidated. At this late hour, only a single convenience store remained open. Seeing this, Sato lost any appetite for grabbing a quick bite at the station. Still, even at this time of night, the unlicensed taxi drivers outside the train station remained as diligent as ever. The moment Sato stepped out, several rough-looking drivers in beat-up cars immediately approached, competing to offer him their services. Naturally, Sato had no intention of taking one of these overpriced and dangerous illegal cabs. Besides, Pewter City wasn't particularly large, and the train station wasn't far from the city center. More importantly, having just returned, he felt an urge to take a good look around. Seeing that Sato ignored them, the driver's expressions darkened with displeasure. However, being in this line of work, they knew how to size people up. Sato was clad in a crisp blue and white elite trainer uniform, exuding an air of confidence and strength. Any sharp-eyed person could tell at a glance that he was not someone to be trifled with. Recognizing this, the drivers wisely stepped aside, not daring to pester him further. However, when they saw Sato heading alone into a dimly lit alley, seemingly taking a shortcut toward the city center, a few younger drivers exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with unspoken thoughts. Sato had spent a lot of time struggling in Pewter City's lower class. For several months, he had even worked as a food delivery courier, which had given him an intimate knowledge of the city's streets and alleys. He recalled that there was a late-night restaurant not far from the train station, rumored to serve decent food. Since both he and his Pokemon were famished, it would be a good place to stop for a meal before figuring out a way back to the Team Rocket underground base. Apart from its central district and the commercial development area in the east, most of Pewter City consisted of old neighborhoods with outdated infrastructure. The train station was located in the city's southern old district. As Sato walked through the dim alleyway, the weak glow of streetlights illuminated a filthy road littered with garbage. Puddles of dirty water were scattered everywhere, filling the air with a pungent stench. The smell didn't bother Sato in the slightest. He kept his face expressionless and moved silently through the alley, like a passing shadow. He was not alone. Throughout the winding back streets, he encountered all sorts of people: ragged vagrants, drunken men who had been thrown onto the pavement, and women working the streets under the dim glow of neon signs. Of course, in addition to these various drifters, there were also the so-called enforcers of the alleys, the gang thugs who claimed these streets as their own. These street thugs were not known for their patience. With multiple pokeballs hanging from their belts, they strutted about arrogantly, meting out harsh beatings and extorting anyone who dared block their path. Most notably, they paid special attention to outsiders, especially well-dressed ones. Such individuals were prime targets. Sure enough, after walking through a few alleys, Sato soon found himself approached by a group of young gangsters who had been tipped off by their informants. With a booming shout of "Clear the area" from the bald-headed leader, the surrounding bystanders quickly dispersed, leaving only Sato and the dozen or so gang members. "Listen up, kid," the bald leader sneered, pointing an iron rod at Sato. "This is Black Serpent gang territory. If you want to pass through, you gotta pay up. Be smart and hand over your Pokemon and cash. Or else, well, don't say we didn't warn you." Perched on the thug's shoulder, a Fiero glared menacingly at Sato, awaiting its master's command to attack. At the same time, the other gang members released their Pokemon, Raticates, Beedrills, Geodudes, all surrounding Sato in an aggressive formation. Some of the thugs also brandished metal pipes and knives, their intent clear. The Black Serpent gang? Sato mused, unfazed by their intimidation. Raising an eyebrow, he asked with mild curiosity, "Wasn't this area controlled by the Fiero gang before? I've only been gone for a little over a month. Did ownership change that quickly?" As a former delivery worker, Sato was quite familiar with Pewter City's gangs. After all, gangsters needed food too, and he had often delivered to them. From what he remembered, the train station area had always been controlled by the Fiero gang. The Fiero gang had been one of the city's top criminal organizations, strong enough to hold onto this lucrative territory. Their leader was a trainer with 3 Fieros, powerful enough to be considered one of the top gang leaders in Pewter City. By Sato's estimation, that leader likely had the skills of an elite trainer. Having survived in the underworld for so long, he shouldn't have been weak. And yet, in just a little over a month, their turf had been taken over by a new group? That was surprising. Huh, the Fiero gang. The bald leader scoffed, his face lighting up with an almost fanatical glee. In front of our boss, those Fiero fools were nothing but a bunch of chickens. We crushed them in a week. Listen up, kid. The entire southern district of Pewter City belongs to the Black Serpent gang now. So be smart and do what I said. Otherwise, we'll send you down to join those Fiero weaklings. His words sent the other gang members into a frenzy of laughter and jeering. Huh, that's right. The whole southern district belongs to us now. Hey, you're not one of the Fiero gang stragglers, are you? If so, we'll deal with you right here. Why are we wasting time, boss? Let's just take him out already. Hearing the rising commotion, Sato simply nodded, his expression remaining unreadable. However, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. I see. Pewter City has changed quite a bit while I was gone. He spoke calmly, then continued, I just got back, and I need someone to fill me in on the details. You seem like the perfect candidate. Tell me everything, and I'll let you go. As he spoke, Sato reached for a pokeball. You idiot! Who do you think you are? The bald leader's face twisted with rage. Unlike the more streetwise criminals in Celadon City, he was young and reckless. Enraged, he brandished his iron rod and charged forward. The other gang members followed suit, weapons and Pokemon at the ready, eager to tear Sato apart. A sigh escaped Sato's lips. Come out, Galbot. Use Gust. With a flash of light, Galbot emerged above Sato's head. Its eyes gleamed with a bright cyan light, and in the next instant, twin white whirlwinds erupted on either side of Sato. The charging gang members and their Pokemon were instantly swept into the raging winds. In Sato's eyes, these Black Serpent gang members were nothing more than small fry, posing no real threat. With a single double gust attack from his Galbot, Sato easily dealt with them and their Pokemon, which averaged around level 10. Sato didn't let Galbot go all out. When he noticed some of the gang members starting to foam at the mouth from the spinning white whirlwinds, he ordered Galbot to stop the gust attack. Thud, thud, thud. Following Sato's command, the glow in Galbot's eyes dimmed, and the 2 white whirlwinds, each with a radius of at least 3 meters, gradually dissipated. The Black Serpent gang members and their Pokemon fell from the air, landing haphazardly on the garbage-strewn alley floor. Most of the gang members and their Pokemon had already passed out, with some foaming at the mouth and rolling their eyes. Only a few of the stronger members and Pokemon remained conscious. However, those who were still conscious clearly realized they had messed with the wrong person. They trembled, not daring to look Sato in the eye, their faces filled with deep fear. Sato's Galbot had taken down over a dozen of them with just one gust attack, delivering a harsh reality check to these gang members who had recently become overconfident after their gang took over the southern gray areas of Pewter City. Now, as they recalled what had just happened, their fear only grew. In their memories, even their revered leader didn't have the ability to defeat over a dozen people at once. Did that mean the man in front of them was even stronger than their leader? And thankfully, he hadn't gone all out. Otherwise, his Galbot could have killed them as easily as slaughtering chickens. The bald gang leader, though not the brightest, was physically strong and remained conscious. However, he decided to play dead, hoping to avoid Sato's interrogation. Unfortunately for him, Sato had already singled him out and wasn't about to let him off the hook. Sato first had Galbot knock out the other conscious gang members and their Pokemon. Then he stomped hard on the bald leader's right knee, the intense pain causing the man to jump up from the ground. All right, start talking. Tell me everything you know about the Black Serpent gang and any major events that have happened in Pewter City over the past month. This is Ralts. It could tell if you're lying. If you try to hide anything or lie, you'll be Galbit's midnight snack, Sato said coldly, his Galbit perched menacingly on the bald leader's shoulder. At the same time, Sato had his ditto, disguised as a hat, transform into a Ralts to verify the truthfulness of the bald leader's words. Yes, yes, sir. Please spare me. I won't dare hide anything. Upon hearing Sato's words and feeling Galbit's hot breath on his neck, along with those four sharp fangs gleaming ominously, the bald underboss turned pale as a sheet. He immediately knelt on the ground, his face full of terror as he begged for mercy. Under the influence of sheer fear, he spilled everything he knew without hesitation, down to even the color of his mistress's underwear that day. Through the interrogation, Sato quickly learned about the origins of the Black Serpent Gang and the major events that had occurred in Pewter City over the past month. The founder of the Black Serpent Gang turned out to be Rondo, Sato's old enemy from the Pewter City rocket base. Like Sato, Rondo had undergone the rookie wilderness training in Viridian Forest and successfully completed it. After completing the mission, Rondo's strength had greatly increased. His Ekans had evolved into an Arbok, and he had also captured a Fiero and a Pinsir in Viridian Forest. Upon returning to Pewter City, he reclaimed the Raticate, Poliwhirl, and Machoke he had previously left in a local breeding house. This dramatically boosted his overall power. With his newfound strength, Rondo began forming his own faction within the Rocket Team's Pewter City branch, using its resources to further enhance his Pokémon. In just a short time, he had managed to reach an elite trainer level. Then, to accelerate the growth of his Pokémon, Rondo returned to his old ways. He established the Black Serpent Gang as a new underworld force, rising rapidly under the secret support of his mentor, the top instructor of the Rocket Team's underground base in Pewter City. Just a week ago, Rondo led his subordinates within the Rocket Team to annihilate the once dominant Spearow Gang, securing his dominance over the city's southern gray zone. His name was now soaring in the city's underworld. Rondo. So the leader of this suddenly emerging Black Serpent Gang is him. It seems I'm not the only one who's made progress over the past month. In just over a month, this ruthless bastard has not only established his own gang, but also taken down the Spearow Gang, a well-established force. He's clearly building his own faction to gather resources for himself. What an ambitious guy, Sato thought, a small hint of concern creeping into his mind as he considered Rondo's rapid rise in both the Pewter City rocket base and the city's underworld. However, that concern was fleeting. Sato quickly crushed it. He was confident that no matter how fast Rondo's strength grew, it wouldn't surpass his own. His current team was strong and well-prepared. Even if a quasi-elite 4-level trainer came after him, Sato believed he could hold his own. Still, Rondo was now the leader of the Black Serpent Gang and had formed alliances within the Pewter City rocket base. He had numbers on his side. Meanwhile, Sato was a lone wolf. If Rondo decided to target him in secret, it would be a hassle to deal with. After all, at most, Sato's current strength was at the peak of the elite trainer level. He understood the saying, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This bastard holds grudges. It seems I won't have a peaceful time once I return to Pewter City. Oh well, if he doesn't come looking for trouble, I won't bother with him. But if he dares to mess with me, I'll crush his Pokémon and finish him off in the rookie competition, Sato thought, his eyes glinting coldly. He had a rough idea of what he might face next. However, he remained calm, feeling not a trace of fear at his rival's rapid growth. Instead, he felt a strange sense of excitement. With that, Sato had Galbit knock out the bald gang leader. Glancing at the unconscious Black Serpent Gang members scattered across the ground, Sato sighed. Then, with Galbit following closely behind, he turned and walked away. In the end, he chose not to kill them. After all, he just returned to the city, and he didn't want to alert the gang just yet. If they still came after him again, well, then he'd gladly send them on their way to hell. News spreads quickly in the gray zones, and the southern district of Pewter City had undoubtedly become the territory of the Black Serpent Gang. After a week of consolidation, the entire southern district was now filled with the gang's informants. Not long after Sato left the alley, a group of thugs wielding clubs and knives arrived in a hurry. These newcomers were none other than members of the Black Serpent Gang. Led by a burly man with a scarred face, they quickly roused the unconscious gang members in the alley and began interrogating them one by one. "Speak. Where did the person who knocked you all out go?" The scar-faced man slapped a bald-headed underling awake, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him off the ground, his tone menacing. This scar-faced brute was the leader of the new arrivals. His name was Kosuke, known as Mad Dog in Pewter City's underworld. Ruthless and vicious, he had over a dozen lives on his hands and was currently the Black Serpent Gang's top enforcer. Kosuke, boss, I don't know. That guy was too strong. He took us all down in an instant. If he had really wanted us dead, I wouldn't even be here talking to you now. The bald underling, initially furious at being slapped awake, immediately cowered upon recognizing Kosuke. However, compared to Kosuke, he feared Sato even more. After a quick mental calculation, he decisively chose to lie. Humph, what a bunch of useless trash. Anyone who dares to mess with the Black Serpent Gang won't get off easy. If word gets out, those weaklings we just crushed will start acting up again. Hurry up and find him before he leaves the Southern District. Kosuke didn't doubt the bald underling's words, especially since every other gang member he questioned gave the same response. He tossed the man onto the ground and then coldly issued his order to the surrounding gang members. Although Kosuke seemed to be just an enforcer, he was actually the one managing the gang's daily affairs. The reason the Black Serpent Gang had risen so quickly wasn't just because of Team Rocket's backing. Kosuke, a seasoned underworld figure, had played a crucial role in its establishment. In truth, Rondo was only the gang's leader in name. As a member of Team Rocket, he rarely showed his face in Pewter City anymore. His recent rise to notoriety in the underworld had exposed his affiliation with Team Rocket, making him a prime target for the city's law enforcement. Currently, the Pewter City police were keeping a close eye on Rondo, and the Pokemon Center had even posted a bounty for his capture, encouraging league trainers to hunt him down. At the same time, the authorities were cracking down on the Black Serpent Gang, recognizing it as a proxy force for Team Rocket. The gang had only recently annexed the territory of the Spearow Gang, gaining dominance over the Southern District's gray zone. However, their rapid expansion meant their foundations were weak. Without Team Rocket's backing, they wouldn't have been able to take over the Spearow Gang in the first place. Now that Pewter City's League forces were actively suppressing them, Team Rocket could no longer provide overt support. Even their secret assistance had been reduced significantly. For the time being, they had to lay low. Thus, despite appearing strong, the Black Serpent Gang was actually quite fragile, teetering on the edge of collapse. Kosuke, a seasoned criminal, knew that in such precarious times, the gang couldn't afford to lose face. If word got out that they were nothing more than a paper tiger propped up by Team Rocket, even without League intervention, the remnants of the old gray factions in the Southern District would tear them apart. But Kosuke, boss, that guy was seriously strong. I don't think our men stand a chance against him. Before the bald underling could finish, Kosuke's face twisted in rage, and he viciously kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying several meters. Blood spurted from the man's mouth as he lost consciousness. Truthfully, Kosuke hated this idiot to the core. If it weren't for his reckless shakedown attempt, the Black Serpent Gang wouldn't have provoked Sato in the first place. Now, the entire gang had to clean up after him. If not for the risk of causing internal dissent, Kosuke would have already killed him. And now, this fool was even trying to talk back to him, utterly oblivious to his own fate. The surrounding gang members, already in awe of Kosuke, trembled at the sight of the bald underling's fate. Without hesitation, they quickly released their Pokemon and scattered in all directions. Within moments, every member of the Black Serpent Gang in the Southern District was on the move, scouring the area for any trace of Sato. Watching them scramble, Kosuke remained still until only his 5 most trusted subordinates and the unconscious bald underling were left. He then gave a slight nod. Come out, Houndoom. Use Odor Sleuth and track the scent of any unfamiliar individuals here. Regaining his composure, Kosuke retrieved an Ultra Ball and released the Pokemon inside. A battle-scarred Houndoom emerged, its fierce eyes sweeping over Kosuke before obediently following his command. It lowered its nose to the ground, sniffing carefully. Moments later, it found something. Turning its head, Houndoom signaled to Kosuke with a nod. Receiving the confirmation, Kosuke gestured for his subordinates to follow as Houndoom led the way. I worked too hard to establish my own power in Pewter City under the banner of Team Rocket. I don't care who you are. If you dare to mess with what I built, I won't let you go unpunished. Kosuke's scarred face was twisted with fury. In truth, he was wary of Sato. After all, it was undeniable that Sato had taken down over a dozen gang members in an instant. Kosuke knew he could do the same, but not with such efficiency. Still, what was done. He had no choice but to make Sato pay some kind of price, just enough to make it seem like the gang had maintained its dignity. Otherwise, if word spread that the Black Serpent Gang had been beaten down while trying to extort someone, their authority in the Southern District's gray zone would plummet. And if that happened, even Kosuke wouldn't be able to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, as the Black Serpent Gang scoured the city in search of him, the very man who had thrown the entire Southern District into chaos, Sato was enjoying a late-night meal at a restaurant near the border between the Southern and Eastern Districts, happily dining with his Pokemon. Of course, by this point, he had already changed his clothes, altered his face, and even sprayed himself with a top-tier fragrance in order to mask his original scent. The Eastern District of Pewter City was its commercial hub. The urban facilities here were far superior to those in the city's other 3 districts. Compared to the desolate and run-down atmosphere of the Southern District, this area was thriving with prosperity. Even the border region between the Southern and Eastern Districts had begun to absorb some of that flourishing energy. Many shops here remained open late into the night. In this border area, there were no fewer than a dozen nightclubs, along with numerous arcades and underground casinos. Because rental prices here were significantly lower than in the Eastern District, the cost of goods and services wasn't high. With affordable yet quality services, business in this area was booming. Every evening, a large number of people from the Eastern District would come here to spend their money. In short, this border region between the Southern and Eastern Districts was a prime piece of real estate, an irresistible slice of meat for anyone eyeing its potential profits. Both the gangs from the Southern District and those from the East were eager to get their hands on it. Controlling this area meant a daily flow of protection money that was anything but small. Previously, because the gangs in the Eastern District were generally stronger than those in other parts of the city, one of the 3 major Eastern gangs, the Iron Fist Gang, had taken control of this area due to its proximity. However, ever since the Black Serpent Gang eradicated the fearsome Spearow Gang and took over the entire Southern District, they had made repeated attempts to wrest control of this lucrative territory from the Iron Fist Gang. As a result, the past few weeks had seen over a dozen skirmishes in this area between the Black Serpent Gang and the Iron Fist Gang. The 2 factions had grown openly hostile, and conflicts would erupt almost immediately whenever members from both sides encountered each other. Naturally, these gang disputes had taken a toll on the local economy. Foot traffic in the area had nearly halved, leaving business owners deeply worried. At the moment, Sato was dining at a restaurant called Gourmet House, the finest establishment in the district. Unfortunately, like many other businesses here, it had suffered from the gang war's impact. When he arrived, the restaurant, capable of seating over 100 guests, had only about a dozen customers inside. The sluggish business was evident at a glance. Due to the low number of patrons, both the restaurant owner and staff were particularly attentive. VIP guests, especially those booking private rooms like Sato, were welcomed with even greater enthusiasm. Though Sato trained his Pokemon with strict discipline, he was nothing but generous when it came to their well-being. Ever since he had come into money, he had ensured they were fed only the best meals for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. If the opportunity arose, he also provided them with afternoon tea and a midnight snack. Tonight, rather than feeding them the same Pokemon food they had already eaten 3 times earlier in the day, Sato allowed them to indulge in whatever delicacies they desired. With Swampert's massive appetite and the influence it had on the rest of Sato's Pokemon, who had also developed large appetites under its example, the restaurant was having an unexpectedly good night. One food cart after another was wheeled into the private dining room. A VIP indeed. A true VIP. Hey you, hurry up and tell the kitchen to get moving. Don't you see the last food cart has already been emptied? Get another one in there, quick. The plump restaurant owner was watching the VIP room's surveillance feed from behind the counter. Though he was stunned by Swampert's terrifying appetite, his heart was filled with joy. Seeing the food cart inside the private room nearly emptied, he cheerfully instructed a nearby waiter. But just as he finished giving his orders, bang! With a violent crash, a menacing-looking Houndoom smashed through the restaurant's glass doors. Behind it, more than a dozen burly men wielding clubs and other weapons swaggered in with their Pokemon. The owner's cheerful expression vanished instantly, replaced by deep resentment. Exchanging glances with one of his waiters, he quickly forced a smile and stepped out from behind the counter. My, if it isn't Lord Kosuke, what a pleasant surprise. Please come in and have a seat. What would you like to eat? I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you right away. Carefully avoiding the snarling Houndoom, the restaurant owner approached Kosuke with an ingratiating smile. Meanwhile, the waiter who had caught his signal discreetly pulled out a communicator and sent a brief message to one of his contacts. The message contained only 3 words. The serpents are here. Go. Search the place. Houndoom's nose doesn't lie. Kosuke ignored the owner's pleasantries, his gaze sweeping over the sparsely populated restaurant. Then, he gestured for his men to proceed. The moment Kosuke spoke, his gang members eagerly began their search, which was more akin to open robbery. Expensive wine, fine dishware, and high-end food all fell into their hands. Lord Kosuke, what are you doing? I already paid this month's protection fee in full. You can't just destroy my restaurant. The owner's face turned pale as he watched the gangsters ransack his establishment. He could no longer keep up his act and yelled in protest. His defiance was futile. A glint of cruelty flashed in Kosuke's eyes. Without hesitation, his Houndoom slammed into the owner with a brutal tackle, sending him flying. Had Kosuke not gestured for it to stop, the Houndoom might have followed up with a flamethrower. This Houndoom had been Kosuke's trusted partner for years, one of his main battlers, and had already reached level 41. Its keen sense of smell was exceptional, which was precisely how Kosuke had tracked his target here. Even though his enemy had tried to mask their scent with perfume, Houndoom's extraordinary nose had still managed to detect it after a bit of effort. Kosuke had absolute faith in its ability. He was certain that Sato, the man who had injured over a dozen members of the Black Serpent gang, was hiding here. You Black Serpent bastards have gone too far. Just you wait. Someone will put an end to you one day. Gritting his teeth against the pain, the restaurant owner struggled to his feet with the help of 2 waiters. He pointed a shaking finger at Kosuke and cursed loudly. The moment his words fell, boom, a Machoke suddenly burst through the restaurant's wall, as if shot out of a cannon, before slamming into the opposite wall with bone-crushing force. It didn't stop there. With its momentum unchecked, Machoke crashed through the wall entirely and was sent hurtling into a nightclub 10 meters away. Before anyone could even process what had happened, screams erupted from beyond the shattered wall. One after another, several more Pokemon were violently blasted through the same opening, sent flying into the nightclub across the street. The screams lasted for barely 10 seconds before abruptly ceasing. Then, under Kosuke's and his Houndoom's fearful gaze, a towering Swampert casually tore the remaining fragments of the wall apart. A moment later, a young man clad in a black elite trainer attire casually stepped out of the rubble beside it. Behind them, the Black Serpent gang members who had gone into the VIP room to search, along with their Pokemon, now lay motionless in pools of blood. I wasn't even planning to come after you yet, Sato said, his expression cold and dangerous as he stared at Kosuke. But here you are, delivering yourself right at my doorstep. Tell me, are you so eager to die that you're literally courting death? Sato underestimated the sheer madness of the Black Serpent Gang. He realized that his previous act of mercy had been taken as a sign of weakness, making them believe he was either too soft-hearted or easy to bully. So, when he saw this group of thugs once again barging in uninvited and attacking others without a second thought, a murderous intent rose in his heart. At this moment, they were nothing more than a gang of violent criminals, undeserving of pity. Once, they might have been unfortunate victims themselves, but they had long since turned rotten, using their tragic pasts as an excuse to inflict suffering on others. Such people were no longer worthy of sympathy. This time, Sato did not hesitate. He felt no resistance in his heart. He was simply eliminating a menace. He showed no mercy. Any Black Serpent Gang member or Pokemon that was looting and causing chaos in the restaurant became a target for his Pokemon's unrestrained attacks. To be fair, the gang members who showed up this time weren't weak. A quick scan with his system's detection function revealed that their Pokemon were, on average, over level 20, making them the elite of the Black Serpent Gang. Unfortunately for them, while they might be considered formidable among Pewter City's various gangs, they were nothing more than cannon fodder before an elite trainer like Sato. With just Swampert, his shiny Beautifly, and Meowth in action, the entire group, both trainers and Pokemon, was utterly crushed in a matter of moments. They never stood a chance. The ones defeated by shiny Beautifly and Meowth were at least still breathing, albeit covered in wounds from razor-sharp wind blades or slashing claws. There was still a chance they could be saved. But those who had been struck by Swampert's powerful punches weren't so lucky. Even if they had somehow survived, their lives as normal people were effectively over. Kosuke had expected Sato to be strong. From his attire and earlier performance, he had assumed Sato was a skilled but inexperienced elite trainer. That was why he had brought all of the Black Serpent Gang's best fighters to ensure victory. However, he had never imagined Sato would be this powerful, strong enough to take on more than 10 people at once and utterly annihilate them without breaking a sweat. More importantly, Sato was no naive rookie. When he fought, there was not a shred of mercy. In just a few minutes, all of Kosuke's trusted subordinates were either dead or gravely injured, leaving him completely alone. As a seasoned criminal who had spent years lurking in Pewter City's underworld, Kosuke immediately recognized the overwhelming aura radiating from Sato, the kind that he knew all too well. Though his opponent was young, he was clearly no kind-hearted fool. If anything, Kosuke knew that someone like Sato would never spare a person like him. Looking at the situation, it was clear that Sato had no intention of letting him go. Kosuke realized he had made a grave mistake. Running away blindly would be the worst possible choice. His only chance of survival was to fight with everything he had. Houndoom, use flame burst on the civilians. Come out, Weezing, use smokescreen. Kosuke's eyes flashed with cruelty as he glanced at the restaurant's owner and the nearby waiters. Without hesitation, he commanded Houndoom to attack them. At the same time, he released a level 38 Weezing and ordered it to unleash a dense smog to cover his retreat. In the next instant, Houndoom spewed a jet of flames toward the restaurant owner and the nearby staff. At the same time, the scar-covered Weezing emerged, releasing a massive cloud of toxic black smoke from its many pores. You're just begging for death, aren't you? Use earth power and icy wind. Seeing Kosuke's tactics, the killing intent in Sato's heart grew even stronger. Without hesitation, he ordered Swampert to counter. Swampert's eyes gleamed with an earthy yellow light as it stomped forward. The ground in front of the restaurant owner and staff immediately surged with ground-type energy, forming a protective wall of earth. Houndoom's flames crashed into the barrier and were completely blocked, failing to reach the civilians. At the same time, Swampert opened its mouth and exhaled a gust of bone-chilling wind. In an instant, the toxic smog was blown away, and Kosuke, along with his Pokemon, found their movements significantly slowed. After undergoing specialized training in Saffron City, Swampert's icy wind had improved tremendously in both power and effectiveness, rivaling that of fully evolved Ice-type Pokemon. Now, Under the influence of the freezing gale, Kosuke and Weezing quickly lost body heat, their movements stiffening as a layer of icy frost spread across them. Houndoom, charge at that bastard with crunch. Weezing, self-destruct. Kosuke, feeling his body freezing up, knew that if he didn't make a last-ditch effort now, he would be completely finished. Gritting his teeth, he gave his Pokémon the most desperate order possible. Houndoom and Weezing have been raised by Kosuke for years. Even though they understood that he was essentially sacrificing them, their loyalty never wavered. Houndoom immediately erupted in searing flames and lunged at Sato with its fangs bared. Weezing, meanwhile, began glowing an intense white as heat waves radiated from its body. The freezing frost that had covered it melted away, and it charged forward just like Houndoom, prepared to explode. Pathetic struggle. Use Hammer Arm and Ice Punch. Kosuke's ruthless decision to abandon his Pokémon and escape made Sato frown. He briefly felt a trace of pity for the two loyal Pokémon, but in an instant, his expression hardened again. Swampert stopped using Icy Wind and clenched its fists. Its left hand gleamed with a brilliant white light, while its right hand was encased in a layer of frozen energy. As Houndoom leaped towards Sato, Swampert struck first. Its left fist shot forward in a blur, slamming into Houndoom with devastating force. Bam! Houndoom was sent flying, crashing through the restaurant wall and landing in the nightclub across the street. As for Weezing, just as it neared Swampert, the white glow of its impending explosion suddenly flickered and died out. A look of terror filled its eyes as it realized, no matter how much it tried, it could no longer activate explosion. Before it could react, Swampert's icy fist slammed into it, sending it hurtling through the air, directly toward Kosuke, who had been attempting to flee. With a dull crash, Weezing collided with its trainer, using him as a human shield before both of them smashed through the wall of the nightclub. Sato exhaled deeply, brushing dust off his clothes. Then, he retrieved a bundle of cash from his pocket and placed it in front of the restaurant owner. Here's payment for my meal and my share of the repair costs. As for the rest of the damages, you can take it from them. No need to thank me. Goodbye. With that, he recalled Swampert, dusted himself off, and, under the awe-filled gazes of the onlookers, soared into the night atop his shiny Pelipper. A moment after Sato vanished, the restaurant owner finally snapped out of his daze. His entire body trembled before he let out a long, agonized wail. Not long after Sato left, a group of burly men, shirtless and intimidating, arrived at the scene. These men belonged to the Iron Fist Gang. As soon as their informants received word, they immediately notified their superiors, who dispatched reinforcements. In reality, the Iron Fist Gang's response was incredibly swift. Barely 10 minutes had passed from the time the waiter sent out the message to when they arrived. However, to their utter shock, they discovered that their longtime rivals, the Black Serpent Gang, had already been completely annihilated. Even the gang's de facto leader, Kosuke, now lay battered and broken in a nightclub across from the restaurant. He was barely breathing, his body covered in injuries, looking no better than a dying stray dog. After some investigation, the Iron Fist Gang members learned that the Black Serpent Gang had provoked the wrong person this time. Not only had they failed to capture their target, but they had also been utterly wiped out by a single individual. According to the bystanders, the entire battle lasted no more than a minute or two. In that short time, Kosuke and his subordinates had all been crushed. Upon learning the truth, the Iron Fist Gang members couldn't help but take a sharp breath. They knew better than anyone how formidable the Black Serpent Gang's elite fighters were. If they had clashed head-on, the outcome between their two groups would have been evenly matched at best. Boss, now that Kosuke and his elite men are finished, shouldn't we seize the territory in the Southern District? If we move quickly, we can take control before the other gangs even realize what's happening. A slim yet sharp-featured young man spoke eagerly to a towering, muscular man wielding a steel shovel. His voice was flattering, but his eyes held a cunning glint as he lowered his head slightly. This towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, was named Tatsumi. He was a construction foreman in Pewter City and also the Iron Fist Gang's second-in-command and top enforcer. The area where the Southern District bordered the Eastern District was under his jurisdiction. Shut up. Do you think I, Tatsumi, am the kind of man who takes advantage of others' misfortunes? According to the rules, the one who took down the Black Serpent Gang is entitled to their territory. Let me tell you something, Yamazaki. Don't even think about touching the Southern District. If you cause trouble, I won't hesitate to clean house myself. Tatsumi's eyes flickered with greed for a brief moment, but as he glanced at Kosuke's lifeless, mangled body on the ground, a shiver ran down his spine. His expression hardened, and he righteously berated Yamazaki, the sly-looking youth. After speaking, Tatsumi turned his sharp gaze toward the other members of the Iron Fist Gang. Under his scrutiny, the restless gang members, who had been swayed by Yamazaki's suggestion, instantly lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. Understood, Sir Tatsumi. Yamazaki quickly bowed his head and nodded in agreement, though a flicker of disappointment crossed his youthful face. However, as he glanced at Kosuke's lifeless body on the ground, his eyes flashed with a cold gleam. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Since the Iron Fist Gang hadn't restricted information flow, news of the Black Serpent Gang's annihilation at the hands of a mysterious powerhouse quickly spread throughout Pewter City's underworld. At the same time, the city's League forces caught wind of the event. Acting swiftly, Officer Jenny led a group of League trainers into the Southern District to launch a full-scale crackdown on the Black Serpent Gang, a newly emerging criminal faction secretly backed by Team Rocket. Tonight was bound to be a turbulent one. In the basement of an old, run-down house on the outskirts of Pewter City, a man wearing a Team Rocket grunt uniform furiously shouted into a communicator. "What the hell did you just say?" Officer Jenny is leading a team of League trainers to wipe out the Black Serpent Gang? And where the hell is Kosuke? What is that idiot doing? If anything happens to the gang, I won't forgive him. The man, Rondo, wore an expression of utter rage. His face twisted as he roared into the communicator. He had barely managed to get a few hours of restless sleep in this blood-scented basement when his communicator rang, only for him to hear the shocking news of the League's crackdown on the Black Serpent Gang. While he was only the Black Serpent Gang's nominal leader, it was he who had founded the gang. Their rapid expansion wouldn't have been possible without the support he had painstakingly secured from Team Rocket. In a way, he had been both the father and the mother to the Black Serpent Gang. Kosuke might have been their field leader, but Rondo had poured just as much blood, sweat, and tears into building the gang. Now, out of nowhere, the entire organization was on the brink of collapse. It felt like a nightmare. He even slapped himself twice, just to confirm he wasn't dreaming. But the pain told him everything was real. What? Kosuke and all of the Black Serpent Gang's elites were wiped out. Moments later, Rondo received another shocking update from the other end of the line, and his voice cracked with disbelief. He stood there, frozen, his mind going blank. With a dull thud, the communicator slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the floor. Then, as if all the energy had drained from his body, Rondo slumped to the ground in despair. He knew that with Kosuke and the gang's top fighters gone, the Black Serpent Gang was finished. Ooh, who the hell did this? If I ever find out, I swear I'll make them pay. Damn it, this is pissing me off. After a long silence, Rondo suddenly sprang to his feet, his face contorted in fury. His bloodshot eyes burned with hatred as he clenched his teeth, then began smashing everything in the basement in a fit of rage. At that moment, a pair of crimson eyes gleamed in the dimly lit room. A low, hissing sound accompanied the emergence of an enormous Arbok, its coiled body stretching over 5 meters long. Silently, it slithered behind Rondo, slowly wrapping around his frenzied figure. As Rondo's rabid outburst reached its peak, he suddenly locked eyes with his Arbok's glowing crimson stare. His body stiffened mid-struggle before, bit by bit, he began to relax. "It's fine. I still have you. As long as you're with me, None of this matters. The Black Serpent Gang? I can always build another. And once I prove myself in the upcoming tournament, I'll climb even higher in the ranks. Someday, I'll have all of Pewter City's underground forces bowing at my feet. Hee hee. Meeting Arbok's unwavering stare, Rondo's furious breathing gradually steadied. A twisted grin spread across his face as he murmured to his Pokémon. Arbok narrowed its crimson eyes, studying Rondo for a long moment. Then, with a slow nod, it loosened its grip and silently melted back into the shadows, disappearing into the darkness once more. As soon as Sato returned to Pewter City, he unexpectedly wiped out an elite group of the Black Serpent Gang. For him, this was undeniably great news. After leaving the restaurant, Sato landed in a deserted alleyway, reverting to his original appearance and changing into a simple outfit. He then quickly made his way to a modest inn nearby, relying on his memory. Tonight, Pewter City was certainly lively, with the Southern District, where Sato was staying, bustling throughout the night. However, the culprit who had stirred up the entire gray underworld of Pewter City, Sato himself, slept soundly, completely undisturbed, until dawn. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Sato headed straight for the Pokemon Center in downtown Pewter City. His goal this time wasn't to heal his Pokemon, but to collect a package. Back in White River Village in the Hoenn region, he had made an agreement with the village elder. After successfully rescuing the village's defense team from Team Magma, he was to receive the remaining reward. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, Sato hadn't been able to return to White River Village to personally claim his reward. Instead, he had asked the elder's son, Marcus, to have it mailed to the Pokemon Center in downtown Pewter City. Sato had been eagerly anticipating this second half of his payment. Though almost a week had passed since the mission's completion, he hadn't forgotten about the precious reward. If the Black Serpent Gang hadn't caused trouble last night, forcing him to lay low, his next move after the late-night meal with his Pokemon would have been to head to the city center to retrieve the package, and perhaps spend the night at the Pokemon Center. Inside that package was the second half of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. Just reading the first half of this valuable Pokemon research book had already benefited Sato greatly. Once he obtained the second half, he could confidently begin raising Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon. The first half of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits mainly detailed the habits, abilities, and countermeasures for Ghost and Dark-type Pokemon. The second half, however, focused on their training methods and the techniques for refining Ghost and Dark-type moves. Without a doubt, the latter half was the true essence of this book. The shrewd village elder had used it as leverage, enticing Sato to lend him a helping hand. Of course, since Sato hadn't collected the package himself, he wasn't entirely certain whether the village elder had truly sent the book in its entirety. He could only hope the man was a man of his word. Otherwise, if Sato returned to Hoenn only to find that the book was never intended for him, it would all be for nothing. The elder would have likely moved away long before then. With anticipation in his heart, Sato entered the Pokemon Center. After explaining his purpose to Nurse Joy at the front desk and presenting his trainer ID, he soon received a package sent from Hoenn. Although the village elder was a crafty old fox, he turned out to be a man of his word. Not only had he sent the complete second half of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, but he had also included two unexpected treasures. Inside a single occupancy room at the Pokemon Center, Sato unwrapped the package. 3 items were neatly packed inside. The second half of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits was carefully wrapped in an oiled cloth and placed at the bottom of the package. Above it lay 2 fist-sized stones, both gleaming yet distinctly colored. One was a brilliant water blue, while the other was as dark as ink. Although these radiant stones stood out, Sato's first priority was the second half of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits. He immediately pulled it out and examined it thoroughly. I knew it. The red orb of Groudon and the blue orb of Kyogre were found together at MT Pyre. If a firestone could accidentally absorb the red orb's energy and mutate, then naturally, a water stone exposed to the blue orb would undergo a similar transformation. After verifying the authenticity of the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, Sato turned his attention to the two stones in the package. Using his system's appraisal function, he identified them, and his face lit up with excitement as he picked up the water blue stone. Yes, this crystal-clear water blue stone was indeed a water stone, but not an ordinary one. Like the unknown quality fire stone he already possessed, this water stone had mutated after absorbing the essence of a legendary Pokemon's power. Item: mutated water stone. Quality: unknown. Effect: facilitates evolution for specific Pokemon, significantly enhancing their potential and offering a chance to awaken new water-type abilities. Note: this water stone once came into contact with the blue orb of Kyogre, absorbing a trace of its primal power. Not only has its quality vastly improved, but it now holds a mysterious power capable of transforming/enhancing water-type Pokemon. Sato already had a top-tier water stone capable of enhancing a Pokemon's 4 rating. Now, with the addition of this mutated water stone, his Rain team would gain yet another powerful member. He had been worrying about how to distribute his limited supply of premium water stones. Several water-type Pokemon in his team required them for evolution. But now, thanks to the village elder's generosity, this mutated water stone perfectly resolved his dilemma. Great! With this extra mutated water stone, I have more options now. This represents another water-type Pokemon with golden tier potential. I need to think carefully about how to use it. Grinning, Sato played with the water stone for a moment before carefully storing it alongside the Grimoire of Dark Spirits in his specialized storage device for valuable items. Finally, he turned his attention to the last item in the package. Compared to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits and the mutated water stone, this pitch-black stone didn't seem as valuable. However, it was still a rare and precious treasure. Perhaps out of gratitude for saving his son, the village elder had been exceptionally generous this time. Not only had he delivered the complete book and gifted a mutated water stone, but he had also included one last bonus, a top-quality dusk stone. Yes, through the system's identification function, Sato discovered that this jet-black stone was none other than a dusk stone, one of the rarest evolutionary stones. Moreover, it was of the highest quality. Makes sense? I saved both the village's guards and your son without a scratch. That's a huge favor. How could you not repay me with something valuable? Sato picked up the top-tier dusk stone, examined it carefully, and then placed it into his storage device, feeling quite pleased. Speaking of dusk stones, Sato immediately recalled their purpose. According to the Grimoire of Dark Spirits, these stones typically only appeared in areas saturated with extreme negative energy, places in the Pokemon world that naturally attracted ghost-type Pokemon. These locations were usually ancient tombs hidden deep within the mountains or the sites of ancient battlefields. Only in places that have been shrouded in high concentrations of negative energy for many years could a dusk stone be born. From what Sato knew, MT Pyre was once the battlefield of Groudon and Kyogre in ancient times. That made it a historic war zone, and the high-quality dusk stone the village elder gifted him was likely formed in this naturally cursed land. A dusk stone of this caliber must have taken countless years to form in such an environment. It contained vast and exceptionally pure negative energy. Note: in the Pokemon world, negative energy is essentially ghost-type energy. For any ghost-type Pokemon, a high-quality dusk stone was an irresistible treasure, offering unparalleled benefits. Simply using or carrying it would grant them immense advantages. In fact, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that burying this stone in a graveyard would soon turn the entire area into a concentrated zone of negative energy. Because of this, many trainers who specialized in ghost-type Pokemon had a particular way of using high-quality dusk stones. They used them as bait. Unlike in the games, where encountering a ghost-type Pokemon was as simple as stepping into the right area, reality was much different. Even if one visited graveyards or other haunted locations, if ghost types didn't want to be seen, their invisibility abilities made them nearly impossible to find. However, if a trainer had a high-quality dusk stone, it was a different story. Merely taking it out at night would alert every ghost-type Pokemon within a few kilometer radius, drawing them in droves. Sato had read in the Grimoire of Dark Spirits about how to cleverly use a high-quality dusk stone to lure ghost types. According to the book, when combined with certain special materials, its ability to attract ghost Pokemon could be even further enhanced. Though Sato hadn't spent much time at the Pokemon Center, nearly every conversation this morning had revolved around the Black Serpent Gang. It didn't take long for him to overhear some loose-lipped trainers discussing how the gang had been wiped out by the League the previous night. Besides the news of the Black Serpent Gang's destruction, Sato also overheard discussions about himself. Apparently, the Pewter City League had been able to eliminate the gang so easily, largely due to the intervention of a mysterious powerhouse. As a result, the Pewter City League had even issued a reward notice. A large bulletin board in the Pokemon Center prominently displayed the announcement, with a blurry photo of Sato. Sato was naturally thrilled that the Black Serpent Gang had been wiped out. Their destruction meant his arch-rival, Rondo, had lost a significant amount of power. However, he was less than pleased about the League posting his photo, effectively announcing his involvement. The League's intentions were good. They were offering both money and contribution points, but Sato had never wanted recognition for this particular good deed. After all, his real identity was that of a Team Rocket member, and the Black Serpent Gang had been supported by Pewter City's branch of Team Rocket. If the Rocket members in Pewter City discovered that he had helped the League wipe out their allies, he would be in deep trouble. Fortunately, because the lighting had been poor when the photo was taken, the image was quite blurry. On top of that, he had been wearing a human skin mask created by Ditto. The chances of his identity being exposed were nearly zero. Even so, this incident served as a reminder. News of his battle against the Black Serpent Gang had undoubtedly spread across all factions in Pewter City: the League, the Underworld, and the neutral parties. The Team Rocket members who had supported the gang were surely looking for the culprit. With that in mind, Sato knew that upon returning to Team Rocket, he needed to keep a low profile. He would also need to minimize or completely avoid using his Swampert and Golbat in battles to prevent others from making connections. What the hell? The Pewter City League is way too straightforward. I didn't even step forward to claim the reward, and yet they're making such a big deal out of it. Can I refuse this prize? They're just putting a target on my back. Although Sato's expression remained unchanged, inwardly, he was cursing whoever in the League had come up with this idea. Without wasting any more time, Sato left the Pokemon Center in the heart of Pewter City. He took out his mountain bike and began riding toward the southern outskirts of the city. Yes, he was preparing to return to Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City to report in. Today was the last day of his deadline. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to go back. However, Sato only knew one way to enter Team Rocket's underground base: the remote cabin in the woods that he had visited when he first sought to join Team Rocket. Before heading to the cabin, though, he decided to check the rundown shop that had originally guided him into Team Rocket. He hoped the old man who had first directed him might have another method of entry. About 10 minutes later, Sato arrived at the shop, located at the very edge of Pewter City's southern outskirts. Unfortunately, it was closed down, just like many other abandoned storefronts nearby. The old man who had once recruited new Rocket members was nowhere to be found. With no other choice, Sato had to use the old method to enter Team Rocket's base. Although the marked stones and trees that once led to the cabin had been destroyed, making it impossible to follow the usual trail, Sato had started his journey as a trainer there. He still remembered the cabin's location clearly. After navigating through the quiet, deserted forest for quite some time, he finally arrived at the small wooden cabin, its surroundings filled with roosting Murkrow. Caw, caw, caw. Just like before, the moment Sato got close, the Murkrow in the surrounding trees fixed their malicious gazes on him and let out ominous cries. And when he was within 10 meters of the cabin, the Murkrow launched a full-scale attack. Come out, Nidorino. Use Thunderbolt. Seeing the incoming swarm, Sato remained unfazed. A quick scan with his system revealed that these Murkrow were only around level 10. He immediately released his Nidorino to fight. Murkrow were pure glass cannons, high attack but low defense. Nidorino's Thunderbolt was not only swift, but also far more potent than what a regular electric-type Pokémon could unleash. Guided by Nidorino's Psychic, the golden lightning bolts shot out from his horn like chain lightning, instantly frying 7 or 8 Murkrow into charred, smoking husks. Before long, the entire Murkrow flock had been electrocuted and sent plummeting to the ground. At that moment, the cabin's tightly shut doors swung open, and a burly man carrying a shotgun stepped out, his face dark with suspicion. "Who are you? Why did you injure my Murkrow?" The burly man didn't spare a single glance at the unconscious Murkrow scattered on the ground. Instead, he raised a shotgun, a double-barreled firearm with an unusually large bore, and pointed it directly at Sato, his voice cold and filled with killing intent. "My apologies, brother. The moment I approached, these Murkrow swarmed me and launched an attack. I had no choice but to defend myself and make them take a little nap," Sato replied. Seeing the man aiming his gun at him, Sato frowned. However, since he had come here with a purpose, he tried to maintain a friendly tone. To further prove that he was an ally, Sato raised his right hand and shook it slightly, revealing the Team Rocket-issued watch on his wrist. Yet, the moment he lifted his hand, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the burly man's eyes. Without hesitation, he pressed the trigger on his shotgun. Bang! Bang! 2 sharp gunshots rang out. From the shotgun's barrels, 2 great balls shot out like bullets, streaking towards Sato's head. In that split second, Nidoking's eyes glowed blue. The 2 high-speed great balls were immediately enveloped by a layer of blue psychic energy. Under the influence of psychic, their momentum drastically slowed, and they continued to decelerate. Then bang! Just as Nidoking was about to completely halt the 2 great balls in midair, the burly man fired again. This time, however, he wasn't aiming at Sato. Instead, he targeted the gap between the 2 floating great balls. A 3rd great ball shot out from the shotgun and slammed into the space between the 2 restrained ones. The next second, the 2 great balls that had been caught by Nidoking's Psychic were sent flying in opposite directions, as if they were billiard balls being struck. The 2 great balls landed precisely to Sato's left and right. Although they had missed their initial target, the moment they hit the ground, 2 beams of white light shot out. A Honchkrow, level 35, and a Houndoom, level 37, emerged before Sato. At the same time, the 3rd great ball fired by the burly man also released a flash of white light, summoning a Golem, level 32. The 3 Pokémon were clearly well acquainted and worked seamlessly together. The moment they appeared, they launched a coordinated 3-pronged attack on Sato. On the left, Honchkrow used Drill Peck, its entire body spinning into a black whirlwind as it charged forward. In the center, Golem activated Rollout, barreling ahead with unstoppable momentum. To the right, Houndoom's mouth overflowed with flames, and in the next moment, a fiery flamethrower roared towards Sato. Use Protect. Come out, Pelipper. Use Hydro Pump on Golem and Houndoom. Faced with the incoming attacks, Sato remained calm, his expression as cold as water. He swiftly commanded Nidoking to block with Protect while tossing out another Pokeball. The moment Nidoking received the command, a green energy barrier enveloped both him and Sato. Honchkrow's Drill Peck, Golem's Rollout, and Houndoom's Flamethrower were all stopped in their tracks. At the same time, a shiny Pelipper burst out of Sato's thrown Pokeball. Currently carrying the rare, mutated Supreme Sky-splitting stone, Pelipper immediately summoned dark clouds over the forest cabin, which rapidly expanded. Within moments, a light drizzle began falling over the forest, extinguishing Houndoom's black flames instantly. The moment she appeared, Pelipper unleashed a massive hydro pump toward Houndoom and the blocked Golem. However, the burly man's Houndoom was well-trained. The instant Pelipper fired, it ceased its flames, pushed off the ground, and narrowly dodged the attack before retreating to its trainer's side. Golem, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. Pelipper's hydro pump slammed into it head-on, sending it flying. With rain-boosted power and Golem's quadruple water-type weakness, the attack was devastating. It was a one-hit knockout. On the other side, seeing the failed attack and Golem's miserable defeat, Honchkrow, being a cunning dark type, wisely chose to retreat, avoiding being pincered by Nidoking and Pelipper. You got some skill. Why are you here? The burly man's pupils shrank slightly as he watched Sato not only evade his well-planned assault, but also counterattack effectively, defeating his golem. Raising his hand, he signaled Honchkrow and Houndoom to stand down while keeping his shotgun trained on Sato. Truthfully, he had already noticed the Team Rocket watch on Sato's wrist earlier. However, the fact that Sato had mercilessly taken down his flock of Murkrow had infuriated him. A moment ago, he had indeed intended to kill Sato. Damn it, is this guy really just a grunt? The burly man had initially assumed that Sato was just another low-ranking member. But the sheer skill Sato displayed in that brief moment made him uneasy. Now, he regretted acting so rashly. Even so, he refused to show any weakness. He remained firm, not wanting Sato to sense his inner fear or hesitation. Oof. I'll explain after I beat you down. Nidoking, use Thunderbolt on Honchkrow. Pelipper, use Hydro Pump on Houndoom. Hearing the burly man's question, Sato smirked coldly. His expression darkened, his gaze now filled with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he ordered his Pokémon to attack. According to Team Rocket's internal rules, members were forbidden from killing each other. However, if someone attacked first, the victim had the right to defend themselves, even if it meant killing the assailant. Now that Sato had a valid reason, he planned to teach this man a painful lesson. From the start, the Murkrow had attacked him, yet he had let it slide. Now this man had just tried to kill him outright. If Sato didn't retaliate, he'd be seen as weak. And in an organization like Team Rocket, there was only one rule that truly mattered: survival of the fittest. The moment Sato gave his orders, a golden lightning bolt shot from Nidoking's horn, crackling toward Honchkrow. At the same time, Pelipper unleashed another powerful hydro pump, surging toward Houndoom with unstoppable force. You're looking to die? Honchkrow Brave Bird. Houndoom Hyper Beam. Seeing Sato issuing cold-faced commands to his Pokémon to attack, the burly man instantly knew things had gone south. Even so, he gritted his teeth and resolutely commanded his own Pokémon to fight back. As a squad leader in Team Rocket, he understood that retreating now would mean utter ruin. The forest cabin was under surveillance. Every move here was being monitored by the underground rocket base in Pewter City. For all he knew, the higher-ups might already be watching this unfold. Had he managed to kill Sato when he first attacked, things would have been simple. Just the death of a low-level grunt, nothing significant. As a squad leader, he had some power and reputation. He could have just reported to his superiors that Sato entered the restricted area without identification, forcing him to act. In that case, the higher-ups wouldn't have blamed him over an unimportant grunt. But now, Sato had effortlessly dismantled his ambush and even taken down one of his Pokémon. This made things much worse for him. The burly man faced three major problems. First, Sato had proven himself far from an insignificant grunt. Though his rank was still low, his strength was undeniable. It was only a matter of time before he climbed the ranks. His display of power had undoubtedly drawn attention from above. Second, his reckless attack was recorded by surveillance. Even if Sato killed him now, the higher-ups wouldn't defend him. Third, Sato was really furious and was looking to make an example of him. If he could withstand Sato's wrath, his position in the base would remain secure. He might even get promoted. But if he failed, he'd become nothing more than a stepping stone for Sato. He'd be mocked by his colleagues, unable to hold his head up in the base, and he'd lose favor with his superiors. One misstep, and it was eternal regret. The burly man was filled with remorse, but it was too late to back down now. He had no choice but to fight. The moment he issued his orders, Honchkrow and Houndoom sprang into action. Honchkrow surged forward, cloaked in a blue aura. It didn't attempt to dodge the thunderbolt launched by Nidorino, instead charging straight at it in a brilliant blue streak. The golden arcs of electricity struck Honchkrow, and though much of the energy was dispersed by its blue aura, Thunderbolt was still super effective. Combined with Honchkrow's relatively low defenses, the attack caused it significant pain. For a moment, the blue glow surrounding Honchkrow dimmed, and its momentum faltered. Yet, as the brave bird attack bore down on Nidorino, the latter remained unfazed. Without waiting for Sato's command, it reacted instinctively. Its powerful hind legs glowed white, and its forehead horn shone with a piercing purple light. Nidorino kicked the ground with double kick, using the force to propel itself forward. Its body became a streak of purple as it met Honchkrow's brave bird head-on with poison jab. On the other side, Houndoom faced the hydro pump unleashed by the shiny Polyper. In response, it fired an orange beam from its mouth, Hyper Beam, to intercept the attack. Unfortunately for Houndoom, the downpour in the forest had only grown heavier, amplifying the power of Polyper's water-type moves. Under these conditions, the water-type hydro pump vastly outpowered the normal-type Hyper Beam. In the next instant, the orange beam from Hyper Beam was completely overwhelmed. Polyper's massive torrent crashed in a Houndoom, sending it flying just like the Rhydon before it. With a pained howl, Houndoom was hurled backward, slamming through 3 trees before coming to a stop. Perhaps because Hyper Beam had weakened Hydro Pump slightly, Houndoom wasn't completely knocked out, but it was gravely injured. Struggling to rise, Houndoom tried to stand its ground. But Polyper, remembering Sato's strict training, showed no mercy. Another massive hydro pump burst from its beak. This time, Houndoom took the full brunt of the attack. No matter how unwilling it was, it could only collapse. Meanwhile, the battle between Honchkrow and Nidorino was reaching its climax. With a base attack stat of 125, Honchkrow's brave bird was a force to be reckoned with. But Nidorino wasn't far behind. Thanks to its hustle ability, its poison jab had reached a power level of 120, matching the strength of Brave Bird. The only real difference was their attack stats. Nidorino's was only 72. However, the burly man's Honchkrow was just a blue-tier Pokemon, and at similar levels, the attack gap between them wasn't insurmountable. As the two moves clashed, the fight turned into a brutal contest of endurance. In the end, the level 35 Nidorino fell, just short against the level 37 Honchkrow. It was sent flying backward. Note, Honchkrow has an individual value of 131, while Houndoom's is 135, both blue-tier Pokemon. However, Brave Bird is a double-edged sword. While it deals heavy damage, it also causes severe recoil. Though Honchkrow had forced Nidorino back, it was also gravely injured. And by now, Nidorino's horn was crackling with golden electricity once more. It was ready to use Thunderbolt again. In the blink of an eye, another bolt of golden lightning shot forward, striking Honchkrow before it could react. Letting out a shrill cry, the battered bird plummeted to the ground. The 2-against-3 battle had reached its conclusion. The winner was, of course, the one who had been forced into this fight, Sato. With their opponents defeated, Nidorino and Polyper flanked the burly man, murderous intent in their eyes. If he dared to make a move, they would send him to the afterlife without hesitation. "Now we can talk properly," Sato said coldly, stepping forward. "Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? According to the organization's rules, I have the right to end you permanently. But to be honest, I'd rather not, especially since we might work together in the future. However, you know the rules," he continued, pulling out a gleaming hunting knife. "Hand over your life money." Expressionless but exuding a chilling aura, Sato pressed the blade against the burly man's throat, his voice ice-cold. The law of the jungle is an unchanging truth within the ranks of a dark organization. Facing Sato, who now held a hunting knife to his throat, the burly man let out a sigh before tactfully nodding in understanding. Moreover, after realizing that Sato's strength far exceeded his own, his mindset underwent a drastic change. In the next few minutes, he completely abandoned his previously aggressive demeanor and instead looked at Sato with a fawning expression, like a chameleon adapting to its surroundings. However, Sato did not immediately demand payment for sparing the man's life. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to gather intelligence from someone who had been residing in the Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City for a long time. He asked about things that weren't exactly top secret. Whether this place was one of the entrances to the Team Rocket's underground base, if anything significant had happened recently, and when the next rookie tournament would take place. Hearing that these were all trivial questions, the burly man had no reason to hold back. In fact, in order to curry favor with Sato, he answered everything in great detail without hesitation. As it turned out, this location was not an entrance to the Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City, but rather a temporarily abandoned recruitment passage for new recruits. The reason the burly man had been stationed here for such a long time was simple. He had taken on a one-year assignment to guard this place. In reality, the Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City had a total of 5 entrances, none of which were hidden in desolate suburban areas. Instead, they were located within the city's 4 major districts and central business area. When Sato learned the exact locations of these 5 entrances, he was shocked. The reason was simple. These entrances were all situated within some of Pewter City's most well-known department stores and major corporations. These businesses employed large numbers of people, significantly reducing the city's unemployment rate and contributing greatly to Pewter City's economic prosperity. But after hearing the burly man's explanation, it was now obvious. The true masterminds behind these businesses were none other than the Team Rocket. Furthermore, most of the upper management in these stores and companies were likely non-combatant logistics personnel of the organization. Hiding right in plain sight, huh? The Team Rocket really knows what they're doing. Even if the League has suspicions, they wouldn't dare act recklessly against these major businesses that support the city's daily life. After all, unemployment is a serious issue for any ruler. Strikes and protests aren't just a game. Mishandle one, and it could throw society into chaos. As Sato thought about it, he couldn't help but be impressed by the Team Rocket's audacity. At the same time, he was deeply shaken by how the organization had quietly gained control over a substantial portion of Pewter City's economy. He was certain that beyond these few well-known businesses, the Team Rocket must have other industries woven throughout Pewter City, likely in great numbers. Thinking about this, Sato got the distinct impression that the entire city was ensnared in an economic web spun by the Team Rocket, and he had a gut feeling that this web was only going to tighten. Eventually, Pewter City might find itself completely unable to escape from their grasp. However, Sato did not dwell too deeply on this matter. He deliberately shifted his focus back to himself, returning to the topic at hand. After gathering information about the Team Rocket's base entrances, he began inquiring about the rookie tournament. The burly man, clearly someone with experience, was very familiar with the rookie tournament. According to him, there were only about 5 days left before the official start of the tournament. However, after factoring in the time needed for participants to travel to the competition site, only about 1 day remained. In fact, the rookie tournament had technically already begun 2 days ago. Participation in the tournament was not mandatory. It was issued as a mission, and only new recruits were eligible to accept it. This meant that rookies could choose whether or not to participate. As long as they visited the mission hall in the Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City and accepted the rookie tournament mission, they would be considered officially registered. The location of the rookie competition changed each time, and only those who accepted the mission would receive some clues about the location. From there, the rookies had to rely on their own abilities to reach the designated location. Yes, simply accepting the mission did not guarantee participation in the tournament. To truly enter, recruits had to find their own way to the battlefield. If they failed to arrive within the allotted time, they would be disqualified. However, there was a second chance round. Any recruits who failed to reach the competition site could still qualify by winning at least 6 out of 10 Pokemon battles. Typically, the rookie tournament was held in isolated locations, such as uninhabited islands or dense forests. Contestants had to reach a designated area within the site within a specific time limit. During this process, they could use any method to eliminate other participants. However, there was one strict rule. Killing was forbidden. Contestants were allowed to take out their opponent's Pokémon, but they absolutely could not kill another person. Clearly, this brutal competition served as a way to further filter out the most outstanding recruits while weeding out the weaker ones. The remaining elite participants would then enter the final phase of the tournament, an unrestricted one-on-one survival battle. What was an unrestricted one-on-one battle? It was exactly as it sounded. Real, no-holds-barred combat in the wild. There were no rules. No matter what method was used, as long as a contestant could defeat their opponent or take down all of their Pokémon, they would claim victory. The rewards for the rookie tournament were exceptionally generous, especially for the first-place winner, who would be promoted directly to a Team Rocket Reserve executive member, i.e., an elite rank operative. This reward alone made countless Team Rocket members green with envy. For any new recruit, this was an opportunity to rise to the top in a single step. Becoming an elite operative meant gaining the right to establish one's own territory. Executives were permitted to set up their own Team Rocket operations anywhere in the world. Even for those who didn't take first place, the top 10 contestants would still be promoted from low-ranking grunts to squad, platoon, battalion leaders, receiving a wealth of rewards and increased access to the organization's resources. I didn't expect the rookie tournament to have already started 2 days ago. Good thing I made it back in time. If I had delayed any longer, I would have missed my chance. I need to return to the Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City right away and accept the tournament mission. Upon receiving the full details of the tournament from the burly man, Sato felt a growing sense of urgency. What Sato didn't know was that his battle and conversation with the burly man had already been recorded and turned into a video. At this moment, several high-ranking members of the Team Rocket underground base in Pewter City were watching it. In the central area of the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base, inside a luxuriously decorated room, Caesar was sitting intimately on a large sofa with his lover, Alice, different Alice, LOL. To his left, on a single-seater sofa, sat a burly man with a buzz cut, his trusted aide, Ryoichi Sakata. On his right, on another single-seater sofa, sat an icy beauty in a white dress, his younger sister, Sophia. The four of them were watching the footage on a large screen in front of them, casually snacking on the variety of delicacies laid out on the table while discussing the person in the video. The footage being played was none other than the battle between Sato and the burly man from earlier. Throughout the recording, Sato's facial expressions and the battle process of each of his Pokémon were replayed from different angles, giving the viewers an immersive experience. Sophia, so this is the person you trained? Not bad at all. With this level of strength, securing a spot in the top 100 of the recruit competition is almost guaranteed. But if this is all he has, breaking into the top 50 might be a bit tough. Want me to give him a little help? After watching the video of Sato's battle, Caesar turned his head to look at his somewhat absent-minded sister with a fond expression before smiling and making the suggestion. Although Caesar was still a reserve cadre rank operative in Team Rocket, he already possessed 5 Pokémon over level 50. His strength was firmly in the realm of veteran pseudo-Elite 4 level trainers, just a step away from becoming a true Elite 4 level trainer himself. With his sharp eyes, he could tell that Sato had improved at an astonishing rate in just 1 month. Both his Nidorino and his shiny Pelipper were excellent Pokémon, each already surpassing level 30. Caesar remembered clearly that Sato's starter Pokémon was a Zubat with decent potential. Based on this, he estimated that Sato had at least 3 Pokémon over level 30, barely making him a low-tier elite trainer. Going from a complete rookie trainer with no background to a battle-hardened lower elite trainer in just a month, calling this progress rapid was an understatement. Caesar was highly impressed. At the same time, he was pleased with his sister for nurturing such a promising talent for him. His sister had always been a quiet and reserved person. In fact, while Sato was away on missions, he had asked her multiple times for updates about him, but she had always brushed him off, saying she had simply tossed Sato in a Hoenn to fend for himself and knew nothing else. With the recruit competition already underway for 2 days and Sato still absent, Caesar had even started to worry that his capricious sister had wasted this rare talent. But judging from Sato's current performance, Sophia had indeed been paying attention and had put in considerable effort to train him. Otherwise, Caesar couldn't believe that a civilian-born trainer like Sato could make such rapid progress in a single month. He's just average. Whether you help him or not, that's up to you. Hearing her brother's words, Sophia rolled her eyes at him, who was now grinning like a fool, before replying indifferently. Then, she turned her gaze back to Sato on the screen, a playful smile appearing on her face. Over the past month, she had mostly left Sato to fend for himself, but his growth speed was truly astonishing. Having observed his progress firsthand, she knew his actual strength far exceeded what was currently displayed on the screen. Neither Nidorino nor Pelipper were Sato's main Pokemon, and just thinking about that insane Swampert in his team, born with overwhelming strength, made Sophia feel a slight sense of pressure. She had a strong hunch that Sato was going to be a breakout star in this recruit competition. As an elite-ranked Team Rocket operative who currently reported directly to Giovanni in secret, Sophia knew far more about this rookie competition than the burly man Sato had questioned earlier. In truth, this competition wasn't limited to Pewter City, Cerulean City, and Viridian City. It involved nearly all the major cities in Kanto. However, this information was still a secret, known only to a select few. As for why this recruit competition was so special, Sophia wasn't entirely sure. The only thing she had learned from her fellow elite members under Giovanni was that, due to the success of Team Rocket's operation in Saffron City, Giovanni was now seeking to further infiltrate the Pokemon League. Ha! It's rare to get even an average rating from you. That means you really think highly of him. All right. Since you're so optimistic about him, I won't be stingy. After all, if he performs well in this competition, I can finally shed this reserve cadre title sooner. Hearing his sister's response, Caesar burst into laughter. Then, he leaned to the left and whispered a few words to Ryoichi Sakata, who had already moved closer to listen. Understood, Lord Caesar. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away. After receiving his orders, Ryoichi Sakata immediately stood up and respectfully bowed before quickly leaving the lavishly decorated room. Meanwhile, Sato had finished asking all the questions he needed. Seeing how quickly the burly man's attitude had shifted and how cooperative he was, Sato didn't make things too difficult for him when taking his ransom money. In the end, Sato collected 3,000 points and a low-quality dusk stone from the burly man before considering the matter settled. Then, he mounted his shiny Pelipper and swiftly headed toward Pewter City. Phew! Finally got rid of that monster. Looks like I really need to work on my reckless tendencies. Watching Sato fly off on his Pelipper, the burly man let out a sigh of relief. As he took out healing potions to treat his injured Pokemon, he muttered to himself. Thanks to Pelipper's speed, Sato quickly arrived in Pewter City's Easter District. Following the signs, he soon stood in front of a massive department store that was at least the size of a football field. This was the largest shopping complex in Pewter City. Besides everyday necessities, it also sold the latest Pokemon-related products from Sylph Company in Saffron City. Both the quality and variety of goods here were the best in Pewter. At the same time, this department store was one of the secret entrances to Team Rocket's underground base in Pewter City. Using the information provided by the burly man, Sato quickly made contact with a Team Rocket logistics officer disguised as a store manager. With the help of this logistics officer and a Kadabra, he successfully teleported back into the Team Rocket underground base. After the dizzying and nauseating sensation gradually faded, Sato quickly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a narrow, small room. From the signs posted on the walls, such as, "Welcome to the Pewter City Team Rocket Underground Base. Leave immediately after waking up, and no long-term occupancy allowed," Sato realized that he had indeed returned to the Pewter City Team Rocket Underground Base. Sato wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he quickly changed into a Team Rocket grunt uniform before opening the door and stepping out of the cramped room. He then entered a relatively spacious area where people dressed in Team Rocket uniforms were bustling about. After carefully observing his surroundings, Sato realized that this was the teleportation room of the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base. The room was divided into two sections. On both the left and right sides, there were rows of narrow small rooms, while the center was an open space. The small rooms on the left housed many psychic-type Pokemon capable of using teleport. These Pokemon were clearly the means by which Team Rocket members exited the underground base. The small room Sato had just come from was on the right side, which served as the entrance to the base. I expected this in Saffron City, but I didn't think Pewter City would also use teleport-capable psychic-type Pokemon for entering and exiting the base. This way, even internal members of Team Rocket would have a hard time figuring out the exact location of the Pewter City underground base. This base is incredibly well hidden. As Sato watched the Team Rocket members entering and exiting the base through the teleportation rooms on both sides, he couldn't help but feel amazed by Team Rocket's wealth and their emphasis on secrecy. The teleportation room of the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base was clearly a separate space. Following the signs, Sato walked down a long corridor, twisting and turning for over half an hour before finally entering the more familiar parts of the underground base. By this point, Sato had completely lost track of the teleportation room's general direction. If he hadn't followed the winding corridor, which was equipped with cameras and station guards every few steps, he would never have been able to find his way back to the teleportation room underground. Based on his intuition, Sato guessed that the corridor was spiral-shaped. From the subtle changes in temperature, he deduced that he was heading deeper underground. Roughly estimating based on the number of steps he had taken, Sato concluded that this heavily guarded corridor was at least several kilometers long. However, due to its winding nature, he guessed that the straight-line distance between the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base and the teleportation room wasn't very far. As for why the teleportation room of the Pewter City Team Rocket underground base was designed in such a strange way, Sato simply noted it in his mind without dwelling on it further. His main focus now was on the rookie competition mission. Following the signs along the way, Sato quickly made his way to the mission hall. The spacious mission hall was much like what Sato remembered. It was still quite deserted, with only about 7 or 8 people wandering around the stone pillars hung with mission plaques. However, one thing was different. The supply station on the left side of the mission hall, which had previously been closed, was now open again. Sato vividly remembered that his first bucket of gold had come from the berry mixer in the corner of that supply station. The rookie competition mission wasn't hard to find. It was displayed like a proud peacock on the most prominent position of one of the stone pillars, taking up a large portion of one side. Sato only had to walk around a few of the stone pillars to spot it. Seeing the information firsthand was far more informative than hearing about it secondhand. After carefully reading the mission plaque for the rookie competition, Sato finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the event. The location of the rookie competition wasn't explicitly stated. The mission plaque only provided the location of the first checkpoint. To obtain the final location, participants would have to pass numerous checkpoints along the way. Interesting. This kind of test is somewhat similar to the Hunter exam in Hunter x Hunter. Indeed, with such a layered screening process, the vast majority of mediocre individuals would be filtered out, leaving only those with exceptional talents. Only such individuals are worth investing significant resources into training. After reading the mission details, Sato couldn't help but feel admiration for the person who had devised this talent selection method. At the same time, he deeply felt Team Rocket's desire and emphasis on recruiting true talent. However, there was one thing about this rookie competition that puzzled Sato. The rewards were far more generous than in previous years. The first-place winner would not only be promoted to a reserve officer, but would also receive a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg. As for which pseudo-legendary Pokemon it would be, the mission plaque clearly stated that the first-place winner could choose from any of the pseudo-legendary Pokemon across the regions. Additionally, The organization promised to provide a year's worth of food for that Pokemon. It had to be said that the reward for first place was incredibly generous. When Sato first saw it, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. For the vast majority of trainers, owning a pseudo-legendary Pokemon was almost the ultimate goal of their training journey. The power of pseudo-legendary Pokemon had been deeply ingrained in people's minds through the dominant performances of regional champions in the Pokemon League. If legendaries don't appear, pseudo-legendaries are invincible. This domineering statement was something most trainers wholeheartedly agreed with. Now, such a golden opportunity to rise to the top had appeared before Sato. It would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. At this moment, he couldn't help but entertain the thought of seizing the first-place position. However, after calming down, Sato quickly dismissed the idea. He was currently just an ordinary Team Rocket grunt with no background to speak of. Although his current strength was decent, he was far from being invincible. Team Rocket was a dark organization, and the law of the jungle was deeply ingrained in the bones of every member. The weak were not worthy of owning such Pokemon. While pseudo-legendary Pokemon were undoubtedly powerful, for someone like Sato at this stage, they were more of a liability than an asset. Even if he had the ability to compete for first place, he wouldn't be able to hold onto such a Pokemon. At best, Sato could exchange the pseudo-legendary Pokemon for some benefits. At worst, it could bring him fatal trouble. With this in mind, Sato reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the incredibly generous first-place rewards and continued reading further down. Compared to the top reward, the prizes for the top 10 were significantly less valuable, but still highly desirable. Even so, the rewards for the top 10 still greatly interested Sato, as all of them would be directly promoted to Reserve Elite Executives. Reserve Executive? That's perfect. With that status, I'll have far fewer restrictions within Team Rocket. Aside from the top-ranking operatives, and Giovanni himself, almost no one would have the authority to order me around. Plus, I'd be able to legitimately set up my own territory. Sato's eyes gleamed as he looked at the rewards for the top 10 in the rookie competition mission. His heart burned with ambition as he fixed his gaze on the 10th place reward. He had made up his mind. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would safely aim for the top 10 place in this rookie competition, instead of fixating on the first. Note, I changed in part a bit, as, although it probably wouldn't play out as such in the end, it was still kinda annoying and pissed me off a little. After making his decision, Sato immediately set off. According to the task-claiming process, he had to visit one of the supply stations on either side to apply for the mission. However, just as he turned around, he spotted a thin young man standing not far away, looking at him with a puzzled expression. The young man was a head shorter than Sato, with a pale complexion and sharp, bloodshot eyes, making him seem like he hadn't slept in a long time. Behind him stood 3 burly young men, each covered in tattoos and scars, clearly not the friendly type. They stood in perfect formation behind the thin young man, also looking at Sato with confused expressions. Although Sato's face remained expressionless, his pupils shrank slightly, and his heartbeat quickened. This exhausted-looking young man was none other than Rondo, his mortal enemy from the Team Rocket underground base in Pewter City. But from the way Rondo and his 3 subordinates looked at him with confusion, it was clear they didn't recognize him. Previously, Sato had been a malnourished, sickly-looking, dark-skinned youth. But after over a month of proper meals and recovery, he had grown noticeably stronger, and his once pale skin now had a healthy glow. On top of that, his hairstyle had changed significantly, now resembling Red's from the Pokemon Adventures manga, no longer the plain buzz cut from before. These changes, along with his improved physique, had greatly altered his appearance over the past month. More importantly, Sato's aura had undergone a complete transformation. He was no longer the weak, easily bullied youth of the past, but a trainer who, by chance, had once defeated a legendary Pokemon. Because of this, he now exuded a powerful confidence. Even if he stood still in a crowd, his presence was striking. If he were to put on an elite trainer's uniform, the distinguished aura around him would be even more pronounced. Anyone with sharp eyes would immediately recognize him as a powerful trainer. With both his inner and outer self having changed so drastically, it was no surprise that Rondo and his subordinates didn't recognize their old enemy. At most, they found Sato somewhat familiar, as if they had seen him before, but they couldn't quite place him. In normal circumstances, enemies meeting each other should be filled with hostility. Yet because of Sato's drastic transformation and the fact that he wasn't the reckless, impulsive type, the encounter remained unexpectedly calm. Realizing that Rondo hadn't recognized him, Sato smirked inwardly. To amuse himself, he even shot them a playful smile before casually heading toward the supply station on the left side of the mission hall. However, what happened next left Sato both amused and speechless. Rondo was a deeply calculating person. Although he didn't recognize Sato, he instinctively felt that Sato was someone formidable. Seeing Sato nod and smile at him, Rondo immediately returned the gesture with a smile of his own. His three subordinates, upon seeing their boss smile at Sato, immediately assumed that Rondo knew him. Without hesitation, they all flashed what they thought were friendly smiles at Sato, with the tallest and bulliest among them even waving at him. Sato was left utterly speechless. Of course, he had no intention of exposing the truth. With the rookie battle tournament already 2 days in, time was tight. If Rondo and his men failed to recognize him, it only meant fewer unnecessary complications for him. But just as Sato took a few steps forward, a poke ball on Rondo's belt suddenly burst open on its own. A bright white light shot out and landed directly in front of Sato. The next moment, an arbok, twice the size of a typical one, appeared before him. The massive purple serpent coiled its body upon emerging, raising its enormous head and locking its blood-red eyes on Sato, seething with deep-seated hatred. A cold glint flashed in Arbok's eyes. In the blink of an eye, its head shot forward like a purple bolt of lightning, jaws wide open, revealing rows of venomous fangs as it lunged at Sato. Feeling the sheer killing intent radiating from the Arbok, Sato's instincts screamed danger. Without hesitation, he rolled to the left, narrowly avoiding the serpent's lightning-fast strike. "You want me dead? Fine, bring it on. Go, Polyper, use hydro pump." Narrowly escaping death, Sato's eyes filled with murderous intent. He immediately released his shiny Polyper, ordering her to attack. The moment Polyper appeared, she saw the Arbok preparing to launch another strike at Sato. Her eyes flashed with fury, and she unleashed a powerful jet of water from her beak. A loud boom echoed through the hall. Polyper's hydro pump was incredibly fast. Just as Arbok was about to bite down on Sato, the high-pressure water blast struck it head-on, sending it flying. The massive serpent crashed violently against the mission hall's wall. "Finish it off. Keep using hydro pump. Kill it." Having just been ambushed and nearly killed, Sato was furious. His eyes gleamed with killing intent as he ordered Polyper to keep attacking, determined to take Rondo's Arbok down for good. At the same time, his eyes flashed blue as he activated his system's scanning function, instantly pulling up Arbok's data. Pokemon Arbok. Level 37. Type Poison. Ability Shed Skin. Gender Male. Known moves: Wrap, Leer, Poison Sting, Bite, Glare, Screech, Acid, Crunch, Ice Fong, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Stockpile, Swallow, Spit Up, Acid Spray. Egg move: Iron Tail. Tutor move: Rock Tomb. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Poison Jab, Aqua Tail, Giga Drain. Held item: Poison Barb. IVs: HP 28. Attack 30. Defense 28. Special attack 30. Special defense 29. Speed 30. Overall 4 rating. Gold tier. Total 4. 175. So this bastard actually got lucky enough to pick a gold tier Ekans? What were the chances? Sato was stunned by Arbok's stats. He had never expected his old enemy to have such ridiculous luck, getting a gold tier Pokemon just from the standard selection process for rookie recruits. With such impressive stats, this Arbok was naturally quite formidable. Even after taking a direct hit from Polyper's same type-boosted hydro pump, it seemed barely affected. The massive serpent quickly recovered, slithering out of the way just as Polyper fired a second blast of water. Then, Arbok began moving with eerie, serpentine agility, swiftly closing the distance towards Sato. When it was less than 10 meters away, the snake patterns on its chest suddenly shifted in a bizarre manner. The next second, Arbok's speed skyrocketed. With a sharp whoosh, it left behind an afterimage as it transformed into a purple blur, instantly appearing behind Sato. A deadly sense of danger surged through him, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Faced with Arbok's lightning-fast ambush, Sato found himself at a complete loss. He now realized he had underestimated his opponent, but it was too late for regrets. All he could do was close his eyes and await his fate. But just as he thought he was about to be swallowed whole by Arbok's gaping maw, Ditto, disguised as a hat, suddenly sprang into action. It immediately transformed into a Polyper and used Protect. In an instant, a translucent green energy shield materialized, blocking Arbok's fangs and thwarting its ambush once again. Pelei! At that moment, the shiny Polyper let out a furious cry, and torrents of water erupted from its body. Utilizing the powerful propulsion from the water, it surged forward with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had positioned itself between Sato and Arbok. With a loud thud, Arbok's massive body was once again sent flying by the shiny Polyper. Well done, Ditto Polyper. Press the attack. Use Hurricane. Sato, having narrowly escaped death once more, wore a grim expression. Without hesitation, he commanded the shiny Polyper to seize the advantage and trap Arbok in a storm. However, despite being hit squarely by Waterfall, Arbok seemed largely unharmed. Ever since the markings on its chest had changed, its speed had increased drastically. With a phantom-like agility, it evaded Hurricane yet again. Meanwhile, the shiny Polyper had activated its Drizzle ability. Even in the underground space, where water-type energy was scarce, it managed to generate a rain cloud large enough to cover the entire mission hall. Soon, a light drizzle began falling throughout the hall, covering the floor with a thin layer of water. The rain immediately hindered Arbok's speed, while at the same time, the shiny Polyper became even more agile, gliding effortlessly through the air. The two effects canceled each other out, finally allowing the shiny Polyper, enhanced by the mutated Supreme Sky Splitting Stone, to keep pace with the transformed Arbok. Arbok had been relying on its abnormal speed to match the shiny Polyper. Now that this advantage was gone, it had no chance to launch rapid ambushes on Sato anymore. Every one of its attacks was intercepted by the shiny Polyper. With Sato's sharp command and Polyper's advantage in flight and rain, Arbok was forced onto the defensive. The tide turned further when the shiny Polyper landed a direct hit with Ice Beam, leaving Arbok's body stiff and partially frozen. On the other side of the hall, the Team Rocket members uninvolved in the fight had all backed away to spectate. Oddly enough, Rondo, Arbok's trainer, didn't look the least bit worried. Instead, his expression was one of excitement. His eyes flickered between fear and hatred as he watched Arbok. At this moment, Rondo was deeply shaken by Sato's strength. He knew exactly how powerful Arbok was. The fact that he had survived the treacherous Viridian Forest and improved so quickly was all thanks to Arbok. This particular Arbok was no ordinary one. Since its evolution, Rondo had discovered that it possessed 3 distinct pattern transformations. Attack Marking temporarily boosts attack power significantly. Defense Marking temporarily raises defensive capabilities. Speed Marking temporarily grants a massive speed boost. With these transformations, Arbok was nearly unstoppable against Pokémon of similar strength, frequently defeating even stronger opponents. For a long time, Rondo had been grateful to have such a formidable Arbok. He had invested heavily in its training, feeding it only the best food and resources. But despite his efforts, Arbok remained utterly disloyal. No matter how well Rondo treated it, the serpent showed no signs of allegiance. As Arbok's power grew, Rondo found himself increasingly unable to control it. Worse yet, he started to suspect that he was being manipulated by the Pokemon. Whenever he looked into Arbok's eerie, crimson eyes, a murderous impulse would rise within him, clouding his thoughts with violent desires. More than once, Rondo had woken up in the wilderness, surrounded by mangled corpses. Meanwhile, Arbok would be coiled tightly around him, using his body for warmth. He, the trainer, now had to live in fear of his own Pokemon. More than once, Rondo had considered abandoning the treacherous snake. But he knew that if he ever discarded Arbok, the Pokemon, unrestrained by a Pokeball, would likely hunt him down and devour him. That terrifying thought forced him to abandon the idea. Of course, Arbok's disloyalty wasn't the only reason Rondo tolerated it. Rondo was a highly pragmatic man. His ruthless nature had helped him climb the ranks of Team Rocket, but so had his patience. Even though Arbok refused to obey him, Rondo knew that his entire career had been built on the serpent's strength. Without Arbok, he was nothing. However, in recent weeks, he had finally made up his mind. He had to get rid of Arbok. The realization struck when he noticed how badly his health had deteriorated. Sleep eluded him, his mind was constantly foggy, and, most disturbingly, Arbok's gaze grew more and more sinister. He was certain, if he didn't act soon, Arbok would devour him. Because of this, Rondo had deliberately avoided taking on the rookie competition mission. Instead, he had been secretly planning a way to eliminate the treacherous serpent before accepting the mission. But yesterday, disaster struck. The Black Serpent Gang, the organization he had painstakingly built, had been wiped out overnight. He had originally hoped to use the gang's resources to eliminate Arbok. Now, with his faction obliterated, that plan was nothing more than a fantasy. Yet now, against all odds, salvation had come. Rondo had no idea why Arbok had suddenly turned on Sato, but it didn't matter. The important thing was that the damn snake had finally met its match, and from the looks of it, Arbok was on the verge of defeat at the hands of Sato's shiny Pelipper. Yes, that's it. Kill that damn snake. It's about time someone put it in its place. Watching Arbok get blasted into the wall by another devastating hydro pump, Rondo's face lit up with excitement. For the first time in a long while, he felt relief. Despite possessing Thunder Fong, Arbok was unable to land a hit on the airborne Pelipper. And Rock Tomb? That was useless against a Pokemon enhanced by the rare Sky Stone. Finally, under the relentless assault of the shiny Pelipper's enhanced hydro pump, Arbok, battered and broken, collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.